Peggy 16.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the 2021 Halo Championship Series. We're here. We made it. Halo is finally back, baby, and it's looking better than ever. I cannot wait to get into our tournament today and kick off our competitive season with the EU Open Qualifier. Of course, if we're not acquainted, I'm Shyway. I'll be hosting the action today. Thankfully, I am not alone. I've got some lovely casters here joining me. I'd like to welcome both Gaskin and Shurzy. Actually, I've also got Tony. We got the full 4 broadcasts on screen today. Boys, can I get a vibe check? How you guys doing? We got a brand new Halo game. Shurzy, let's start with you.
Yeah, doing really, really well. I want to give a quick shout out to the ANZ region who played a little bit earlier today. Shout out to NutriBullet and the boys who managed to get the win, and of course Divine Mind who also finished second place. So they have already started us off, so congratulations to them on their victory, and I'm looking forward to sinking their teeth into some Europe now.
Hell yeah, we've got a hell of a tournament ahead of us. We've got the bracket to just roll through today. Gaskin, how you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. We've been waiting for this time for quite a while, haven't we? For Halo to come back, Infinite to finally be among us. We've been watching on. We've been saying, when's Infinite going to drop? They then drop it early. The surprise comes through. We've got the multiplayer beta. I mean, everything's starting to link up now, isn't it? The roadmap's there. I think everyone's delighted with how the game has started. And you know what? I'm excited. I'm excited to be here alongside such talented gentlemen such as yourselves.
Hell yeah, it's all coming together. Tony, glad to have you on the broadcast. How you doing, my man?
It feels really good to be here, man. Halo Infinite Beta launched last week. We have online open starting this weekend and the first Halo LAN next month. I feel confident saying Halo is back.
Damn right. Tony, I love that you said it, by the way. Like, if we rewind about a week, where were we? We were waiting for the launch of Halo Infinite. It was supposed to come out December 8th. None of us had any idea it was going to come out early. All of a sudden, it's here. We've got qualifiers. We actually have time to prep for this tournament coming up later this year. We've got Raleigh coming up. We got our first Halo LAN. We haven't had a Halo LAN since 2020 January, right? It's been a long time now. Jersey, take me back to the LAN days, man. Do you miss them?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think traveling over to London and stuff was a real pleasure. Going to see Wembley and even face it, we had Twickenham as well. But this year we're going to be heading over to Spain for a European LAN. So that's going to be a different thing. We're going over to Valencia, so I'll have to touch up on my Rosetta Stone. And of course, this is going to be the first foot down on the road to Raleigh as well. So with seeding points and all to play for today. So looking forward to it.
Cassian, I have watched you commentate so many Halo 5 tournaments back in the LAN days. That was a big part of my passion, my come up into casting myself. Take me back, man. You got to miss being up on that stage.
Definitely. Halo 5 was where I started my casting career. It was where I was given that opportunity during those World Championships. And then, it went from LAN to LAN. I got kind of more into the community as I had ever been as a player, and now into a caster. I met some of my idols as pro players, and then it all just stopped. And it's like, what do we do from home? I have to look at this camera instead of looking at people in the face. But once again, I'll be able to see people in the face. I'll be able to see some of my idols. I'll be able to see somebody who apparently say I'm their idol, but which is just completely wrong. Ignore that, by the way. I'm just a nice guy. But yeah, we've missed it, Charmaine, and I can't wait for it. It's going to be great.
I don't know about you, Gaskin. I'm going to be in line for the signatures. Tony, you can join me. We're going to get the Gaskin signature at the LAN when this when this happens. Tony, by the way, dude, whole new era in Halo. I'm so grateful to have you here with me. Have you been to a LAN before, my guy?
Yes, I've actually been to a few in my day. Going all the way back from Halo 4. So I don't know if that. I love my Halo 4 tournaments, and I competed myself. I went to DreamHack 2019, and that was an amazing experience. And man, I can't wait to go to Raleigh next month, man. And I want to feel that energy again, because we've been working on online tournaments, and it's great. Yeah. But the energy you get from being in person, it is unmatched. It truly is unmatched.
You know what? It's a totally different vibe. Let's share in some of that energy. Let's watch the trailer for Raleigh coming up later this year. Less than a month away. We don't have long to get there, and that also means that these pro players don't have long to get good at this game. Thankfully for these pros, they're already pretty damn good. I've been watching a lot of streams. They're cracked as hell, and it's making me jealous. I just don't have the time. I don't have the skills to get that good that quickly, but that's why we're here. That's why we get to, watch and enjoy this. Let's talk a little bit more about these events, though, right? Because this is really just the beginning of a roadmap for an entire year. We got a full roadmap graphic we can show on screen. And my God, I mean, look at this. This is beautiful. We've never had this in Halo esports before. All of our events planned out for a year, and we can see where we're going to go or where we want to go. Where do you want to go, Gaskin? Let me know.
Oh, I mean, there's a lot of North American events. My air miles, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be great. If I can get to every single one, sure. I mean, I'd love to go to Melbourne, but I know there's a lot of ANZ talent over there who certainly deserve to be commentating. We saw them, of course, earlier with the first ANZ tournament, but it's delightful. I think there's so many other esports that are looking at this roadmap saying, hey, why doesn't our esport have this? Well, you know what? You're welcome to come and join us. You can get involved in HCS as well. We will welcome you with open arms.
I mean, if you're jealous now, just wait till we talk about the team skins. But before we get there, Jersey, if you had your pick of the lot, where would you want to go? Where would I see you?
I think I've never been over to the States, but I'm looking at Mexico City. That looks like a quite an enticing one, and I'll have my sombrero on ready to go.
Love to see it, man. Mexico City. Tony, how about you?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I love California. I've always wanted to visit. It just seems like my kind of vibe. However, that World Championship at the end of the road in Seattle. If the vibes are going to be at an all-time high during Anaheim and Raleigh, just imagine what they're going to be like at Seattle.
I would love to go back to Seattle. I got to go there for one day. I got sent back home because of COVID immediately. So, Tony, I'm right there with you. But Valencia, I mean, we're here on the European broadcast. Take me to Europe, right? Like, I want to go to Europe, experience it in person. I'm out here slacking. So, hopefully that can happen. And we've got, so much more. We've got our whole bracket. Let's just focus on today. We'll reel back in today, take a look at the bracket and what we have to watch, because there's been quite a tournament that's been playing out. Of course, we've had our first day already complete. You can see the upper bracket on screen here. You've got Cartel that have just been kind of running through this bracket. They made it to COD players in the winter semifinals. We've also got OEX and Question Reality in the winter semis as well. As far as the schedule and how this will break down, we've got winner semifinal, the losers quarterfinal, the winners final, losers final, and then grand finals to close off the day. Let's take a look at the lower bracket as well. You can see how things are shaking up there. Interesting storylines in the lower bracket. Also, you've got the boys waiting on a team just in a second there. Mocket Esports and Navi, I think, is an interesting one, though. Navi already in the lower bracket. We'll be talking about that one in just a little bit. Of course, our open tournament today, just to break down the rules and how this goes. Gaskin, let me throw it to you. How exactly will this open tournament be working?
So what the players are playing for is essentially seeding points going in towards the Raleigh kickoff qualifier, and also cumulative points for funding and getting to Raleigh itself. So we're going to have two teams that from that kickoff qualifier in 2 weeks, the kind of first place and second place, they guarantee themselves a spot in pool play, and they guarantee themselves funding for the event. The next two teams, who is going to be cumulative points from all three of these two of these open series and the kickoff qualifier, they will be the next two teams that will qualify for that pool play, and they will get funding. And then there's another two teams who won't get pool play, but they will get funding. So that's going to be 6 teams in total who are basically battling it out right now to get full expense paid trip to North America, going to Raleigh. We'll see 2 of them in the open bracket, 4 of them in that pool play championship bracket.
Damn, I'm so glad I threw that to you, Gaskin. Well done with the breakdown. So like he said, 6 teams total, right? And you don't have to win, essentially. You got, ideally, you want to win. But if you can place high in these 3 qualifiers, 3 tournaments coming up, you've got a good shot at being in that top 6 and getting a full expenses paid access to this tournament. You're going to want to be at this tournament. There's so much going down here on top of the prize pool. You've also got so many partnered teams in attendance as well. We've never seen this in Halo Esports before. We've got 9 partnered teams right from the get-go. With it, my God, look at them. They're beautiful. What are you guys repping, by the way? Not, no biases, but let's just go off of sheer looks. What are you liking, Tony? What's jumping at you?
Well, I went a little crazy and I got every skin.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Skin.
How much is that? That's over 100.
I spent $100 between US between the skins and the battle pass. Cost me $100 on the dot. And let me tell you guys, I have the secret for you. This is a secret sauce. A United skin with the Cloud9 BR, and you have to have the Navi emblem. You will win 10% more games if you utilize that combination. But one thing I'm also excited about with the partner teams is obviously you have those skins, and even the players themselves or organizations themselves actually get a little bit of a cut. So you really are supporting your organization and the players that some of your favorite players. But on top of that, there's no competitive advantage going to these partnered squads.
Wait a minute.
They get the content advantage and whatnot, and that's really cool to the content, but they have 0 competitive advantage. And as a former competitor myself, I love that.
Scherzi, you got something to say to that?
Yeah, well, I think if I'm going to spend $100 like Tony is, I want some sort of competitive advantage. I'll maybe start with rockets, a sword, maybe overshield, anything I can really get my hands on. But also it's important to mention the game is free to play. So although you're buying team skins, you're representing your favorites. It's all free to play. And that's, if you want to put the extra $10 in to pick up a team skin, make sure it's Team Navi, because that's Team Europe for life.
Hey.
We'll see a little bit of Navi in a second. Just to talk about the team skins also, we saw this a little bit in Halo 5, right? Halo 5, some of the money went to the teams, which I think was a great precedent, and that's why we're seeing it in Infinite. One of the beautiful things about it, though, is if one of those teams eventually, for whatever reason, disappears, you still keep the skin. So a good example is Envy is now Optic, right? I went and I bought that Envy skin immediately because that skin is going to leave the store. It might already be gone. I'm not sure, but this is another reason to buy this stuff. It's collectibles down the line. Nobody else is going to have it. So just a little pro tip for you guys. Speaking of the skins, let's take a look at the skins in full form. Let's jump to the trailer. I don't know about you guys, but that music got me feeling some type of way. There's a hype, there's an energy to it. I'm feeling a little crazy. I want to get into these games. I want to talk about what's been going on in this tournament. Get me up to speed. Gaskin, where do we start? What happened on day one?
Well, I guess the biggest story from day one was Na'Vi getting dropped down to the losers bracket. We talk about those partner teams, right? We talk about the teams that have skins. The only European team that has skins in the game is Na'Vi. Foxy, Jimbo, Respectful, Kimbo, a powerhouse in the European community. But they were knocked down to the lower bracket by OEX, featuring the French gods like SLG. And this was maybe something that we knew could happen, but it was a 2-0. Of course, it's only best of 3. It's not best of 5. It doesn't give the teams the best of chance in that best of 3 situation, but it certainly was a statement from OEX. And since then, Na'Vi have had to battle it out still in that lower bracket. But they are still alive. They are still in the tournament, and I'm sure they'll be looking for some revenge.
I mean, I took a look at the bracket. As far as I could tell, Na'Vi they're running through the bracket with their woes, right? They've been challenging every competitor, taking him out, and I think quite a few 2-0s as well. So they're still looking okay. Shurzy, I mean, with that kind of roster on paper, they're a top team. Do you doubt that they'll be back in the finals at this rate?
I think, it could be a case of heavy is the head that wears the partnership, but I don't think that is the case. If you look at it, SLG and Fragger, they were top 2 in Halo 5 consistently throughout. They picked up Chick as well. So there's plenty of things there. It's not a massive surprise or a massive shock. This was always capable of happening, and it could have just come down to game types and maps that maybe Na'Vi weren't too adjusted to, with Jimbo being in the States and he flew home late. So it could be that they have some work to do, but listen, it's no disrespect to lose to SLG. He's a powerhouse.
Gaskin, just to throw back to you, because I want to keep it with the European boys for just a second. Jimbo and team, he has accomplished, I think, more for Europe in competitive Halo than anyone in Europe so far. What was that team exactly? Take me back for a second.
Or what, when we go all the way back to when he was competing with the likes of Snipe Drone, Mose.
All the way back.
Yeah, we've seen him. He finished top 6 in an American event way back. Was it Dallas? It was DreamHack Dallas, maybe it was. I don't know. It was top 6 for Europe, and it was the first time we'd seen a European team break into that top 6. Jimbo was featuring in that lineup, yes. And we have seen a few Europeans, break through, show that they can compete at the highest level amongst the NA teams. And when you look at this Na'Vi roster, you're like, okay, yeah, they are the real deal. I do think that they could go on and, upset a few teams in North America. But then OEX is staring at everyone else and, hey, don't forget about us. We can take down Na'Vi. Why aren't we a partner team? And that's what everyone needs to do right now. There are still organizations out there. There's still a chance to be a partner team one day. So put your best foot forward and ensure you take down teams like Na'Vi.
So it's not just OEX, though, right? And Tony, now I'm going to direct this to you, because we have been casting the past few years together, and we've noticed this surge in French talent almost out of nowhere, right? You have OEX, but on the other side, you got Cartel, and you've got, Shady and Legend, who these twos kids, they're what, 16 years old? They're incredibly talented. Tony, can you talk a bit about just this emerging French talent that we have in our scene?
Yeah, I mean, when we first started casting the Legend, I feel like he was 16, and we've seen him grow up in front of our very eyes. He's 18 years old now, and I believe there's going to be this narrative. You're looking at a squad like Na'Vi, who 3/4 of that roster placed top 8 both in 2018 and 2017 World Championship. That was a record creating. That was, a world breaking right there for some of the regional, I guess, outside of NA to step in and kind of make a name for themselves. And they're always looking up at that old roster, that Fab E roster. Then you have the boys. You have Cartel. Cartel just seemingly come out of nowhere, which at one point had Jimbo in their iteration, but they've been just running house in Halo 5 events, and now doing the same thing. I think they only dropped maybe one map all of yesterday. So I kind of looking at that and maybe like a little rivalry, and I want to see how that kind of progresses, because who knows, maybe Cartel gets picked up by Fnatic, and we see them going up against Na'Vi throughout this. I really want to see them go back and forward. It's been really impressive watching Legend and Shady really kind of grow up and come into their own, and what they've been able to accomplish in Halo 5 and now Halo Infinite as well.
Right. So like you said, Cartel, that's Legend, Shady, Sika, and Snipe Drone, who's now joined the roster, I believe, instead of Jimbo. Cartel looking incredible. I'm always on the lookout for the next Shotzzy, for the next Bound, the next Phenom, let's say. And I feel like we're in the right kind of, lane looking at these boys. They're going to be up next in the next series as well, so we get to talk about them a little bit more. We've got Cartel going up against the COD Players, I believe, next. I cannot believe COD Players is the name of a team in Winners Semi. What's going on, Halo community? If COD, no bias, but if COD Players wins this, is Halo back anymore? Do we end, Jersey, do we have to end the broadcast? What happens?
So I think immediately I would, if the COD players do manage to go on and win, I will say, well, they had an easier bracket. I'll immediately try and downplay it, and I'll scramble as quick as I possibly can. They did, listen, in all fairness, they did have one of the easier sides of the brackets. All the heavy hitters were sort of down the lower side. That's where Navi and the likes of Cartel and stuff were. So they all had the battle out. They went through an absolute war yesterday. So today is really their first tough test. If they can take a game off Cartel, I'll peek up and I'll start looking and paying attention to them then.
All right. Well, I want to talk more about these COD players. Before we do that, let's take a look at the series layout. We're about to jump into this series. Let's see what we're going to be playing on. And it also helps our predictions jumping into it. We've got Oddball on Recharge. We've got Slayer on Bazaar. And if we get their Strongholds on Streets. Now, of course, the best of 3 series. We won't be seeing best of 5s just yet. So you better bring your A game early on. You lose those 2 games, you are out of the running. Gaskin, can you talk to me a bit about COD players? They've made it so far. Who are we looking at on this roster? And does this layout change any of your predictions coming into this?
I mean, you can look at the games they've played, but COD players haven't lost a game yet. So there's not really anything you can take away from the fact that apparently they're just smashing everyone. They are 4 players who have a lot of experience in Call of Duty. They are now moving across, making that transition to Halo. They've won events. They've been to LANs. They have the experience. I've played them in matchmaking as well. Defrag looks like a beast. I think even Shotzi, there was a clip of him going 1 versus 1 against Defrag and getting out PR'd. And he was like, damn, this kid's a freak. And I tell you what, some of the Shotzi, if Shotzi's calling you a freak, you probably are a bit of a freak. And I think these COD players, even though maybe today they might not come out on top, because I would expect Cartel to take them down, even at the fact that they've got top 6 already, right? That says a lot. Their first ever event moving into Halo, and they've really shown what they're made of. Josh, who is their IGL, the captain of the team, he's been a captain of various COD teams. He knows what he's doing, right? He knows how to direct that, and you need that in Halo Infinite. I feel like this game, more than Halo 5, it's not about individual ability, it's about teamwork. It's about pushing together. It's more similar to Halo 3, a little bit of Reach as well. Classic Halo. Have that IGL who is going to confidently call things and a team that will follow. I think these players, these COD players, as it were, I think they could do a real bit of business in this bracket.
Well said, Gaskin. Halo is a team sport in the end of the day, especially with Infinite. We know a little bit about COD players. We know a little bit about Cartel. All that's left is to find out who's better. So let's jump into the series. Gaskin, Shurzy, good luck. Take it away, boys.
Thanks so much, Alex. And it's going to be me and you taking it through for game number 1. Up first, we do have a little bit of Recharge Oddball. Dan, we're looking at it, the places to hold the ball. We've got pipes. It seems to be a situation where all these players are bringing it. You know, you couple that with a sword, it can be really, really powerful. And also out on sword is somewhere where the ball's been held as well. Where do you think is the optimal place to hold it? And, the best way to maybe break the setup if you do find yourself against it?
Yeah, I think pipes and yellow, I mean, there's various different callouts. That's something I'll say straight away. There is a lot of different callouts going around for the maps at the moment. You might have seen on social media that Onset put out some callouts that he's been using and other pros have been using, but eventually we'll all kind of gel together, we'll find callouts. But yellow, or some people are calling it kind of blue BR or red BR, whichever side it is on, that's where the ball is typically held, towards attic, towards pipes. You can hold sword and pipes. You can make it very difficult for the opposition team to break it down. But then sometimes you can't always get it there. The ball's not going to naturally find its way there, so you have to push it somewhere else. Sometimes it will be towards blue, where the sword spawns. Then you can play it if things get a little bit dicey. That certainly helps out. Or even at very worst, you hold it at elevator. Even though elevator, I think, is probably the weakest place to hold it because there are so many different angles, so many different nades that can come from doorways. You certainly can get some ball time, and you can kind of throw it out the window again if things go a little bit south. So various different ways you can play oddball. We have seen throughout scrims, and we've seen throughout the broadcast. Not broadcast yesterday. The games yesterday, they were off broadcast. That there is a lot of teams who struggle with certain game types, and I do think ball is one of those because you really have to know how to rotate it. You need to be having an IGL who's going to call that rotation, but also someone who's confident holding the ball to make that rotation as well. Even if you take a couple of shots here or there, doesn't matter too much as long as you get away and get to your team when they're spawning.
And let's talk about it as well. Let's say you do get that perfect setup, and then you get to 100 seconds, and hold on a second. The first time ever there's been a change to Water Ball. It's now round based. So talk to me about the change that you get. Normally we see that setup, we see a little bit of a snowball effect, but now it's gone round based. And I have to say I've been enjoying it.
Yeah, I love the fact that Oddball has moved to round base. So if you've played traditional Halo, you know how Oddball works. You hold the Oddball, you score points, and the first person to, 250 will win. However, now they've moved it to round base, so it's first to 100. If you get to 100, you win round 1. You have to win a best of 3 in those Oddball rounds to ensure you then win that map. So it means that it resets. The problem with Oddball is, as you say, you get snowball, you get people running out of control, you get people with a setup, and then people just give up. And also, think of all the anticlimactic moments we've had in Halo Esports where a team wins on Oddball when it's just mathematically impossible to get back. Doesn't matter anymore. It's round-based. I love this change. I think it's great, and I think it's going to really create for some very exciting games here in Halo Infinite.
And we could also talk about on recharge in particular, camouflage and its change as well. It's now down to 30 seconds. It used to be a minute 10. Will spawn up every 2 minutes, and now you can pocket it as well, so to use it at your own discretion. But do you think we'll see too many times where people insta burn it, or do you think it'll be a case of, how important can it be for a start, and will we see it being used almost immediately on pickup?
I mean, I think the camouflage in Halo Infinite is very powerful. I think that's why it's 30 seconds, because it's very difficult to spot someone with the camo. It's not as easy as some of the other games. It's going to play a huge part. We're going to see people waiting on purpose for that camouflage to spawn, making a play to get it. In terms of actually slamming it into your chest straight away, it's a difficult one. Again, it's about confidence and knowing where everyone else is on the map, how many people are alive. If you can get away with holding it for a little bit, and that's great. Because it only lasts 30 seconds, you wait, you plan, and then you smack it in, and then you make your play and try and be a little bit of a sneaky beaver. But at times, once you've got down there and you've already put yourself in a vulnerable position, you're probably going to be exposed and probably getting shot. So at most points, you're probably going to try and burn it and then try and get away. So again, it just comes down to how vulnerable you are, where everyone else is on the map, and what information your teammates can give you. Also, are you wearing the same hoodie as me? I think this is probably a wardrobe malfunction that we didn't really plan for. I saw it was blue when we were in the opening thing, but I didn't realize it actually was the same head. That's not very kind of you, is it, really? I was trying to look...
Well, I believe I told you first I was wearing this hoodie.
Oh, you said you were wearing a Halo
hoodie. Yeah, the Halo hoodie. Yeah, the Halo, yeah. And then you decided...
Sure.
No,
anyway,
you decided...
You go on.
Anyway, let's talk about the sandbox. A lot of love people are giving this to the grapple and also, to the repulsor. But something that I've been finding very useful is actually the drop shield, especially on maps like Streets, dropping it down, securing those rockets, or even just securing lanes, being able to get some free damage down on people. How important can that be?
I think the utility that we've seen on offer in all of the maps is so important, and we'll get back to the drop shield later because it's not featuring on this map. Instead, we're going to see things like grapple shot. We're going to see how that can actually influence a really quick push as well, getting in the face of your opponents. But here we are. We're back, Jersey. We've got Halo Infinite on our screens. We're in the winners bracket semis.
We're underway, and straight away, Dave and the COD boys go into work, getting one dead, Seeker and Snipe Drone, both falling at separate times, and there goes Josh as well, just to even the odds a little bit. It's a 2v2, as we do see Seeker just coming back up off the respawn, and down does go Dave, ultimately in the end. So it's a great start so far. A little bit tit for tat, nothing much said, but I wonder who did get away with the camouflage in the end. But ball hasn't been touched, hasn't been moved. These teams still duking it out, Dan.
It looks like it is now going to be picked up. And to give you some background on these teams, we heard about the Cartel boys and how they dominated the end era of Halo 5. Back to wins. And now they've got Snipe Drone, replacing Jimbo, who previously was SLG. A slight language barrier issue, perhaps. The fact that Snipe Drone, is English and you alongside these French players, but I'm hoping that it won't matter too much. But right now, Cartel taking down a nice little sweep there and managing to just ensure they pick up the ball, but still not much time accumulated so far.
Yeah, just 10 points to 1 at the moment, so there's been no snowball just of yet, but we do have the ball up on yellow pipes around the attic area as well, so definitely in a position for these teams to start racking up some points, as we've seen COD boys start to make some sort of a setup if they possibly can, as time starts to tick over in their favor up towards the attic, and they are just set up for the moment, so Cartel got to break this, and I believe we also have seen a lag out, so that's going to play into their hands.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens with that admin rulings, of course, whether it's going to be a restart or whether they have to play on. But for now, we'll assume they are playing on, and they can just hold this one in attic. But there may be an invite. You might be able to get the boys back in for Cartel and get that fourth player back on track. But it's one of those where you do hold that ball in attic, you leave yourself a little bit vulnerable to grenades. You really have to put yourself in the right position so that you don't get absolutely spammed from the grenades off spawn. There's so much utility around these maps, and that's what I love about Infinite. There's always something to be picking up.
3 dead for the moment, though, as Cartel do go down. Still awaiting that teammate to see if he can join back in. Grapple hook picked up, though, on the side of the COD boys, and ball in hand. So time starting to tick over just so nicely. And all this time and all this while, they have that man advantage. Ball guy can basically carry it for free and leave it for a 3v3 gunfight. So we're going to have to see how Cartel do navigate that. But
Yeah, this is probably a situation where I imagine they'll restart the game between the two teams, just because the lag out doesn't look like there's been able to be a reconnect. So admin ruling looks like it is going to be a restart between the two, which is good. I like that. I'm all about fair play. I don't like seeing teams play on 4 versus 3. Sometimes it has to happen, but these things happen, and we'll move on and we'll see what happens when we get into the actual next game. But we saw what the teams were trying to do there, Jersey, trying to get that ball up to the yellow attic area and then hold around it. If you can get the sword down in pipes, then it is a really strong hole indeed. But I guess we can go back to the point that you were making about the utility and the abilities you've got to use here in Halo Infinite, like the grapple, like the drop shield, and the thrust. The thrust, by the way, is something you have to be picking up as a player. If you're not picking up the thrust, you're doing something wrong, because you'll go into a fight against someone who does have a thrust, and I guarantee you're going to lose that fight if they know how to use it correctly. So I think we're going to see people, Jersey, really timing these pickups. They're going to be ensuring they have a thrust every single time they get into an engagement, because it can be the difference maker. It can kind of win you those fights.
Yeah, and also on the other side of things, in terms of the weapons in the sandbox, I know when I first started playing the game, I was quite happy and content just using my battle rifle, but slowly as I played the game, I've started to realize there's other weapons that are really, really strong as well. The likes of the Heat Wave and the Bulldog, they pack an awful punch, and even some of the they're not sniper rifles, but the DMRs as well, like the shock rifle. They're so strong if you can hit those headshots. Yeah,
so the shock rifle, which is featuring on Recharge, is, I think we've seen some clips on Twitter of people just hitting those headshots consistently. It counts as a perfect when you do, and it can really swing the tide in your favor, like a sniper rifle, and it is scary. Even in Slayer as well, when it's like 49-49, we saw that yesterday in some of the North American broadcasts. You've got to hide because you don't want to get caught out by that headshot. You don't want to get caught out by that sniper. But I think you're completely right. The weapons that we've seen added, they're all strong. The weapon balance at the moment is really good. Any weapon you might find on the ground, I don't think there's really a dud there. I mean, even the sidekick has its uses. It's something that we would have been used to using throughout the early access, as it were, the flighting, the testing, and it became a BR now in competitive settings. But that sidekick can be picked up, and it can shred through shields at a close distance, and it has a quicker melee as well as the BR. So sometimes if you're in close quarters, it might be better to have the sidekick than a battle rifle. And that actually goes the same to the oddball as well. Considering we're playing oddball and Recharge, it does beat down a little bit faster than the battle rifle. So if someone comes swinging a BR at you and you melee at the same time, you may actually get the kill off before they get the second melee. And all these little things is what these players are slowly learning as we get into Halo Infinite. I mean, today is just a celebration, isn't it, Richie? Like, yes, Halo Infinite is here. We're seeing the best of the best compete against one another. We had a fantastic day yesterday of watching the Europeans get down to the last 8 now. And these should be, the top EU teams battling it out.
Very much a celebration, and if anything you're watching today is giving you somewhat of a competitive itch, be sure to head over to faceit.com, register up, get a few friends involved, and for anything competitive Halo, do head over to Twitter at HCS and at FaceitHalo as well. That'll be your guide to anything Halo esports related. But again, we're talking about the sandbox. We've seen also Bizarre CTF is going to be open. Something that we were talking about Wes touch about is the Dynamo Nades. He's swearing by them. He's saying that they're extremely strong for clearing rooms like that tree room where you can throw them in and it gets those little ticks, and they're going to be quite strong as well in the sandbox.
Yeah, I mean, I don't trust many things that Clutch says, but no, I guess that he's been, he's been playing the game for the last few years or whatever. He's been a key part of the development of this game, and he is swearing by Dynamo Grenades. He says they are essentially a power weapon. You have to pick them up. It gives you a lot of information when you throw them. You don't get, of course, the hit markers on grenades anymore, but there is tick damage that is actually audibly heard. So if you throw that into a building, if you hear that tick damage happening, you then know where certain players are, how many players are probably at times, and you can use that information to your advantage, whether that's I'm going to push them because they're weak, or I'm going to push in a different direction because I know there's certain players there. I think that Dynamo Grenades are a must pick up, and if you haven't been picking them up, just grab one, throw one, and watch it ride, because the power is incredible and it really can change your game.
Yeah, you'll hear that little sizzle, and like Dan says, if you throw it into a couple of players, you also get that chaining effect as well, which makes it even stronger. We're about to get underway again in Oddball. We'll be loading back up. It'll be interesting to see if it's going to be a full reset or if they'll play for the 10 or so seconds. I feel like it's going to be a full reset, Dan, but we'll get word on that either way. But it looked, though, from the start and strats at the very least, COD boys were well able to shoot.
Yeah, and I think the COD boys are going to be able to put up a really stiff match up against Cartel here, even though if you've watched a lot of Halo 5, a lot of European Halo 5, the name Cartel, it just rings through European Halo. They dominated the end era of Halo 5. They were the team to beat. It was a French flag waving everywhere with a little British flag there as well with Jimbo featuring. But now they've got Snipe Drone, and I think Snipe Drone is going to be a really interesting addition. He is very much a player who, likes to pick up the sniper. He likes to play as that kind of stat player. He is the main slayer. So if he goes down, if he's not on his best form, are they still going to be able to succeed? But at the moment, we're seeing Cartel go up against COD players, back in it, and we'll see how this one plays out.
Well, we've seen Sika put a couple of the COD players to an early grave. They will be in the respawn screen, but Camouflage, though, has transitioned over as well in the chest of Cartel. A couple of shots go down. He will leave that for Snipe Drone. Perfect bit of bait and switch. Snipe Drone should get the cleanup, does get the cleanup. Now a gunfight into pipes as well. Taken down to no shields, but clever enough will leave him to be. But no, defrags on hand, gets that kill, and immediately backs out into Turbine. Could get a double kill onto the camo flare as well, but unfortunately, he doesn't get that clean shot. So ball will go over to Cartel. They should rack up a few points and do have a little bit of a setup with 2 members of COD players down.
And just in case you guys at home are watching and you're wondering, who am I watching right now? If you see all 8 players, of course, in the top left and right of your screen, there's a little tiny arrow next to Sika's name right now. It means we're watching Sika's POV. You will see that arrow move from red to blue, and you'll see which player you will be focusing on. But this is some really good ball time being picked up by Cartel. It's really difficult to break a setup when you are off spawn as the other team, when you are spawning as a 2, when you're splitting spawns, when you're not able to get together. And at the moment, Cartel are taking full advantage of that.
Yeah, we've seen just a few individual pushes on the way of COD players, so that's not going to be the recipe for success up against Cartel. When they have got that set up in pipes, they've got a player situated now over towards Turbine, and we transition over to Shady. He has got that shock rifle in hand as well. He'll be able to do a little bit of damage. He's a man that can find some faces if need be. But ball down in pipes for the moment as they recognise the numbers advantage just slightly in the favour as this battle goes down. Could it be big? 2 players go down, a big trade there, and Dave also hits the respawn screen with Legend getting the cleanup. But that should be some ball time in the hands. But Sika goes down. That should be now ball in hands time in the favour of Cartel once more, as they've already ticked over to 40 odd points, and still waiting to see if COD players can break this setup as Legend does ultimately get taken down.
I like what I'm seeing though from Cartel. They keep pushing ahead of the ball. They're not desperating ball time, and they're ensuring that they're putting as much pressure on the COD players as possible off of their spawn. So it did get a little bit scrappy for a period there, but it still seems like Cartel out on top. 3 players down now for COD players, and they are really struggling to battle through the setup that Cartel have just been able to secure. But again, there's multiple people around the map right now. It is really split. I think COD players just need to kind of get together, decide on how they want to push, because otherwise they're going to play into Cartel's hands. You can see Shady was just watching from a distance, watching from the other side from yellow, and you can get so much vision. You can give so much information to the rest of your team from that. But he's deciding, you know what, I want to get in the face of the other team. It does go down.
It's that level of frustration that you can have, Dan, isn't it? When you're looking at the enemy team scoring points, you want to just get into the action as quick as you can. You don't wait for your teammates to get involved, and unfortunately it means a solo push and you just get obliterated back to the respawn screen, and then your team has to then wait on you. So these players just need to get touch tight with one another, get a plan together to attack this ball. And we're seeing the ball has gone down, but 57 seconds already in favor of Cartel, and still COD players yet to get a second there as another kill hits the kill feed. Shady and Sika. Now it's 3 dead now momentarily as Legends the last man up against 2 now. The triple kill for the man Legend. Overkill wasn't to be seen, but he's got that ball and immediately heading back over towards bottom left for his team. Can he make it around the corner? Yes, he can. So that's more seconds, more insult to injuries. They just tick over to 75.
11-5 Legend at the moment after that triple as well, just confidently taking every single BR fight. But these COD players, they can shoot, they can hit their shots. Defrag doing just that. He's 7-5 at the moment, going +2. Just trying to do what he can, getting behind the team in elevator right now. This elevated space that you might call A if you're playing strongholds as well, does get beat down by Snipe Drone, who I think might have been holding an AR, which you know what I think of ARs, but you know what, I'll let him off. It's day one.
Let's not talk about it.
It's day one. I'll let him off. But round 1 is going to go in favor of Cartel. It was pretty comfortable, if I'm honest, Richie, but we'll see what happens going into round 2 and 3 of Oddball.
Well, with the way that one was, even that expert little rotation out of Cartel, rotating across Catwalk when they realised they'd lost a man in Turbine, and ultimately unable to get the job done there. But round 1 in the books goes over towards Cartel. Is there any signs of life for COD players there, or do you think it's going to be a quick 2-0?
Well, this is the good thing about the new system and the fact it is round-based. I think COD players were on the back foot, and if we would continue like a normal Oddball game in Halo 5 and previous Halos, then we probably would have been in the situation that it would have snowballed out of control and COD players wouldn't have got back into it. Cartel had to set up, they had everything sorted, but now we move over, COD players in a new round, 15 seconds already on the board, and they've got a little bit of control. They've got the ball in the perfect place here in pipes, but they are being pushed. You've got to be careful, and just like that, 3 are dead. Could be 4 here, and it is going to be 4. Actually, no, Dave manages to get the kill. Excuse me. 3 are down now for Cartel, so a huge kill from Dave.
Ball down in pipes, 2 members down for Cartel as they're just awaiting to get back to full strength. They are getting some scrappy time here though. He does fall, does Dika. He was getting that scrappy time all the while. Managed to register 8 seconds as a whole, but they do have a little bit of a per man setup as they're waiting for the teammate Josh to spawn back up. But it's a 3v3 for the moment, but again, more individual pushes. But this time it's Cartel making that error.
So DreamHack just trying to do what he can. Snipe drone in his sights, but look how he's checking all of these angles. He's listening to call-outs. He's trying to help his team. Very important in Halo Infinite that you are working as a squad. There's not as much you can do as an individual, but almost whiffed his shots. But DreamHack ensures that Snipe drone does not take him out and tries to use the repulsor to get him away there, but doesn't really work out.
Yeah, fortunately repulsed them into a wall. It didn't send them far enough and didn't throw off his aim too much either. So DreamHack will fall, but not before putting Snipe drone in the grave. Seek ball in hands. Now all 4 members of Cartel still alive. 2 members down now for COD players coming up back up off spawns. You see them now over towards that long haul area. Excuse me, and we will see a camouflage again very shortly.
Yeah, with camo coming up, it's going to be, you know, for the team who doesn't have the ball right now, which is the COD players, to try and grab that one, but it looks like they're not going to be able to get it because Cartel just have far too much control. They have eyes on so much, and they're just getting free ball time. There's not enough pressure coming out of the COD players. Dave will get one onto Shady at the very least, but can't do much more. Snipe drone closes it out to get the kill. 2 down now for COD players, and it's slowly looking like this is more likely going to be a 2-0 in Oddball, unless we see an extreme turnaround. But Cartel, they've been holding the ball in the right areas. They've been ensuring that they drop the ball to someone, like off spawn. They've been pushing ahead of the ball to apply pressure. Just all the right boxes are being ticked by Cartel.
4 dead now as Cartel start to go through the gears. COD players struggling really hard just to get them off the ball, even for a moment. Sika, all this time, has had the ball in pipes. They've been unable to break this setup. Legend with the shock rifle. Will he peek once more? Challenge. Yes, he will. You can always, if you're looking at a French player and he's one shot, just know the challenge is coming. But unfortunately, they always seem to hit those shots.
They do, especially when it's online. We'll see whether it changes when it goes to LAN. Hey, I'm not throwing shade. These players could all out-BR me. It doesn't matter if it's online or LAN. But, you know, we've been online for quite some time. I'm looking forward to LANs coming back into it. But you're right. They will always challenge. And that's not just because they're from France. It's because they hit their shots. These players are absolutely nuts. And the confidence is oozing through them right now. 80 points to 20. They are dominating this game against COD players. And now it just seems like they're playing with their food a little bit.
Yep, Sika's got that ball again after it was played for a moment. He's brought it straight back up to pipes. He does get a kill as well. So we're seeing COD players down to 3, trying to navigate if they can. But they have even the score just for a moment. Legend goes down. The call will come exactly where they're pushing from. As DreamHack loses his life to the hands of Sika. He's finally been able to use his gun again as he does have to drop that ball for a moment. But they have broken the setup for a moment. But now it's time to put some time on the board.
Yeah, Josh trying to get the camouflage here, but is he going to be allowing too much time for Cartel to get that ball back? They only need 6 more seconds, so that can very easily be scrapped. He's got the camo, but look, the ball's been taken. 3, 2, and 1, and that's going to be game. That's going to be map 1 going in favor of Cartel. And it did look somewhat simple, Jersey, I have to be honest. Once they had that set up, they were all in those right positions. Their cross-map BRs, they were pinching at the correct times as well. There just wasn't enough from COD players to be able to break that. I feel like COD players tried to challenge Cartel in too many long-distance BR fights, let themselves get a little bit too vulnerable, and then it was just about the cleanup crew coming through. But here's the statistics on your screen.
Well, taking a look at the stats, well, we know exactly who had the ball for the longest. That was Sika, all alone in pipes for the longest time. He must have felt like he was alone in the map at times, but there was gunshots ringing out around recharge for him to keep him in that position, keep him nice and safe. But look at the KDA. We're seeing DreamHack perform as well as he possibly could, 14 and 14, but unfortunately, Cartel just on a different level. And look at the stats from Legend, 19 kills, 11 deaths, and the KDA to boot as well. I'd love to see his damage stats that we can flick over there slowly but surely. But Snipe drone as well. It's something we haven't talked about is, of course, he is the English player and they are all full French. And during games, they do speak French, or they do speak English, excuse me, but out of game, they do speak the French. So I think Snipe drone during the intermissions just charges himself up on a USB port. But look at that damage, 4,000, all well into the 4,000s, and Snipe drone being an absolute turret as well.
Yeah, impressive damage across the board. I think the COD players, they gave it a go in terms of like being able to try and outslay the other team. It's just they're not maybe as knowledgeable when it comes to actually doing the objective. I think that they will be feeling a little bit more comfortable when you go to strongholds and when you go to slayers, because that is more similar to what we've seen in Call of Duty, whereas Ball is just a little bit different. And I think traditional Halo players and players who've been playing Halo all their lives, they just have a little bit more knowledge when it comes to rotations, when it comes to holding that down. And I don't want to patronize the COD players, because it's not like they won't learn and they won't know what to do, but they're going up against people who literally dominated every single Halo 5 tournament for the last like 2 years or whatever it was. Like, they were just dumping on everyone. So this is not going to be an easy matchup for them. As we said, arguably their biggest test yet. Well, it's definitely their biggest test yet in this tournament, but their first real test. They've beaten some okay players in the bracket so far, but I think Cartel is just at a different level from everyone they've played in the bracket up to this point.
I've seen enough evidence to suggest that they could definitely improve and be a threat going forward. If they just learn the fundamentals and some of the rotations and game types like Oddball, they could definitely, start to compete. And what a performance it's been so far. They're not out of it by any means. They still have a couple of games to go to get back into it. And with a Slayer, anything can happen. But I've definitely seen enough here to say that they could be a threat going forward.
They could be a threat, and I think in a Slayer, it's all to play for, because it will be more like familiar home territory, and there also is mistakes that might come out. The only game we've seen Cartel lose throughout this entire tournament was a Slayer. Bear in mind, it was on Streets. It's not going to be what they're playing now, but still, it does show that they are vulnerable. They're not unbeatable, right? They can actually be taken down, and I think you need to take that away if you're COD players. You look back, you say, right, it's a Slayer now. We can reset this series if we just have a solid game. So starting strats need to be on point. You need to be making sure you're all working together. Focus on what you want to achieve from that starting strat. Is it positioning? Is it going to be power weapons? Is it just picking up some grenades? That's really what's going to be a conversation from Josh, the IGL, to the rest of the team.
Yep, Oddball in the books, 2-0 in favor of Cartel. They've got 1 foot now in the winners finals. It's all about COD players and can they get themselves back into it. But like you say, with it being a Slayer next, you don't have to worry about rotations. You don't have to worry about breaking setups. It's all about whose gun skill is better on the day, and they definitely can be the ones to take this game and push it to a game 3.
I'm just looking at what the next game. So it's Bizarre Slayer. So this is an interesting game type. I would say if I had to compare it to any other game type in a Slayer from Halo 5, because it's the most recent Halo, a little bit like Regret, in a way that when you kill 2 people, you have to immediately take that advantage and push to try and kill the other 2. You dominate the middle of the map, and then you try and force someone else to be kind of blocked in to one of the spawns and one of the sides of Bizarre. And then when you get 1 down, when you get 2 down, you push into that base, you kill all of them, and then you go back to the middle expecting a flip of spawns, or maybe just the same place. You need someone who's going to give you that information. It was, again, something that we discussed with Clutch, because Clutch has been playing this game, he has been testing this game, he is one of the key influencers for why this game is so successful, so it's always good to get his opinion. I hate saying it because it's Clutch, and he always bags on me, but I have to give him credit where his credit's due, and it was great to get his point of view from everything. And he even wanted his own call out on this map, Richie, but we're not giving it to him. He's not allowed it.
No. He wanted Red Couch, the jump up into bar, to be called Top Clutch. Now, I'm definitely a member of the Halo community, and I would like to say that nobody should ever call that Top Clutch now. That'll really irritate him. And to be fair, he has put in a lot of hard work and a lot of hard graft, and he's able to talk us through some of the strong points. And it's a good point you mentioned about Regret, going into spawns, taking out players, and then immediately rotating back. You want to keep flipping the map and keeping them on respawn and keep them flustered as well, because this is one of those maps that definitely could be one of those, you spawn up into shots immediately.
Yeah, and I think if you are on the back foot, if you are one of those teams who's caught in a spawn cycle where 2 of you are up, 2 of you are dead, 2 of you are up, 2 of you dead, you need to just hold. You need to find a position, almost hide away, and wait for all 4 of you to get back up. Sometimes, sure, there might be some sort of a split spawn, so it might be a little bit more difficult, but if you can be patient, rather than just running out and getting a little bit antsy, getting a little bit worried that, we're losing too many kills here, I'm just going to push down through double doors and see if I can break the setup. It's not going to work. You're just going to put your team in more of a disadvantage. Instead, find that patience, because the other team is going to be relentless with just aggressively pushing those 2 players over and over again, keeping them on that spawn cycle. It's a difficult map to play, Bizarre Slayer. I think that I'm more comfortable personally when I'm playing Bizarre CTF, because there's a little bit more structure. Of course, you don't have the spawns flipping, but we'll see how these teams deal with it. Cartel, if they win this one, they go to the winners bracket finals, and they potentially set themselves up with a match against OEX. At the moment, OEX are battling it out against Question Reality in the other winners bracket semis, but we'll speak more about them later.
Yep, for now, we do have Bazaar Slayer. We see those thruster packs spawning up as well. Double doors. Here is the action. We're going to see who can get their hands on the power-up and who also can get their hands on the rocket launcher. It's going to be overshield straight into the hands of Cartel, though, unfortunately, his snipe drone picks that up and immediately starts going to work. He's clocked in, starting to put down some damage, and rocket launcher, who did get the hands on that? I'm assuming it was going to be Cartel as well, and score now 3-2 in favor of Cartel. So a good start for them, and they're already immediately trying to put pressure on spawners.
Yeah, you said that Snipe Drone plugs himself into the USB. It looks like he's plugged himself into the mains because he's getting aggressive and he's pushing in, and just being able to pick up that overshield so comfortably is something that shouldn't happen. You need to ensure you put more of a presence on the map to not allow these power-ups to be picked up like that. COD players down to just 2 now, as it's 5-2 in favor of Cartel, and already the middle of the map has been just acquired by Cartel, and they're asserting their dominance. So now they are going to do this spawn cycle that we speak of. Defrag's gone down. There's going to be 3 players alive. They're going to try and take advantage of that. They're pushing into the base, and there's a double. And now this is where it starts to begin. This is where it could snowball out of control for Cartel.
And in a way, I have to say, COD players are playing against arguably one of the fastest teams in the game. Certainly in Europe. They immediately put the pressure on, they hold forward, and with someone like Snipe Drone just anchoring and putting so much damage down, they have the creative freedom just to run around shooting people who are half shields, three shots down immediately. So it's great work out of Cartel, but you're going to leave yourself flustered. 3 down again, as we're seeing Cartel just going to work, already up 14-3. And like you said, you have to try and stay alive. Just tuck your head between your legs and hope for the best and see if your teammate can get back up. It looks as though Josh is trying to serve drinks behind there, but that order is going to be to go because he's going to hit the black screen.
Yeah, the Bulldog in the hands of Cartel at the moment. Again, one of the power weapons on the map, similar to a shotgun. It really can just obliterate other teams and do some severe damage. Dynamo grenades have been picked up a few times. The thruster's also going to be there available if the players want to use it. But this is the Cartel show. 17 make that 18, 19-7. So this is a real struggle, and Snipe Drone's got another overshield. So if things weren't bad already, they just got a hell of a lot worse.
Is there anything more frustrating? Almost tauntingly, Snipe Drone stands in front of him, pops that overshield, knowing that he can do nothing about it, and it won't be long before he heads to the black. And unfortunately, Legend picks up another kill on today. If this is going to be a little bit of a whitewash, it seems, for the moment. 22 kills to 8 now. They just need to try and slow these deaths down, COD players, but Cartel just won't allow it.
Yeah, and it's one of those maps that can snowball out of control because of the dominance that you have in the middle of the map. Because if you're dominating the middle of the map, you're flipping those spawns, you're pushing and you're being aggressive on those spawns, you're then going to be rewarded with rockets, you're then going to be rewarded with the overshield, which then just adds to the snowball effect. And look how relentless Cartel are right now. They are rushing from one side of the map to the other, they're listening to callouts, they're finishing stuff off, and there's going to be another set of rockets for them as well. This is easy pickings at the moment.
Yeah, rockets in the hands of Sika. It looks as though he did fall down, though, so they will have to be recovered by another member of Cartel, or if one of the COD players get their hands on it. No, rocket goes down, Snipe Drones pick them up and immediately fires them towards the sewers as they were trying to act like a couple of rats, scarpering away down bottom sewers. Unfortunately, they were picked off, picked apart. Dave loses that 1v1 to Legend as well. He's just not missing right now as the Frenchman.
Legend just does not miss. I played him in matchmaking the other day, and even though we beat him, just gonna say, it was because it was objective, and he had rubbish teammates. He went like 34-5, but still lost because his teammates were bad. But Legend is amazing. The shot that I'm seeing from some of these French players is actually terrifying, and I really think, this could be the year for European Halo. I think that we can finally push on. Now we're going to see 6 teams getting funding towards Raleigh. I would love to see a few more just push their way up into the North American kind of placements that we see. Top 8, top 6, because we really are seeing people focus on their Halo, and they want it this year.
For a long time, we were dubbing this team, this Cartel roster, the European Splice. That's the way they play the game, rushing spawns immediately. And it looks as though they haven't taken their foot off the gas even for a moment here. 36 kills at 19. The world is their oyster right now.
Well, at least COD players have been able to get some sort of mid-map control here, and they've forced at least one spawn onto Cartel. They were able to get 3 down, so Cartel backed off ever so slightly. But is it just a little bit too late at 36-19? It slows down ever so slightly because, look, Cartel recognized they don't have mid-map control, so they weren't pushing aimlessly into the middle of the map. Instead, they all waited, and they gathered together, and now they've been rewarded with 2 kills. This could be 3. Snipe Drone does get taken down, but I think the damage was already done at the start of this game, Jersey.
Yeah, indeed. Looking at the stats, we've seen Legend 16 kills, 4 assists, and only 6 deaths. what a performance he is having. But this is a bit of a baptism of fire for COD players. You know, you don't lose, you learn. They can immediately be able to go back to the drawing board, look through maybe some of the review and the film and see exactly where some of these games went wrong and why they went wrong. And unfortunately for them here, they've been absolutely dominated, ran through by the Cartel team. But listen, they do this to some of the best teams in the world as well. So don't be hanging your head in any kind of shame as we see Seagate does fall for the moment, and we're seeing Dynamo Nate's picked up, immediately thrown in towards that hut. Legend is positioned up there. Now they will start to tick up on him. Has he got taken down? Yes, he has, at the hands of Josh as well. So 2 kills, 1 trading off in favor. They go toe to toe, 1 for 1, but 44 kills, 28 now. The writing's on the wall.
Yeah, there's a couple of times where I'm looking at COD players and I'm like, okay, maybe there's a comeback that could happen, but it's not going to happen. I hate to be, the bearer of bad news for any COD fans and hoping that they're going to progress to the winners bracket finals. 47-29, this is not going to be a comeback. This has just been one of the games that you will look back on as a Cartel fan and say, okay, they know how to play this map. They are aggressive. They work as a team. They got all the power-ups. They were getting the rockets. They had everything you could ever want. If you have that mid-map control, you get rewarded with so many goodies, not just the rockets and overshield, but you get the thrust. You also get the dynamo grenades. You get so much to work with, and they made full advantage of it there.
Oddball, Recharge, Slayer and Bazaar all the way over to Cartel. Team France reign supreme here and punch their ticket to the winners finals. We'll have to see who awaits them when OEX come up against Question Reality. But talking more about it, Legend, what a performance that was in that series.
Yeah, I think the statistics will say enough, but every time we were on board with Legend, he was hitting his shots. He got, 18 kills in that match, just the 9 deaths. So it didn't really matter when they started to die. Once they were kind of a 12, 15 kill lead, they knew it was just about ensuring they traded 1 for 1 every time they push in. I will give it to the COD players. At one point, it looked like it was going to be an even worse score line, but they seemed to get back together. They got off that spawn cycle, and they were able to get, 2 players down at times and gain a little bit of control. But unfortunately, it was just at the wrong times. It wasn't when the rockets were coming up. It wasn't when the overshield was coming up. Even when we saw Cartel on the back foot, they waited for, an overshield or a rocket spawn before they decided they were going to try and make their push. It's just those little things and the decision making and the timing as to when you want to try and take map control that can really make the difference here in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, so unfortunately for COD players, they do bow out here, but they're going to go down to the lower brackets, so their tournament not over just yet. They can see if they can battle back and maybe make it back to grand finals if things go their way. But unfortunately, Cartel do get the better of them here, and looking forward to it. The next game we've got Question Reality up against Cartel and whether they can punch their ticket to the winners finals as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what way that shakes out. We could have a battle for France. Yeah,
I think that looking at that other winners bracket semi-final, if OEX do progress, there is a lot of stories there in that winners bracket final. But the lower bracket, dropping down to the lower bracket is going to be scary as it is. Speaking of scary, Shaway, I think, is just hovering above me somewhere, and I don't really know if I'm ready for it. And Tony's there as well.
Oh.
Boys, what a game.
I had to get my act together quickly because that ended quick, right? All of a sudden it's over. I look away, I look back, and the series is done. But what a dominant performance. That was winter semifinals, and we had, I'm forgetting the score on the oddball game, but it was a dominant oddball game. And then a stake. I think it was an even stake for game 2, 50-30. I'm still just kind of reeling from the experience. Tony, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well, man. We had the best seats in the house, and I'm be honest with you, I would have loved to have seen COD players come out and do some great things, because obviously they're good players. They're featuring a player in Josh who was formerly on Epsilon. He's a retired Call of Duty player, but he's a fantastic one at that.
Tony, that's blasphemy. You can't be saying COD players have to do good. That's blasphemy. Get Tony off here. Come on, cut Tony. Tony's
it's meant to be,
anymore.
Right?
That's $3 bucks. Tony's out of here. No more.
But let me redeem myself. I will say I'm a big Cartel fan, and what Legend and Shady have been able to accomplish in their young careers, coming out of the twos community. Shy, I know you love that. Their ultra aggressive style. It's fun to watch, and I think it's even effective coming into fours as well. Hopefully I redeemed myself a little bit.
Well, so I got to agree with you, Tony, in that, these COD players are very talented. The individual skill is clearly there. They wouldn't be in winter semifinals if they weren't very talented, but it's their fault for calling themselves COD players. And honestly, I'm kind of happy that they got beat as badly as they did, because there's no way COD players deserve to win a Halo tournament. Change your damn team name. Okay, and then we'll see you back next time. But it is a double elimination, by the way. They will be dropping to the lower brackets, so maybe they still got a shot. But just back to Cartel. Shurzy, I heard you say they are the European Splice. Tell me about that a little bit.
So the way Splice like to play Halo 5 is immediately pushing spawners. They don't let people rest. You're playing strongholds. They keep a triple cap, and every time they know exactly where you're spawning. If it's on rig, they slay you out one side of the map, then they slay you out the other side, and that is exactly the same way Cartel play. Unrelenting pressure.
I saw it all game, especially from Legend at the end, 18-9 in his scoreline. I noticed, coming off of Halo 5 with the aim, Gaskin, I found was very right stick dominant, very flicky kind of. You can kind of snap and land that shot because you're just landing the one precision bullet, which was still very difficult to do. But Halo Infinite's very different. You got a very high strafe speed. It feels like left stick kind of owns the aiming world, and your right stick needs to be super steady. Do you get that kind of sense?
Absolutely. It's all about the strafe, and I think that a lot of players who are used to playing bumper jumper and jumping a lot are also being punished here because you're very vulnerable when you're jumping through the air. It's very easy to track that compared to someone who is strafing very quickly. And also with the way the bullet spread is, if you kind of stare at a wall and you jump and shoot, you will see all three of those bullets go up from low to high. And if you think about that as you are jumping, only one of those bullets is probably going to connect with the person that you're fighting against. The other two are probably going to go over their head. So a big recommendation from me would be don't jump as often as you might if you're a bumper jumper player. Instead, work on your movement, work on your strafe speed, because Shyway's completely right. It's more left stick dominant, it would seem, here in Halo Infinite.
Dude, I've got this issue where I will be 3 shots up, okay? I swear to God. I've got one more shot to hit, and then I make the smart idea to jump. I say, okay, I'm going to jump. I'm going to win this fight, so I jump. Next thing I know, they stray 4-shot me, and I'm dead. So I'm still figuring it out, even though, I say it's left stick dominant. I still got a lot to learn. Tony, how's that grind been going for you? I mean, seeing, Cartel, seeing COD players, are you downloading anything, picking up on anything from that series?
I definitely am, and that's it's controlling the resources. Every weapon in the sandbox has a purpose. So, obviously that battle rifle, great for the mid-range, even long-range as well. But if you can control the things such as the Mangler, such as the Heat Wave, and even the Bulldog for those up-close engagements, those one-shot melees, you can really kind of create this meta where, you have that BR for mid-range, long-range. And when things get a little bit frisky, you have to keep that pressure on and force your opponent on the back foot. That's when you whip out that Mangler. That's when you whip out that Heat Wave. So I feel like every weapon in the sandbox has a purpose, and if you can understand that purpose, you can really control the resources that are given to you by HCS and 343.
You heard Tony. If things get a little bit frisky, that's when you whip out the Heat Wave. You show them who's boss. Thank you, Tony, for that. By the way, guys, our tournament, of course, as that took place, things have been continuing on the bracket side. So let's see how the bracket has updated. We'll get a look at the top, the upper bracket and the lower bracket. And just find out what's up next. So Cartel 2-0 in that series, dominant. They made it look easy, but I guarantee it wasn't. OEX, Question Reality, they have yet to face off. This is the other side of the winter semifinal, and something I'm very interested in watching, right? Because OEX, this is another dominant French roster that took out both Navi and took out Mocket just earlier, just yesterday as well. Speaking of the other side of the bracket, I believe Navi and Mocket might still be in this one. We'll take a look at the lower end. You've got the boys, and I believe the boys will now be going up against COD players who just lost that previous series. You got Mocket and Navi, so still hanging on, still in the tournament, but one more loss and they're out of there.
It's
not
actually,
easy at this level.
Team TBD is actually a team. Like they decided to ruin everything by calling themselves Team TBD. They've still yet to play the boys, but yeah, this is a team featuring Ramirez, featuring Flux, featuring Riot, some historical names throughout the Halo community. But they decided they go with Team TBD just to make everything awkward on the bracket. So thanks, guys, appreciate it.
You would think after all my years casting like esports arena that the squads that are formed last second and the names that they come up with, you would think I'd be ready for it, but apparently I'm not ready for it. Just based off of what we've seen so far today, boys, any big surprises? What have you enjoyed the most so far, Sherzy?
Well, I was giving them stick, but I think the COD players definitely can show that they can hang, and I think making it all the way to top 8. And if this is ultimately where they bow out, they can hang their heads, loud and proud, I have to say. But Cartel, they've done exactly what they said in the tin. They're a bit like Ron Seal. Unbelievable, unrelenting pressure, and I can't wait to see how they get on in the winners finals.
So we're still waiting on the next match, and while we find out when that next match is coming up and what exactly it'll be, we're going to go on a short break. We will be back with more Halo esports, more EU Open Series, so don't go anywhere. Come right back. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Halo Championship Series EU Open Qualifier. What a tournament we've had so far. Just in case you missed it, we've had one series, winner semis, Cartel up against... I always do this. Cartel up. Let's bring the 4 back in so they can remind me. It was the COD players. Cartel against the COD players. Cartel, they ran straight through. Dominant performance out of them. The COD players, they are going to be featured again very shortly. Before we jump into that next series, though, I want to run through some highlights. I want to talk about our favorite moments so far in the broadcast. Let's play some highlights up, and I'll start with you, Tony. Just off of that last series, we talked about it, how Cartel just ran through these boys with just incredible plays.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a big Cartel fan. These are my favorites going into this tournament, and nothing I've seen so far has changed my mind about that. Again, we talked about Shady and Legend, excuse me. I guess you put them together. We'll call them Lady. Their celebrity couple name is a Lady. But yeah, I mean, they're so good at 2s, and they've been able to translate that skill set into 4s with that ultra-aggressive play style, that in-your-face and forcing you on your back foot. It is so hard for you to gain any kind of a footing, any kind of reset when you have them flying at you every single life.
I mean, we talked about it before the break, just the way that the BR has kind of changed from what we saw in Halo 5 with the Magnum. Gaskin, if you can, talk about that just a little bit again. Seeing Shady, seeing Legend just snap and get kills, it's not that easy.
No, it isn't that easy. Sensitivity, a lot of people are dropping it a little bit lower than they might have had in Halo 5, and it is about your positioning. It's also about trusting your teammates. It's about having teammates that are going to support you, because you have to sometimes put yourself in a pretty vulnerable position to take a fight, and we're seeing a lot of players who are used to having a thrust to get out of jail free card, really exposing themselves and being punished for it. And whilst, yes, there is thrust that is available as a pickup, you're not always going to have it, so you don't always have that escape. So you need to have teammates who are going to give you that kind of solidity around you so that you can get into those exposed areas, so that you can take those fights. But also just the aim that we're seeing from these players is especially impressive, because the fact that, as you say, it's more left stick dominant usually, but they're still pulling things off with their right stick.
Still snapping, hitting heads somehow, and I'm sure we're going to see plenty more of that throughout the tournament. But like you said, it's very much a team sport. Like the classic games, you need to have that positioning, you need to set up. We saw that with Oddball as well. Interestingly, I find that teams tend to set up around the A stronghold and recharge. They were setting up in the yellow room. I don't know if you noticed that, Sherzy. What do you think of that setup?
Yeah, when we were talking to Wes, he said that's the place that everybody should basically set up, because you only really have a couple of locations that you have to watch for the ball carrier, and you can set up around it. You can have a guy's position to attic in Turbine as well, so it's a really strong position. And if you couple that with the sword, it's almost unbreakable.
That's the thing, is just the map and the positioning has taken so much precedent in this game. So if you can cram into that tight hallway and lock down the sight lines, make it very difficult for your opponents, you can collect quite a bit of time. And that, of course, has allowed Cartel to push through the winner's side. That has knocked COD players down to the lower bracket. Now, conveniently or inconveniently for COD players, we're going to watch them again. We're going to jump into the Losers Corner Finals. We've got COD players going up against Na'Vi. The issue here, I think, for COD players is Na'Vi, they're no slouch either, right? This team, unfortunately for them, they got dropped in winners round 3 by OEX. They got dropped into lower bracket, but since then, they have been decimating the competition. I'm getting the feeling that COD players is just kind of the next, food on the chain here. Gaskin, what are you thinking?
I think this might be out of the frying pan into the fire for COD players.
Right.
I think that they had a somewhat easy bracket in the upper bracket at times. They did beat some very good players, don't get me wrong, but the likes of Na'Vi, they were on the same side as OEX, so they got knocked down to that lower bracket a little bit earlier. And I think Na'Vi is going to be more of a test than anyone that COD players played in the upper bracket up until, of course, Cartel. So even though I'm not going to disregard the chance of a victory here for COD players, I think that Na'Vi are going to be wanting to push through, wanting to get that revenge by facing OEX again. They'll want to get to those kind of grand finals, and they will do what it takes to take down COD players here. And we could see another quick 2-0 if it's going to be game types that favor Na'Vi, but they've shown weakness. So I think COD players, they need to just pick themselves up, ignore the fact they've just dropped from the winner's bracket, and focus on the task at hand, and that is that Na'Vi are beatable. So we'll see what they can do.
They are human in the end of the day, but like you said, just getting gutted from that last series and having your momentum kind of crushed, jumping to face up against Na'Vi in the next series, not really a present, not really a gift. It's going to, if anything, be even more difficult for them. And like you said, the maps, the game types, they set a big precedent for this. It's an important part of how this series might go in our predictions as well. So let's take a look at the series layout and see how this plays out. Of course, best of 3 once again. That third map, by the way, what am I looking at with that third map? We'll start with Oddball on Streets, of course, Slayer on Recharge, and Strongholds on Live Fire. I wish Live Fire looked like that, by the way. That is a lovely graphic for it.
So, I mean, looking at those game types, we saw Na'Vi lose Live Fire Oddball. They're not going to be playing that. They're going to be playing Live Fire Strongholds. So I think they're okay in terms of game types that they've lost today,
right?
Or yesterday in the previous bracket. I think these should be a comfortable bunch for Na'Vi. I'm expecting a 2-0 here, just looking at those game types. I think the COD players, they have that raw aim, they have that raw skill, but it's going to be about whether they can actually get things done in oddball game types, where it's something a little bit different to what they're used to playing or previously played in different titles.
All right, so Gaskin, your prediction's out. You're locking it in 2-0 Na'Vi up against COD players. He's done. There's no more. Tony, what's your prediction?
Well, first of all, I'm upset with the amount of bullying that we're doing with these COD players. I feel like we're trashing on them a little too much now. Shurzy yelled at me just for saying their name. So, I mean, hey, I'm happy to see that the barrier of entry here in Halo has been brought down so much, and anybody can come and compete at the highest level. With that being said, 2-0 Na'Vi.
He tees it up and then knocks it out of the park.
So what he's saying is, I'm upset with the bullying that's going on,
but I'm going to continue.
Transitioned all the way, and then I'm going to go down to the end of the road and give the 2-0 prediction anyway. I think Dan has summed it up properly. It's out of the frying pan into the fire. I think unfortunately, COD players are just going to be a piece of charcoal by the end of the series.
You know what? I hate to say it, but I got to agree with you guys. Until we see it, we're not going to believe it. COD players at this point, they got knocked down in that first series. They're going up against Na'Vi. Na'Vi on paper, one of the top teams in this tournament. It's hard to doubt them. So it's about to be one hell of a matchup. As soon as it's ready, we will be jumping in. Just to jump back to that series layout, though, we got Oddball on Streets to kick things off here. Gaskin, have you seen any emerging strategies on Oddball on Streets so far?
I think we see a lot of people try and hold the oddball in various different areas, but the best place is the kind of tower or nest area that you might be seeing a lot of people play towards the PD side, because you can play around the back of the tower. You also get a lot of vision that's cut off from the initial tower part that you sit in, so it's very difficult to actually other teams to push. And if someone hold the other side near where the bulldog spawns, they can give you a lot of information as to where people are pushing from. So I'd say that is probably the best area to hold the ball, but you do see a lot of teams retreat into PD, which is the kind of corner building. It's very secluded. Yeah. There's only kind of 2 entrances there, but then it becomes an absolute nade pit. Nades come out of everywhere. It's very difficult to hold the ball. It becomes very scrappy, and it usually ends up with which team can first get that ball out of PD and move towards tower instead.
This is where I want to see the map layout, right? So you're saying tower, you're saying is the A stronghold point. They're hanging out back in the alley there, trying to cut the sight lines. Also, the top of the map as well, right? Because the map is just designed on that slant. You got the high ground over on that side. So, yeah, just a wonderful place to hold that ball and cut the sight lines, make it very difficult for players to access that location. And you've also got great angles with your team to support and cover fire. After that, we got Slayer on Recharge. We saw a little bit of Recharge earlier. It was Oddball. How do things change in Slayer, would you say, Shurzy?
Well, I think it'll be just as fast-paced as the Bazaar was as well. A lot of, you can get to different spawn points very, very quickly. Transitioning from A turbine up towards Catwalk is very, very easy. You can spread around to long hauls very, very quick as well. But I think we will see people set up around that glass area, around that top attic, just beaming people as well. So I think we'll see similar setups to the way the ball was working, but we might see some more pressure on spawns.
Right. Like you said, that A catwalk, that position, so damn powerful, especially if you're kind of locked in that B section by the batteries. You've got literally just almost no cover. There's angles on multiple sides that can just melt you instantly, and I've been victim to that many times. So excited to see how that plays out and how teams can lock down those spawns. Of course, if we get there, we have a strongholds on live fire as well. Tony, I'll throw it to you. What have you seen, if you have seen any kind of emerging strategies with these teams on strongholds and live fire?
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that the seaside you have that AR tower, and I think it's really good, especially if you want to try to bait for the power up that comes up. However, in my opinion, I really think A and B are the best setup, because you can plant somebody over towards Overlook who can watch the long haul setup and then watch anybody rotating over towards Commando, and then A and B just seem so close together that the moment a call out comes out, I feel like you could react to it instantly. Like I said, I love the fact that C has that tower and has really good sight lines across power up and even over towards Commando, but I just feel like it's so far away from B that whoever sits on tower is going to be kind of out of the play.
really, Livefire, very interesting map, right? Because it's got that thin hallway down the center and just towers, I guess, essentially blocking all your sight lines. It's kind of different than a traditional Halo map where you'd have a top mid, you'd have an open center and, easy lines, sight lines to cross. This way, especially for strongholds, like you said, you might have that tower, but you only have so much control on that tower. You only have so many sight lines you can kind of access. So like you said as well, I noticed that Seaside tends to be the anchor point for these teams because of the high ground, because of that nest and the commando spawn on the right-hand side. But teams tend to rotate. They tend to keep up with spawns and rotate if they need to, get to A sometimes, but most of the time they are trying to lock those players in that A spawn and, shoot them as they come out, trying to get to those caps and to take points. But one hell of a series layout. We have to get to Livefire Strongholds first to even see it. Just to kind of double back to our teams in this tournament, though, Na'Vi is one threat, but they are one of many threats in this tournament so far. Gaskin, can you speak a little bit to some of the teams that we can expect to see later?
Yeah, so Team TBD took down the boys 2-1 in the lower bracket as well, so they'll progress and play the loser of whoever drops down from the winners bracket semis that we didn't see, the likelihood of OEX or Question Reality, so it might be Question Reality. I think Team TBD are definitely a squad we have to look out for. Even though they dropped down to the lower bracket very early, I think they have some huge players. They've got Ramirez, a great IGL, and then you've got Riot, Massive Slayer, Flux as well. I think they're a team to look out for.
Definitely a team to look out for. Thankfully, though, we don't have to look at them just yet. We've got our matchup ready to go. We've got Na'Vi about to play up against COD players in this. We're about to jump into this as well. Tony, I'm going to grab you to join me to cast this one. I can't wait to get into this series.
Yes, I mean, we get to watch our only partnered squad so far here in the tournament. Na'Vi, again, Jimbo, Kimbo, Respectful, and 2Foxy going up against COD players who are trying to make a name for themselves. They made it all the way over to the winners semifinals. Obviously got 0-2 and ended up over here, but you know what? They want to prove that they belong here. If they can take even a game off of Na'Vi, let alone a series, I think that will say wonders about this young squad.
Tony, it's a whole new era in Halo esports, Halo Infinite, a new map, new game types, well, not really new game types, but updated game types, right? We're going to see some new rules coming into play, especially with Oddball on Streets here. You've got a round-based game type this time around, the first one to 100 points. But of course, so many goodies to take advantage of here. The Thrust already in play, likely. The Rockets down center map. So far, we're on board with B-Sport Josh, who's going to get that opening kill as well.
And I love the fact that Josh is working a little 1-2 combo over with Frag. One of the things I was actually kind of worried about as Kimbo ends up taking him down is that they would rely on their individual skills. COD players have that really fast reflex and that great individual skill, but I was worried how they would play around the shield system where, you're going to want to play in twos, you're going to want to bait and switch, and you're going to want to change up their style. So I love the fact that they're playing in twos, but now we're on more Respectful, working over towards the B side of the map, and even has a Bulldog.
Yeah, the fights, especially in comparison to COD, they're much longer, right? You can't just blast them with one shot. You expect to get the kill. That melee will do the trick instead. We'll jump on board with Defrag. He's going to be holding down the alley here. They already got the ball in hand here as well, so early time. Going to go to the boys in blue. They're going to look to rotate that ball out to the A stronghold, just like we had talked about previously. One of the ideal locations to keep this ball. You got high ground, you got sight lines as well, but you can see a three-man push coming up through that alley. Right now, Nolson doing what he can to just rotate this ball out to PD. He will get taken out, though. And with that advantage in numbers, it looks like the ball will be transferred over to Respectful and team.
And now that was the setup that Gaskin was talking about. Here over towards the police station, you want to control all of these angles. You want to have someone sitting over towards top A, looking down over towards that rocket street, somebody over towards Bulldog, because that gun is absolutely crazy. As we're shooting a shotty in the hands of Respectful, he's going to be taking some heavy damage here, and he's not able to get away with his life.
Tony, I heard if you bark, the Bulldog hits harder. So just next time they fire it, you just be ready. Either way, that Bulldog's going to go down for now. Big trade over an alley just to whittle their defenses a little bit. But as we say this, the points starting to collect here on red team, 8 and counting. They're going to rotate that over to alley. Back on board here with Respectful. Once again, holding down A, trying to lock down sight lines. And these boys in blue just spread across the map here, looking for a point of attack. Respectful going to snap, take one. Big opening right there. And all of those openings, all those kills, they give just a little bit more time to Kimbo, who's sitting in the back here with the ball.
And and we are seeing a lead change go in favor of Na'Vi at the moment on board, still with Jimbo, but he's going to be taken down. That's going to be 2 down for Na'Vi. Maybe COD players can take advantage, but just let's say that Respectful coming in for the cleanups.
And this is huge by Respectful, right? If they lose those numbers, they lose that ball, for him to jump back in here, take a couple trades, it buys his team time to get back to this section of the map and start to win these fights here. Respectful. Oh, big opportunity out of him. He's going to lose that one, though. And all while his shields come back. I like the pre-nades just to deny the potential for a challenge. You can see right now, Nolson, he's got a double dilemma. He's got one directly out front, trying to cut the angles, but the melee going to come right up out front. And that gives Red the ball once again here, though looking dicey in the alley.
COD players need to be careful and value their lives a little bit more here. When in a 4v4 situation, you cannot be the first player to go down. As the moment you do, you're giving the advantage to the opposite team, and then they're going to play their numbers, especially in a team as experienced as Na'Vi. I want to see COD players almost play it like it's a search and destroy. Value every single life, especially when you have that setup locked in, as we're seeing the ball going to change hands. And I love watching Kimbo's point of view. He has such a smooth shot. It's very left hand dominated, but he will be taken down.
Smooth shot, but gets overwhelmed just a little bit. I like the attempt, though, right? He knows he's down numbers, tries to rotate the ball just a little bit, focus on staying alive, getting a trade here. All in the meantime, COD players going to try their hand on the ball. They'll lose that one, though. Another pressure opportunity coming up through alley here. Good shots into Kimbo. Going to back Kimbo down, but once again, weak. You can see he's got Josh to the other side of the map. The Spanker now up as well, so point of contention. You got Jimbo just closing it off, but he's down for the count. Full shielded teammate can dive in, pick up those rockets. So COD players, they got some artillery. Can they do something with it?
And 2Fox can get a big kill right there, able to secure the ball, putting his 11th kill on the board, but Melee's are starting to go in, and 3 down go COD players. But now we're seeing the Stalker rifle, not for long, because he's going to go down as well.
The Stalker rifle will be making a couple appearances. I'm sure that thing, I believe, is at least a 3-shot kill with great accuracy. So it could definitely lock down some of these sight lines. And you're going to want to lock down these sight lines, especially when you're holding onto the ball in PD here. So nice little rotation coming out from 2Foxy. More time starting to be collected. You can see the gap in the score distancing itself quite a bit here. 69 and counting. And what are COD players doing to answer this, Tony? They're struggling to make these pushes. You got that one player who is seemingly alone on that challenge, and that's not what you want to see.
I mean, don't get me wrong, COD players started off amazingly. They were putting the first plays on the board. I think Josh started the game off 5-1, but then Na'Vi kind of found their footing and easily have bounced back, and now we're seeing Slays heavily go in favor of Team Na'Vi. That's a large reason why they have a lead right now, as the Bulldogs started to make waves. You said you have to bark when you shoot it. I mean, clearly its bite is more effective than its bark, as the double kill is going to come in. That's going to go in favor towards Jimbo. And that might be it. With 9 seconds left, it looks like Na'Vi going to be taking round number 1.
You know what? I really think it comes down to that play from Respectful, though. Just rotating through, getting a huge flank, 2 slays as well. He picks up the ball, gets the extra time. Next thing you know, they win round 1 confidently. We saw a couple things in this round already, Tony. We saw that A-size setup. We saw the scavenging, the control of the weapons as well, which is so massive. So once again, Rockets up center. How will they play it?
It looks like Jimbo wants to control over this B Street, but he is going to be taking a little bit of damage from behind. Luckily, he's able to wrap around and get a great weak side flank. Excellent nade coming in. That's going to take down D-Frag, and now he's right behind enemy lines. Beautiful flank coming out of Jimbo, and a great collapse. 4 down go COD players.
And just like that, rinse and repeat. They got the slays. Where will they rotate the ball now? Right now, they don't have that high ground, right? The spawns are open over on PD, and you can see they're aware of it too. Jimbo just waiting on spawners. So this time they've rotated the ball over to C. Low map, but still they can make this work, especially if they're ready for the attack incoming here. Nades into the doorway, Shoddy in the back pocket. Plenty of opportunity for this man to make a play. Kimbo going to play it slow for now. Teammates now pushing up, though. This is the time to collapse, or at least stay back, collect that ball time.
Well, yeah, with another 3 down going in favor of Na'Vi, they know all they have to do is set up. When you have this setup locked in, I talked about it before, when you have it locked in, at that point, your only objective is to put down more damage and take as little damage as possible. Stay alive, force the enemy team not to be able to push up, get the slays when you need to, but Na'Vi just really locking this down 27-0 as Kimbo and Dave are going to be trading off kills. Jimbo gets a big kill off the screen, and just like that, 3 down once again go COD players.
Man, Na'Vi, just they're not shaken, right? COD players had a 2-pronged attack right there. They sent 2 on the right side, 2 on the left at the same time. You thought that would have worked? But all while that happens, Na'Vi, they prevail. They just managed to stay alive here and hold onto the ball where it is. You can see that ball's now rotating out through. DreamHack to do what he can to get the coverage on it. Big assist. Going to dive into Ali here as well. He wants a piece of the melee, but just slightly out of range, and that's going to hurt him. These trays will continue until somebody can get an opportunity for the ball here.
And let's be serious, Alex. I mean, what did we expect? Again, this is 3/4 of that world-renowned Fab E roster. I mean, they're destined for greatness, as Josh is going to be able to take down 2 Foxy. Now we're going to switch gears over towards Respectful, trying to make his way over towards Rockets, able to get it and get out of dodge. Now, notice with Rockets, when you pick it up, it has a little bit of delay before you're able to shoot it, and you're seeing that he wasn't able to take advantage, but it is going to swap hands over towards Kimbo.
What do you think of that update, Tony? Because I personally like that, right? Rockets are so powerful, as you can see on screen. Last thing you want is to pick him up immediately, be able to fire him, or else he'll do something like this. That's a double. He's looking for the triple onto Nelson. Don't tell me he gets it. He'll go for the challenge, but Nelson will put him down, rightfully so. The man had no cover, but I like the attempt.
And notice, I mean, obviously the Slays are, they're pretty close right now. You have 8 out of Jimbo, 6 out of Kimbo, and Respectful piece. They're pretty close to COD players, but what you're really seeing is that objective efficiency. The moment the Slays start to go in for Na'Vi, they don't hesitate to hop onto that objective, to lock in their setup and make things as difficult as possible for COD players, where even after COD players are able to get Slays, it seems like it takes them a while to get their footing here, as Respectful is really starting to go off, but he's finally going to go down, switching gears over towards Nelson, who's not able to win his individual gunfight. And while all this is happening, the ball has swapped hands.
Have that ball being traded left and right, but you got to love the presence of thrust in this map, especially in that section of the map when everything's so tight. You got these close corridors. Being able to just jump left and right, dodge nades, can be so satisfying, leads to some big plays here. But of course, right now the game plan, just hold on to the position, hold on to the setup. You can see he's got DreamHack on his right side. He's got 2 players on the left to hold down C and allow him to collect time. This is the most time we've seen collected at a COD player so far. The best setup we've seen out of them so far, though I might be speaking too soon. Pressure coming in from 2 here. Snaps onto Kimbo for 1, and that's going to leave 2 Foxy stuck in that red room with limited options here.
Well, they're in a 2v2 situation, but once again, Na'Vi actually going to lose that individual gunfight. Do not count COD players out just yet. They have a setup of their own, but just as I say that, 2 down go to Boys in Blue.
Respectful with a hot double in the feed. He's back in our POV. Nelson's hiding in the door, though, and you got to watch out for this man. He does still die, though, so great team help coming in there last second. Ball now collected. Looks like they might have a chance to rotate this out to PD, which would be ideal. All well he does that, though. Challenge coming in from the front door C here. You can tell he wants a piece of it. Also managing ball time at the same time here, so Respectful. Just juggling the options. Got a teammate in the back of the base to clean that one up. He's got teammates out front. Look at this escort as he rotates the ball. Na'Vi playing this cleanly.
And I really like the way Respectful was playing that right there with the ball. He noticed that one of his teammates did go down, and you notice he was right by that B stairs. I think the moment he started to get pressured, he would have threw the ball over towards the middle of the map, kind of pseudo playing it and resetting the situation so they could bait it. But you notice that this team ends up getting Slays on their side, and now we're seeing things they start to up the tempo. They're starting to get a little bit more aggressive. 2 down go COD players, and hold on. Frag is fragging right now.
These boys are getting kills. They're moving quick. I don't know if you saw that, Tony. I think earlier that player went for a melee and then weapon switch into sprint so he could get around the corner instantly. Little things you can do to cancel animations, move quickly. These players will pull out just to get that slight competitive edge. This is, of course, huge for DreamHack and team. They're going to need this time here. 45 and counting, and to hold on to it in PD. Pressure coming out from A side. He's got the sightlines locked down, but not ready for a player right in the front door.
But another 2 down go COD players as we're switching gears over towards Respectful, who he's going to go down as well. Back-to-back kills going in favor of Nelson and Dave. And now we're seeing Slays go. But another player going down. Assault rifle in the hands of Jimbo. You know I love me some AR action. Jimbo, show me what you got.
The assault rifle is so powerful, but so is the rest of the sandbox. You got to be so careful and play the assault rifle in the right scenario. Unfortunately for Jimbo, just getting crossed up from multiple angles. What's better than the assault rifle? The rockets, though, Tony. We'll see if this man can put it to work. So far, just needs a target. He's going to cross-map it. A little risky, right? Doesn't get the kill for it. And, maybe a bit of a wasted opportunity with those rockets. At the very least, thankfully, they do have some form of coverage here. Flank coming in. 2 Foxy just putting that man down. He'll rotate back to center. So unfortunate for COD players a little bit. That's going to disrupt their setup.
well, give him a break, like in Call of Duty, the closest they have is the noob tube, which can really go distance. He doesn't know. You got to value those rocket pods. We'll give him a little bit of break on that one as one down does go COD players. That might be the initial kill that Na'Vi needs to take advantage of this onboard with Kimbo, playing a little bit slow, just waiting for it. And the overextender ends up coming in and taking down Kimbo. This might be exactly what COD players need to mount to come back.
I don't know. That overextender was by himself, though, Tony, right? The moment he jumps in, he disrupts the setup for a split second. But if his teammates aren't there, ready to cross immediately, then what's it for, right? Shoddy in the back pocket here of 2Foxy as well. Gonna make things perfect for the rotation. Picks up another on the B Sport. Gonna snap into center. No way he's using Shoddy. That distance, the BR will do the trick for the double. And look as he just brings out the bag already. Tony, the man's mean.
Teabag's already coming in. I don't think that man liked that flavor right there.
Nah.
We're on board respectful with the ball.
We call that Earl Grey.
And it looks like that's gonna be it. The game number one, heavily going in favor of Na'Vi, but I will say, COD players, they showed some light, especially in round number 2, where they showed us that, hey, they can slay out and maybe they can hold a setup of their own. Maybe they can bounce back in Slayer.
Their biggest opportunity was that setup on Seaside, right? They had the setup in the subway station. They had players watching both right, left side. Things were looking good, but something that we noticed time and time again from Jimbo and team is their coordination, their ability to disrupt and break setups, and then to rotate, create their own opportunities. I think Respectful had one of the biggest plays in the game there was when he picked up the ball at C, rotated it, but recognized that he was in a crucial middle position in his team and couldn't just hold the ball. Needed to also lend covering fire and pick up a couple kills along the way. So having that flexibility as a teammate, recognizing your position, your role on a dime, and being able to manage all of it, I think is what's allowed Na'Vi to hold on to the lead confidently, even with COD players showing a little bit of life in round 2.
And to be honest with you, I mean, the one thing I really enjoyed about watching Na'Vi's point of view is that, it wasn't like there was anything, crazy flashy. We're used to watching Halo 5. People are thrust sliding and zooming all over the place. What you saw is just good fundamental Halos. Get your slays, get your setup, and lock it in. You don't need to go after that crazy triple kill, overkill, or do anything crazy. What you need is just good fundamentals, and that's exactly what you saw executed by Team Na'Vi.
Tony, I personally don't mind if they want to go for the triple, if they want to go for, it would be hype. So don't tell them to go for the triple. I want to see it. We saw it earlier, actually, right? We had the double with the Rockets, and who was it? I think it might have been Respectful. I can't remember, but he jumped out into the street. He had no cover, and he's fighting the man who's up on the head glitch out on the B stronghold. This is it right here. It's Kimbo. Look at the confidence out of this man. Like, you love to see it, right? When you're getting kills like that, you say, screw it. I'm going to get this 4-shot. I'll cross them, even if I don't have the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, they also afforded themselves, I think, a 37-0 lead at that point. So if you afford yourself enough of a gap, hey, go in for the crazies. But again, like I said, it was really the fundamentals. It was really the ability to know exactly where you want to be and exactly what you want to accomplish. And it's all about execution from there. I can tell that Na'Vi have been scrimming. They know exactly the setup that they want. And it's all about just getting into place and letting the dominoes fall where they may.
Yeah, I mean, you make it sound easy, Tony, but when we get on the sticks, it don't work like that, does it? It's difficult when you're actually in the game trying to micromanage the situation and very quickly prioritize the right targets and be efficient, which is something I've recognized is so much more important in Infinite, similar to the classic games. You got to be so efficient. You got to be so smart with your decision-making, because any slight mistake and you're dead. That's it, right? You're out of position. You got very limited options, very limited tools to escape. So we saw some great efficiency out of Na'Vi. I expect to see it continue on Slayer. Recharge. Tony, any keys to success jumping into this one? What do you think?
Well, you know what? I think COD players, if there's a chance that they are going to win a game or at least create some momentum, I think it's going to be on Slayer. I feel like they win their individual gunfights. I mean, when they get into them, I feel like they have the ability to win those pivotal battles, and that's what it's all about with Slayer. The one thing you have to be worried about with Na'Vi is not only are setups popular in oddball game types, but also if Na'Vi get into a setup in Slayer, you have to isolate one or two players as you go to break it. And I think COD players are in a perfect position to match that. I mean, they play game types like Search and Destroy, like Control, where it's all about breaking a setup and winning their individual gunfight. So I think if there's any chance that COD players come out with a win and create some momentum, it's going to be right here, right now.
I mean, I'm with you on, the fact that there is a chance they could potentially do it. But Tony, I mean, we're talking about Na'Vi. We're talking about the coordination, the teamwork coming out of these boys. On top of that, we got a grapple on this map. We got a repulsor on this map. We got a shock rifle. We got a camo. We got a lot of goodies to fight over here. And I can only imagine they will be the source of some high-tier play. So let's see how these boys opt to play around these resources, especially off this opening strat. We're going to jump on board with Jimbo. Jimbo going to try to hold two angles at once here. He's got one in yellow. Camo was up, and I think it's been picked up by a blue player.
We see Respectful and Jimbo working a little 1-2 combo over here toward the outside of the base. Shots are starting to ring out. Frag trying to stay alive. Excellent kill on Respectful, and the double kill coming out of D-Frag of Tart. My gosh, I talked about it before. I said COD players have that ability to win these pivotal battles. They have that individual gun skill. Now it's time to prove it.
Individual slaying power is there for sure. On top of that, they got some resources to work with. You can see the repulsor coming into play here. The man wanted to use it, and it can be so difficult to pull off, right? You're committed to a pretty long animation if you're out of range, and understanding that perfect range can be difficult because sometimes you do get that perfect pushback. Sometimes you get nothing. Of course, all will I say that the sword is in play too in the back pocket of Jimbo.
We did momentarily see a 3-1 start for COD players, but just like that, Na'Vi able to bounce back and steal away this lead. Jimbo now taking some heavy pressure here over towards the outside, ends up going down to one shot. He's gonna like to back down and try to play his life. Luckily, has a teammate there that's gonna cover his back, but Josh is hitting his shots on the other end.
Jimbo just skating right now. Look at this man very carefully navigate the map. Are you kidding? He'll get right up into the face of one for the sword. And this is where the equipment in the sandbox starts to come together, right? Repulsor up. No way! He dives in with the sprint to connect that. And Jimbo right now making big plays for the team. He's also set up for his teammates to work around him.
And we do see two teammates actually electing to rotate over towards the long haul side. Meanwhile, Jimbo getting ready for that camouflage a bit early. I'm liking the way Na'Vi are playing this right now. Respectful off the screen ends up getting a big kill. That's going to be the initial kill they need to create some kind of offense coming out of Na'Vi. They're playing so well. And look at the lead. The scoreboard does reflect this.
Na'Vi on a bit of a run, Respectful with a bit of a flank, though he does get killed. Camo, though, all while that happens in the hands of Jimbo. Jimbo's still popping off. Still got the sword. Still getting kills here, too. That's a double and a spree for this man. Spawners up on Seaside. Jimbo intimately aware of it. Just going to sneak attack his way through. Perfect opportunity. Look at this. Nothing these boys on COD players can do. That's another double for Jimbo. He's not done yet, Tony. He's looking at spawns, too.
I want you to do me a favor, Alex. Tell me a better combination than camouflage and sword, because I promise you there is no better one. As we're seeing the control room going heavily in favor of Team Na'Vi. Just Jimbo. There's no contention whatsoever. There's nobody there. He's living rent-free over towards the control room, easily able to take on the first player. Going in for the sword for the double kill, but luckily Foxy has his back, and it is now a over double-digit lead going in favor of Team Na'Vi.
Gee, finally he died. Tony, I was like, how the hell is this man alive? They're coming out of nowhere. There's 1, 2, 3 blue players, a fourth one out front, and the man's just bobbing and weaving. Finally, he ends up getting taken out. But Jimbo, what a life. And what an opportunity it's allowed for his team. Now 22-10. Shock rifle coming into play here in the hands of Respectful. He'll snap and miss that first one. Got to get out of dodge here, and misses the jump just slightly. I talked about this with Clutch earlier. It takes some time to get used to the maps, right? You can miss ever so slightly with some of these jumps, and that is your death because of it.
Back on board here with Frag. Frag catching the backside of Foxy right there. Excellent kill. Come at him. Now he's going to go and challenge the player over towards Attic, which is going to be Jimbo, forcing him to back down. Meanwhile, Respectful actually taking down this player that was watching the Whirlpool side. He's well aware of it. Communication coming in. Must have had the UAV activated. Trying to use the repulsor, get a little fancy with it, but he's not going to get away with his life. Kimbo getting an excellent double kill.
Such a great way to neutralize that incoming pressure, to just throw out the repulsor, push him away, throw him back, give your teammates a little bit more time. The Needler in play, Tony, does he dare? I haven't seen much Needler just yet in competitive, and not quite sure how much of an impact it can play, but Kimbo, if he's feeling himself, I wouldn't be surprised if this man pulls something off here. All while that happens, we've got DV, who's trying to make the rotation just to hold on to top ground here. Not ready for the incoming Needler, though, but the double melee will do the trick.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I mean, the kneel, he's not using kneeler for kills. He's ready. He's ready for when they win. He's gonna drop the Walshy type teabag with the kneelers. Fear the pink miss. 12 and 3 coming out of Jimbo right now. He is absolutely going off. Respectful gonna get a big kill off the screen as well. And now we're seeing two Foxy and Jimbo work a little 1-2 combo over towards the attic side, going for a flank. We have another two players going over towards Maintenance Bay. They're about to collapse in as Kimbo Respectful end up getting the first two kills. And here comes the collapse. 3 down. Make that full squad wipe going in favor of Team Na'Vi.
Tony, the game's been out for what, 5 days? And they've got perfect spawn collapses on lock. They had 2 on one side, 2 on the other, just going to lock him into yellow with no options. And that's going to give them a favorable trade once again. Now 38-21, you start to wonder if a comeback is even possible. 3 members of blue, they're trapped over on C. Quick little rotation out of Kimbo. He's going to back out of this situation, hold on to the advantages. They got insight on where all these players are. That's going to be useful, especially if you got a buddy directly beside you to help. Not ready for the chow behind, though. And Nelson, nice little flank there just to disrupt the setup, but is it enough?
Well, I mean, luckily for COD players, you know, it's still early within the day that they're going to be done here. Maybe they can hop into a Challengers Circuit tournament or something after this. I'm not sure, but it looks like this is all Na'Vi right now. It's 15 kills coming out of Jimbo as we're actually on board with him right now, holding down Maintenance Bay. He does have a few teammates wrapping over towards Long Haul, and now we're seeing the entire COD players rotate towards Control Base as Camouflage is coming up. And two Foxy's well aware of it, gonna actually get caught off guard. Big kill by Frag, but Kimbo coming in for the cleanup. And now B-Sport Josh a little bit too late, not gonna be able to know exactly where that Camouflage player went.
I mean, Defrag will pick up that kill, but in the end, it just becomes a trade, right? At this point, they can't afford a single trade. All the pressure, all the power against them here. 47 and counting, just 3 to close the game. I mean, at this point, it's looking like a matter of time. Can he pick up one, though? Jimbo will take him. And Jimbo with the camo once again. So just to add insult to injury, they are dropping like flies for a steak-tacular 50-28. Tony, I mean, we saw dominance there. I thought for a second COD players had a little bit of life, like we said in Oddball, but man, was that snuffed out in Game 2.
And sadly, COD players will be going home a little bit early, but I mean, big ups to them for making it all the way to the winners bracket semifinals and making it over to day 2. I mean, that's huge. And I bet you any money that they're going to be hitting the drawing boards, doing that film review. And if we see COD players next week, this will not be the same COD players that we saw today. They will be even better than they were this weekend. So I want to see COD players really. No one needs to hang their head low. I mean, again, they did one heck of a job, in my opinion.
Let's keep with this scoreboard just for a little bit, though. Well, if we have some control, I'd like to see the Slays, the Deaths once again, though. But Jimbo, I mean, popping off that game, Tony. It says apparently his accuracy is 40%. I disagree. The man was snapping on faces. He's getting kills left and right, 17 and 5 in total. You know what? Maybe a big part of that was the sword was a massive part of play there, right? The man had the sword, he had the repulsor, he had the camo all at the same time and a killing spree because of it. But just lovely control of the sandbox and spawn control out of these boys in blue as well. They had intimate understanding of the spawns and how to collapse on them.
Yeah, I mean, it brings me back to, I hope we could get on replay eventually. Maybe we'll have it after a break or something. Highlights. But there was a point where Na'Vi were flanking over towards Long Haul side, and we were clear on them. And then we saw a beautiful collapse coming in out of 2 players over towards Whirlpool. They literally locked COD players over towards Maintenance Bay, collapsed perfectly, and ended up squad wiping them, only losing 1 player. And at that point, I was like, okay, that's it. There's no way that they're coming back from that one.
I mean, we're seeing it right now, Tony. There's the double. Jimbo just left and right. The man getting kills. I like the patience on that one, by the way. He had the sword out originally. He switched it back to BR because he knew he would be giving up that high ground and potentially compromising himself to go for the sword kill. So the BR was the play. Somehow the man decided or managed to live even longer than anyone would have expected. And I think that's a big part of the reason why they were able to, hold on to their dominance. I think that was the tail end of the collapse, by the way, there, Tony, on Yellow Room. Like you said, that well-timed collapse. Couple big slays left and right, and we did see some good slays out of Defrag, out of the boys on COD players. Like you said, the individual skill is there, so I hope we see more COD players. I hope we see Fortnite players. I hope we see Apex players, right? Come on, come one, come all. Let's play some Halo. Halo's back, baby. We've got so many, just when we get to NA, I mean, wait until we see Snipe Down the boys start to play as well, Tony. It's a whole new era in competitive Halo. Let's also bring Gaskin Scherzi back into the fold, bring us back to the 4 box so we can talk a little bit about that series some more. I know we all predicted 2-0. Did it kind of end up exactly as expected, Gaskin?
Yeah, I think there was moments of hope for COD players at times. I was like, yeah, the individual ability is there for these guys, but I just think that ultimately teamwork wasn't quite there. I think they have a lack of knowledge when it comes to playing ball. They didn't really have any strategy for breaking a setup. It was more like, we're going to try and get kills, and then we're going to pick up the ball, and then we're going to hold the ball until we get killed. It wasn't, we're going to set up here, we need to position a player here to stop them spawning in certain areas. There's just that little bit of lack of knowledge, I think, with Halo. But if it comes, then they could be a team to look out for, because the individual ability and the shot of some of these players is different class. Like, for considering they've been playing a different game and they've only just come over to Halo Infinite, like, there is definite potential for this squad. And one other thing I wanted to mention, because we've been talking a lot about, aim and right stick, left stick movement. Don't forget, mouse and keyboard players, you can play too. Like, there is a massive possibility we could see some huge mouse and keyboard players coming into Halo Infinite. Whilst most of the competitors are controller players, I'm sure we'll start to see some M&K keyboards players come out of the woodworks and really show us what they're made of.
I think for once, mouse and keyboard has a good shot at being, top competition as well. Things early on are going to be more rough, understandably. We got controller players who've been playing this game for upwards of a decade, right? Competing at a high level. Mouse and keyboard just coming into it now, but the potential, the skill ceiling there. I mean, Shurzy, have you played any M&K yourself?
No, and nobody needs to see that. Nobody ever needs to see that. That would be a disaster. I stick to my pad. I need all the aim assists I can get. If anything, if 3 for 3 can give me more, that's exactly what I'm looking for. For the most part, though, I'm going to echo what Dan said about the COD players, that they were very good at getting the slays, but knowing what to do once they did, it sort of looked like they ran out of ideas. So I think if they can get the fundamentals down, and no doubt these players are good enough that they will learn fast. So they're going to be a different outfit when we see them next week, possibly.
Right. When it comes down to team play, it's a different ball game. But like you guys said, they are learning very quickly at a staggering pace. So can't wait to see a little bit more of them in the future. Until then, let's take a look at the bracket and see how things have changed. Of course, we just wrapped up that losers quarters matchup. Na'Vi, they'll move on with the 2-0. But in the meantime, we've had Cartel. They faced off against COD players earlier today. They also 2-0'd COD players. Rough day for COD players, unfortunately, but making it as far as they did in the top 6, no slouch for sure. In the meantime, OEX faced off against Question Reality. They ended that series in a 2-0 also. That means that Cartel and OEX have to go up against each other in the upper finals. Very interesting, because this is the Battle of France in the winner's bracket. That's all that's left in the winner's side. We'll talk about that in a second. Let's take a peek at the lower bracket and see how things are shaking up there as well. Now, we had the boys and Team TBD. TBD are still in the tournament. They've made it with 2-1 in the series. They will be facing off against Question Reality. Unfortunate for Mocket Esports, they did lose to Na'Vi just previously, and now COD players will lose to them again. So Na'Vi, despite going down winners round 3, they have been 2-0ing every competitor in their wake, and soon, it's just a matter of time before they're in that lower semis, maybe even lower finals. But can we talk a little bit about the winner's bracket? What French? It's all French in the winner's side of the bracket. Did we expect something like this, Shurzy?
Expect it, yes, certainly. I think when we see the way the brackets shook out, I think if you were to cast your eye over it, you would say, okay, I could very feasibly see both French teams being in the winners finals. They didn't have to, outside of OEX playing against Na'Vi, and that result was a little bit in the air. I think this is very much what we thought would happen. And the storylines as well can be very interesting. We have the likes of SLG, who used to actually be a team member of Cartel, dropped in the end of Halo 5's life cycle, picked up for Jimbo. So he obviously has, some motivation to play here, and they're on better terms now, but you have to think that, the bragging rights are going to be there.
And it's exciting to see. It's a whole new era in Halo. We just started, and we're already seeing some incredibly high-level play and potential with players that weren't a part of Halo Esports previously, who are suddenly here and I think could take over, potentially. We're going to have to see in that upcoming winners finals matchup. It's going to be between OEX and the Cartel, but after the break. So don't go anywhere. We got a huge matchup coming up next. We'll be back with more HCS. All right, we're back with more Halo Championship Series EU Open Qualifier. What a day we've had so far today. In case you missed it, Cartel, they've been dominating through winner's side. They are about to face off against the other French juggernaut, OEX, in just a second. Before we do that, we are going to relive a little bit of the Navi versus COD Player Series that just took place. And I'm going to welcome back our casters to the table. Once again, we got Gaskin, we got Shurzy, and Tony joining me. And I'm Shyway, by the way, in case we're not acquainted. Boys, we got to relive some highlights from that last series with Navi versus COD players. I'll just start with you, Gaskin. Just take me through that series a little bit.
I think Navi showed their experience with Halo a little bit more here, and even though, we were kind of making jokes about COD players and coming to a new game, I think they really shined in this tournament. Top 6 is a fantastic achievement. In these games, though, they just lacked a little bit of structure when it came to knowledge. They didn't really necessarily know what to do once they had set up with the ball. They weren't comfortable breaking setups either. Navi just had that kind of plan A, B, and C, whereas I do think for the COD players, it was just plan A, and that was kill, try and get the ball, and then see what happens afterwards.
Tony, we just had the privilege of casting this one together. Did you have any big highlights that popped up for you in this last series?
I mean, I just talked about it before. I just talked about Navi's ability to just execute. You knew that they wanted to set up every single map, and they got their slays, they got into their setup, and they held it. It was just such good, disciplined Halo. And to be honest with you, I'm gonna rewatch some of this, and I want to implement some of this into my gameplay because I'm definitely not disciplined. I will fly out there and go in for the challenge and lose every gunfight. Meanwhile, Navi are playing what, in my opinion, what's perfect Halo.
It's that H5 kid mentality, Tony. Don't worry, I got it too. But Shurzy, I mean, just after watching that series with Navi, of course, they got knocked down to lower bracket early on yesterday, but now they're back with a force. Do you think that puts them in a good position to go up against these French juggernaut rosters we have on the winner's side?
Well, I think the evidence would definitely show that on an individual level, we have players like Jimbo who made that second game. That was pretty much the Jimbo show. Camouflage, sword, holding down control. There was a little bit of hesitancy when he was thinking about rotating into Turbine, but he backed himself off, realizing if I go in there, I'm a little bit more open, a little bit more exposed. And that's great Halo IQ to back down. I can control this whole side of the map with this sword and with the camouflage as well. So great play out of Jimbo. I think they're fit and firing and ready to go.
They're looking good. We'll see if it's good enough to face off against these two teams that we're about to watch. So we'll jump over to the winners finals side of things here. We got OEX up against Cartel, two very dominant French rosters right now. Gaskin, can you introduce me to these teams, please?
Don't forget the sprinkle of England as well from Snipe Drone in Cartel. Us English people will take anything, by the way. He will be our leading boy now in Halo. But Cartel, as you said, three amazing French players featuring some of the fantastic Halo 5 gods that we saw, featuring the likes of Legend, and also with Snipe Drone, who is the newest addition to this squad. I do worry about the language barrier. They are calling out in English. Does that hurt them ever so slightly? Doesn't look like it so far. Going up against OEX, which again is a full French roster, but features SLG, who was a previous teammate of Cartel. So I think this is going to be a little bit of rivalry between these two. There's a lot of history and also a lot of experience. And Shurzy, I mean, we were watching scrims between these two, weren't we? And it was pretty close, but one team did come out on top.
Yeah, out on top. Yeah, well, Cartel actually won the scrims 4-2 with you've seen OEX winning both Strongholds game. Unfortunately for them, with the way the game types worked out, there's no Strongholds game types here. So does that play into the hands of Cartel? Perhaps just a little bit. There was a close slayer in there, a 50-49 on Bazaar as well. So these two teams are neck and neck, and it will play out a little bit differently when it comes to a live event, when there's a little bit of money on the line, with there's some seeding points as well. So when you're under the lights, you're on the Halo stream, you might play a little bit differently.
Right, a little more pressure this time. But thank you for the sneak peek, Shurzy. Let's take a look at that series layout and see how it maybe shakes up our predictions here. I think you said there was no Strongholds, and you were correct. Yes. So great work seeing ahead there. But CTF, Bazaar, Slayer, Aquarius, and if we get there, we got Oddball on live fire to close out the series. I'm hoping this one goes the distance. I think if any of them do today, it's going to be this series right here. But I want to start here in predictions based off of what we see here. Tony, are you leaning to one side or the other? What do you think?
This is going to be a tough one.
Put the pressure on you. OEX
is made up of 3/4 of that roster that placed top 12 in 2017 Halo World Championship. So And they really had one of the hardest roads to get to this point. So I really want to lean towards them. But you know me, Alex. I go with my heart. And my heart is telling me that there's some new kids on the block.
New blood.
And that's Cartel. Their speed, their aggression is unmatched. I'm going Cartel. I think it's going to go to game 3. We're going to see a 2-1.
Okay.
But I'm going Cartel all the way.
All right. Conservative pick, Tony. I like it. Gaskin, what are you thinking?
I don't know if I'd consider Cartel new kids on the block, just with the domination they've been doing throughout Halo 5. No, like they were the new kids, and now they're starting to get old, like the rest of us. It's a difficult one when you look at the game types and you look at what's there and available and what they played in the scrims. The only game type they played in those scrims was live fire oddball. That was won comfortably by Cartel. I think Snipe Drone went +10. He absolutely popped off. They won 2-0. So I think with that being the deciding game, I'm going to go for Cartel here over OEX, which is difficult because OEX have looked fantastic all throughout this tournament.
Okay, so we do have some unknown variables. Like you said, we haven't seen the first 2 games in their scrims, and those first 2 games are going to be the most important. We are just about ready to jump in. Before we do that, Shurzy, last-second prediction. What are you thinking?
I think just to go against the grain, I'm going to give SLG and the boys the benefit of the doubt. They had that tougher run. They might be a little bit hotter, so I'm going to go 2-1. And SLG's team can turn it around and turn that deficit, which was 271, in their favor. Okay,
well, Shurzy, unfortunately for you, it's a 3-against-1 because I'm going Cartel 2-1, and you'll be the one guy who's voting against us. But maybe it'll work out for you. Let's see. We're going to jump into the series. OEX up against Cartel. Take it away, Gaskin, Shurzy. Good luck.
Thanks so much, Alex. And up first is going to be Bizarre CTF, Dan. It's the first time we're going to see it on stream. Talk to me about, the recipes for success. How do you get that flag, and how do you get it out and all the way home?
That's the difficult part of Bizarre CTF, is getting that flag out. It is an absolute fortress either side. It's one of those game types where if you manage to get one flag, you can play it pretty defensively, and we'll see a lot of games finish at 1-0, I feel, when you get the kind of top-level Halo players going up against each other. But it's about getting that first flag. There's several different ways to try and go for it. Pushing into your opponent's bar allows you to gain so much map coverage. You can see a lot, you can give a lot of information, you can shoot down at the spawners who are going to be spawning down towards Trench and then to the lower sewers. But then it's when you run that flag, the likelihood is you're going to have to slay your opponents twice. Like a lot of history in Halo, if you got 4 down, probably a flag cap. You can get that flag across the map pretty quickly, and you can all kind of stay in a position and you can slay again, and then you can go for another flag cap. Doesn't happen on Bizarre CTF. You've got to join that flag, you've got to track back, you've got to slay as you run. So you want to try and force the spawns to either one side of the map. Usually you want to try and force them to the kind of sewer spawn because they can very easily be naded. Have someone in your sewers, you can be waiting for those players who are going to try and overextend to push through. But it makes it a very fun but difficult CTF game type. If both teams are playing it correctly, it could be a stalemate, and we could be at 0-0, get to overtime, it could be 1-0. If both teams are playing it incorrectly and quite sloppy, then you could have, flags going in left, right, and center. So it really depends on how comfortable these two teams are on this game type.
It's an interesting point you raise as well about trying to get the flag into bar once you pull it out, and then you have to almost make a decision on the fly, if I'm correct. You don't know if they're going to spawn over towards that tower side, or the nest side, or down towards that sewer trench area as well. So you kind of have to rely on the teammates' communication to see if you can secure that flag cap. And of course, you can't do things like of Halo Old, sitting on the opposing flag and trying to get back-to-back caps. There's no point in getting greedy. Bring that flag all the way home, escort it with your teammates, or as Clutch said actually to us, you'll be getting dropped mid-tournament. So that he feels very strongly about coming back. As we now jump into the game, through the eyes of Snipe Drone, who had a fantastic game. And immediately, you see that starting strike. He goes to try and secure that power up, and it looks like it has been dropped. Still on the pad as well, but Snipe Drone opting to shoot and help his teammates down. That's going to be a lovely start from him as well. As 3 members of OEX go down, Snipe Drone finally hits the grave.
Wasn't able to get the overshield as well. Wasn't able to slam that one in, so the overshield's still available. The grapple tries to be attempted. You asked me the other day, do we expect to see teams try and use that grapple to bring the power-ups close? But it does actually require a bit of accuracy. Missed on that occasion, but certainly a very scrappy start to this game. Both teams trying to get those power-ups, trying to get the likes of the dynamo grenades, which can really give you a big advantage in this game time.
Yeah, now we're seeing SLG. What can he do to try and be the influencer? Can he push the pace? Can he dictate the way this game is going to flow? His position now over towards this hut as he drops down bottom middle, faced with Sika, and unfortunately a combination of Legend and Sika will take him down. So unfortunately not able to get anything up and running there with that life, and he will have to come back and watch the rest of his teammates as that grapple does get picked up. And now Legend has the bar control, and this is not where SLG and co want him to be.
just another quick reminder in case you're just joining us with this observer, with the way we're looking at it right now. You have to use the little arrow that is going to be next to the names in the top left or the top right. You will see it very faintly next to Legend. That's how you know who you're watching for the time being. But that flag has been pulled. It looks like they're trying to go for a run here. Some good shots again coming out from Legend, but it depends how far they can get this flag. This is where now you need to overextend if you're spawning, and if you're on the team that's running the flag, you've got to be prepared to nade those overextenders and get them out of your base.
Unfortunately, we are seeing two members of OEX going down. Urix and SLG have faded away and will not be able to stop this. This is going to be as clean a run as you're ever likely to see. Straight into bar, straight through double doors, and then all the way over top middle as well. So nobody in position to stop that. And that just goes to show how strong Cartel have been, with another two members of OEX going down. They're on the ropes here.
I think what was impressive from that flag run was the fact that Cartel all pushed in as a unit. There was 2 or 3 of them on the flag. They slayed together, then they ran it, and they all moved collectively across the map, being prepared for whoever was going to face them. And the one remaining player went back to the base and did a full sweep to check no one was there, killed the overextenders, and it was a really solid flag run. And now, if I'm correct in thinking it's difficult to score flags on this map, I think OEX might struggle to get back into this game now with 9 minutes still remaining. But Cartel being Cartel, they're going to push for more. There is no chance they are going to sit back.
Yep, you mentioned, you know, if you can set up a little bit defensively, almost park the bus, but I think the situation is, that's not how Cartel play. They wouldn't know how to do it. 2 members go down for the moment, though. Nurix is waiting to spawn back up. He has just gotten up now, a full complement of the side of OEX. SLG trying to push that tree now, fortunately back down with a couple of nades as well, and how he could use those dynamos to see if he can clear the hook, but unfortunately he does drop down out on that balcony. Rockets though come through. Stark gets that kill. Snipe drone will fall, but double doors action going down. Thrust pack as well in control of Sika. He's trying to play defense. It looks as though they've gotten the job done and they've withstand that tide.
If there's one place you don't want to just be aimlessly pushing, it's double doors, because it is just filled with grenades and you just walk into a very unpleasant situation. But again, just the shots coming out that we're seeing from Sika, it does eventually fall, as both teams will now try and gain control of the middle of the map as they look towards the next power-up spawning shortly. And at the moment, I would say that Cartel are in enough control that they shouldn't be too worried here.
No, not too worried at all, but 4 dead for OEX. They're a team that definitely have to be worried. Flag out on the move again, heading towards those double doors. Fragger sees the flag on the move and is going to try and cut it off the pass if he possibly can. Expect to see some nades land at the feet very quickly. Gunshots will do the job as well, but I like this here from Snipe Drone. Standing, waiting to take the fight, knowing if he tries to run that flag, he's going to pay the price of his life.
Oh, just tunnel vision there from Chick, looking at the flag, not even considering the power-up, and there was Snipe Drone waiting in the wings, helps his teammates, they continue to run the flag, and now Snipe Drone can just dominate the middle with this extra shield he's able to pick up. It should be another comfortable flag cap if Snipe Drone can get one more kill, but it looks like he's struggling to find the players here. Here's Chick though, and it looks like, yep, okay, that's going to be a kill. Nice assisting from the team, and I think that Cartel look on top form right now.
Snipe Drone doesn't speak French, but he does speak Halo, and I'll tell you, all he does is deal in numbers, 0s and 1s. That's how you speak Snipe Drone. Tell him where the players are, he will shoot them, he will put damage down. Fragger down towards that sewers area, being backed all the way down. I like this game intelligence from both players, realizing they don't need to die here and will live to fight another day.
Really impressive stuff from Cartel at the moment. Just OEX, they need to try and pick up the pace a little bit, but at the same time, they need some map control right in the middle. They need to be thinking about this overshield. They need to be thinking about the rockets. And then once they have control of them, pushing up, getting those slays, get a flag pull. They're trying their best to get into this base. SLG, though, the last of just 2 players, flanking around, trying to be a nuisance. And it's all well and good being a nuisance and hitting shots and getting kills from behind. But if it doesn't result in map control, then it's all for nothing because you're 2 flags down.
Let's also talk about those 2 flag runs, Dan. Both identically ran over top middle through double doors. We thought we'd see some more bar control, but maybe that's just the dominance the Cartel are seeing here. They're so confident in their shot, taking those fights as Legend goes down ultimately there. But why are we seeing these runs going across top middle be so successful?
I think the top middle runs, when you are slaying correctly, they can work out. Because when you spawn, if you've already died, you can actually get to top middle, you can get to middle very quickly. If you try and run too safe and you try and take it down to sewers, you do leave yourself quite vulnerable to grenades and also quite vulnerable to a quick return from one of the spawners, because they can kind of get that return whilst no one's able to get any vision. If your flag is in top middle, you're going to have great vision on it, especially if you've got control, especially if you're getting those power-ups. And I think a power-up might have been picked up there by OEX. If it was, then maybe that gives them the chance. But certainly power-up control has been very much in Cartel's favor throughout this game.
Yeah, Cartel have definitely secured 2 of the last overshields, it must be said. Snipe Drone putting the second one to use to secure that flag cap. Just controlling top middle. We're seeing Cartel do another push here, but Rocket's coming back, but they're coming back to play defense, it seems. But 3 dead now on the side. Make that 4. They're starting to run flags again across bottom middle. It's all about where they spawn. It looks like they will spawn over towards that hut areas. They had got sewers blocked for a moment, but Legend is waiting on his flag box, waiting to try and push that one in. But unfortunately, OEX, they're on hand. They're trying to make this stop.
Yeah, so if you're not blocking the thruster spawn, it's one of the most popular spawns and one of the most likely spawns. So if you do block the sewer spawn and you run that flag quick enough with 4 down, you know pretty much where the other team's going to be spawning. So you just need to be prepared with some grenades, bombard that balcony, and make it complete difficult for them to actually push out. But 3-0 now. The flag runs have been somewhat flawless from Cartel. OEX have not had an answer whatsoever.
No answer. Snipe Drone sitting in the bar, waiting to be served, but unfortunately he's been served fresh death as he does go down. He will hit the respawn screen. Chicken Fragger, the last 2 alive, as SLG will accompany them now, just off the respawn, but they're sitting back base, they're being penned back, and this such is the control that Cartel have had. We're going to see a flag pull, but perhaps that is just enough to get Cartel to come back to help his team get out off the respawn, but this could pay for him as well as he does go down. We might see Cartel get a flag pull of their own.
Yeah, Cartel... Well, that's going to be 4 dead once again, so a nice perfect coming out of Shady, and now they're going to go for 1 more bottom mid spawn, but that's the downside of trying to run it bottom mid, is that someone can spawn in the alleyway, someone can really ruin your run completely. But I think Cartel, because they're so comfortable in a lead here, they don't have to overextend and push desperately for this flag. Instead, they just can continue to dominate top middle. They can look at the clock, say, look, we've got 4 minutes left. We're 3-0 up. We don't need to do anything silly, as a triple kill from Chick, just putting that Mangler to use.
Putting that Mangler to use, the spiritual successor of Halo 3's Mauler. But only it does have a little bit of range as well. It does pack a nasty punch.
Oh, really does.
And Mangle is exactly what it does. Seek it down on the stairs, take it down to no shields, ultimately taken down altogether. Half of that overshield left to burn as well. Can they get this flag all the way out? It looks as though they're going to play a little bit of defense for the moment, as we're seeing OEX try to get that flag across, but unfortunately taken down is Fragger. So they're going to have to start all over again. But such as the dominance that Cartel have shown, we have the benefit now of looking at the Slays as they trying desperately to get this flag, but maybe too much.
Yeah, Chick still with Mangler in hand, and they were able to actually get a push because they were able to pick up the overshield for the first time. I think it's something that OEX haven't been able to achieve. It's just been dominated by Cartel throughout the entirety, but that flag is still being run just there or thereabouts. They've been training this one through. They've been desperately it a little bit because they have to. They need to get a flag quickly. It is not easy to score quick, successive flags in Halo Infinite. Instead, you need to be making sure you allow time to get back into the game.
They were trying to force that flag through pure commitment and passion, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to get the job done. Bulldog in the hand of Snipe Drone, just surveying this double doors area as well. Going to try and help his teammate secure this flag pull. 2 members go down, and immediately Snipe Drone spins around on a swivel, looking for those fresh spawners, getting that grapple hook as well, so we can get touch tight to anybody overextending. We can already see on the player outlines as the player has leaked through, and Snipe Drone has unfortunately missed that, so they're going to have to slay him on the way back. It's going to be Nurix trying to set up on these double doors, but he's going to run straight into a Bulldog, and it barks and it bites.
It does indeed. Another one of the weapons you need to be picking up alongside the Mangler. It really can do damage up close and personal. And it looks like this could be yet another flag going in favor of Cartel here. They just seem to have found the right formula here against OEX. They're comfortable with their top mid control. They're slaying correctly. And look, there's another power up if they want to grab that one as well. Or is this one going to be ignored by OEX? Maybe the communication is going to be sent towards the teammate. It's looking pretty dire at 4-0. I'm surprised. I thought that this was going to be a little bit closer between these two, but it has to be said, Cartel are just dominating the Slays, and that allows for the amount of control they've been able to find.
Control is certainly a word you could use. Utter domination they have had in this map so far. There's OEX just not been able to get going. They've been playing on the back foot since minute 1. Cartel doing such a great job at dictating the pace of play, and top middle has never been out of their control, it must be said. Power-ups all the while secured, rockets as well. So they've had all the ingredients to use, all the fundamentals to make your game successful. Has all gone the way of Cartel, and this flag's only a matter of time before it looks like it's going to get punched in.
They've thrown in all the ingredients to the mixing bowl, and they have baked a pretty heavy cake that OEX will not want to go anywhere near, because this has been a one-sided affair that was definitely against the grain. When we looked at the statistics, when we looked at these two teams, how they've been performing in this tournament, everything led to this is going to be a close series. This is going to be a close game. Even when we watched the scrims this week, they were close games, but Capture the Flag on Bazaar is very much Cartel's home turf here. They knew exactly what they wanted to do coming into this. Right from the get-go, from their starting strategies, they've been perfect from minute one.
This is nothing more than a statement of intent from Cartel, just how dominant they can be against some of the best players in Europe, it must be said. The likes of SLG, Nurix and Fragger. They've been there and they've done it before on European soil, so such a strange thing to see here with them being so utterly dominating this flag game, and they have got a Slayer to try and bring it back, and anybody can win a Slayer, but at the moment I've been thoroughly impressed by how Cartel have handled this.
Yeah, and my worry is when we go to that game 3, we've already seen Cartel beat OEX in live fire on Oddball. It happened in a scrim, sure. It's going to be different in tournament play, but certainly statistics are not on their side as we will close out this game. It's going to be 4-0. It is Cartel absolutely wiping the floor with OEX, something I was not expecting, and we need to see a response from OEX in the Slayer.
Yeah, Slayer up next, but we're looking at the Slays in that Bazaar CTF. Unfortunately, Legend had a game to remember as well. What a performance out of him. He had 27 kills. They were heavily outslayed as well as heavily outmaneuvered there, where OEX. They've got it all to do, but what can they do in this next game?
I think if they look at the Slays, I think the OEX are going to be like, oh, well, maybe we just don't play this Slayer here. We don't actually worry about it. But I think power-up control is going to be very important. If I'm correct, it's going to be Aquarius Slayer, so they need to be controlling that camo top middle. But we'll talk more about that as we look at the stats in this previous game. It was rocket control. It was overshield control. Everything was there for Cartel, and it was how they actually maneuvered their way through the map. There was a time where Snipe Drone, the flag was being run. He could have picked it up, tried to chain it back, and just said, oh, let's full commit to this. But he thought about it. You said he was all about zeros and ones. He's a bit of a robot. Well, he realized that overshield was coming up. He played it patient. He shot someone in the back who was unaware of the fact the overshield was going to be rising. Picked it up, slayed the rest of the players that were in middle, and then the rest of the team were able to put that flag in. Just little decision-making, things like that, is really going to set you apart from other teams. And I'm very impressed with what I just saw, not just from Snipe Drone, but from the entire Cartel team.
Yeah, it was some lovely in-game IQ from him as he was positioned looking at the flag, and he went and looked over towards Overshield, and he caught Chick, just like you said at the time, tunnel vision looking at the flag, and he caught him unawares and was able to take him down. It's little decisions like that, not to get hyper-focused on the flag and the objective, but look at the bigger picture, and that's exactly what Snipe Drone did, and he played a huge part in making sure they were successful.
And something I want to talk about as well, we saw the Mangler in a little bit of use throughout that, and you said it was the kind of successor to the Mauler in Halo 3, and whilst yes, it's a one-shot beatdown, you also said it's pretty decent at long range. It's a 3-shot kill to the head from distance. That thing works as basically a magnum in the right hands of the right player, so it has so much versatility. Not only can you get up close and personal, you can go for the one-shot beatdown. If you are consistent with your shots, if you are confident in your accuracy, then that thing can outshoot a BR. Although, it is punishing. If you do miss one of those shots, you will lose a fight against a BR, so it's risk and reward. But for some of these players and some of the shots I'm seeing, I think we're going to see lots of the Mangler. We're going to see lots of these newer weapons from Halo Infinite really play a part in the Halo Championship Series.
Yeah, I think the reason why I didn't mention the 3-shot headshot thing is because I don't think I'm actually capable. I don't think I'm actually capable of doing it. I think that's the issue. I think I didn't even know you were allowed to hit 3 headshots back to back to back. So impressive stuff from them, and we will no doubt see the Mangler use, and it will evolve as the meta does shift as well. But we now turn our attentions to Aquarius Slayer. I have to say, Aquarius probably being one of my favorite maps as well, and we're talking about spiritual successors to Halo 3. This plays very much like Onslaught and a little bit like as we said, Midship or Truth as well, and it's a really good flag map, and I hope to see Slayer on Aquarius could be just as good.
Yeah, it's a difficult map to play on Slayer if you're not familiar as a team with your callouts, because there's a lot to look at, there's a lot to call out. I mean, that's where a lot of these players are in Halo Infinite in general, right? There's not enough specific callouts right now. It's in general, it's just like, oh, they're pushing from this area to this area. The bit in between doesn't really have a callout, but eventually, as we grow, it will get a callout. Maybe Clutch will get something named after him, but I don't think so, because he doesn't deserve that just yet. But Aquarius Slayer, I think we're going to be needing to focus again. The power-up control, camo, top middle, can be very important here in Slayer, and just top mid control in general. If you are working as a unit, again, catching people on the spawn cycle. You can have so much success here on Aquarius Slayer. And if you're brave, you can have one player, the kind of pistola effect like he used to do in the old Halo days, roams around bottom middle, just listening to callouts and cleans up everyone who's panicking, trying to run away to the needle side or to the plant side. Because there are a lot of like kind of little areas you can tuck yourself away to hide, but one grenade can soon sort that out.
Yeah, plenty of pockets to hide around, and like you say, there is no specific call out, so some of those players are falling through the cracks, and it's really a player like Ryan Noob's, playground really, if he can get himself up and running. But we're talking about, if you get the competitive itch, that competitive bug, and you feel like that the players you're watching today aren't very good, what you do is head over to faceit.com, get your team signed up, and be sure to follow at HCS as well to get all things competitive Halo. That's going to be the hub going forward as well as Faceit as well. So get your teams all signed up, join a few Discords, find some teammates, start playing some competitive Halo. We'd love to have you. But now we do turn our attention to Aquarius Slayer, and as we do load in, we don't have anything like a sniper rifle to contend with, no power weapons of real note, but we do have a power up.
And of course, there's a heat wave as well on this map. And yes, that thing, I think I will call it a power weapon. And we've got some dynamo grenades, which I think I might call that a power weapon as well, because they can hit hard. But the heat wave, as long as you're using it in the correct way, you're using it vertically, not horizontally. I had to think about that one because I had to just line myself up. It can hit shots in a single target, and it can really just demolish another team. If you have it horizontally, the shots go a little bit wayward, and even though you can sometimes get a shot with it and a beatdown or something, the vertical way seems to be where all these pros are going. What did make me laugh, Richie, is that when we chose a player who likes to roam bottom mid and finish kills, we both chose NA players rather than a European player, considering one a European. So, I mean, if you want to be the Dan Gaskins of the world and you want to walk around bottom mid and you want to finish all your kills, you can. No, but if I'm talking about an actual player, Snipe Drone, he's perfect for that, right? He loves just finishing off and listening to those callouts, but he's going to have 3 French teammates. Are the callouts going to be as good as they would? Are they going to be as fluid as they would if it was the same language that he was playing? But at the moment, it doesn't look like it makes a difference because they are absolutely popping off.
Yeah, he doesn't have to listen to too much when everybody he's fighting is either one shot or he makes them so for the rest of his teammates. But now turning our attentions to OEX, SLG and the boys, they went down so heavily in that first game, and no doubt that's put their nose a little bit out of a joint, and they're going to want to bounce back. So he has to do it here, or they're going down to the losers bracket.
They're already, they're already at that kind of point where they're probably thinking about the losers bracket, and they're probably thinking about Na'Vi rubbing their hands together at the potential chance of getting a rematch, because even though they would have been on that high after the winners bracket run they've had up to this point, they've just been knocked off that high horse they've been sitting on firmly. They have been pushed off so far that they probably are going to be dropping to the lower bracket before we even realize, because this has not been a game. That Bazaar CTF was not a game that was close whatsoever. There's not even any positives I can look at what OEX did. It was all about Cartel, but they need to change their fortunes here in this Slayer. They need to respond to Cartel in a way that Cartel say, oh, okay, no, they are here to play. We need to worry about what could happen in map 3 if we lose this Slayer. If Cartel, however, off the rip, they manage to go 5-10 kills up, I think the heads might start to drop with OEX, and they'll already start to be thinking about that losers bracket.
It's interesting you talk about the start, and if Cartel do go 5-10 kills up at the start, and how that might be punishing to the confidence of maybe OEX. But on the flip side of that, if OEX can get the better at the first opening engagements and maybe secure camouflage as well, that could put them on the right track, and they're experienced enough, they're good enough to be able to know how to close that game out, and we could see the map number 3. But how important are these starting strats, these opening engagements going to be?
Yeah, I think starting strats at the start of any game are always going to be a little bit wishy-washy. I think I heard someone once suggest they were, because you don't really know what works at the moment. You've also not been able to watch other teams and know what their strategies are, so instead you kind of go for default strats. I'd love it if players have got to the point where they're already coming up with intelligent strategies that are really trying to break that kind of default dynamic, but I would imagine that most people are going to play it the same way. But if we do see something a little bit different, I know, like all 4 people bombing one way to then kill one player, get the man advantage, then push up and grab the camo, that is something that could really propel you to have that momentum boost that you so desperately need in a game like this. But we'll see what happens. I think that a lot of people are unsure of how to start a lot of these maps because they need to see it played at the highest competitive level, right? We're seeing the best players in Europe now. This is where the meta is going to be for Europe, but that meta is going to constantly develop. It's going to constantly change depending on who learns what, because everyone's learning something every day. I see a new Twitter video about how you could drop a weapon to fire a plasma pistol and then get into your BR faster. All these little tiny things are starting to creep up already.
Yeah, and something you're saying, players learning the game, and as we do start to load in, somewhere I've seen Snipe Drone like to position himself is over towards top closed or top needles, as it's been called if you've been watching Onset's videos. So that's somewhere where he's played. He puts a lot of damage down. If he receives any sort of damage, he's able to back down and get away into some of those closer sight lines. He's able to get himself out of dodge and out of harm's way and come back to fight again. So be expecting to see Snipe Drone positioned there, and perhaps Cartel soaring and foring as a result of that. But we're seeing that these starting strats up and running already. Sika has fallen, has too, as Chick, so they've traded off pretty evenly. But there we go, man advantage now in the favor of Cartel, 2-1.
So for OEX, if they do go down too far behind here, they just need to not panic. They need to ensure that they all just bound together and say, look, we are still good enough. We can still take these guys. I mean, the individual ability of a lot of the OEX players is second to none for the most part. Like, we've been watching them scrim all week, and SLG, for example, is an absolute monster, but It just seems like Cartel are on a different level now, and I am surprised. I have to be honest. I thought that this was going to be a lot closer, but 7-4, you know, it's still possible for OEX, but certainly the starting stages of this game, Cartel are demonstrating the same things they did in the previous.
Yeah, speaking of the starting stages, and something they did on Bazaar very well was get the power-ups, get the power weapons. That has happened again. Legend was able to secure that camouflage, but OEX starting to grow in confidence now, back within 2 kills. They have maybe closed that gap just a little bit, but as I say, that Stark does ultimately fall as well. We're on board looking through the eyes of Shady now as he sprints and slides around the place, trying to find some people to shoot, and unfortunately for the moment, he's not able to find anybody.
And not anyone at all, and that does happen sometimes if people are staying together and ensuring they're not leaving themselves too vulnerable. But very impressed already with the starting strategy and the starting of this game for Cartel. They just need to make sure they don't get overconfident and start to push things unnecessarily. But I do love this map as a whole. As you said, it is one of your favorite maps for CTF, but even for Slayer, It does play pretty nice. It does remind me of some of the midship games. And I do think that as we develop through Halo Infinite and the meta evolves, we're going to see players play it very differently. It could end up a little bit standoffy at times, but I think there's enough avenues that you can flank and you can break setups that it can stay very fast-paced.
Yeah, I can definitely see this particular map on Slayer being one of those ones that could go to 49-49. You have a massive standoff with players crouching around corners and nobody wanting to move, nobody wanting to blink first to make that mistake. But at the moment, 17-15 in favor of Cartel, and it's very close at the moment. We're going to see another camouflage as well very, very shortly. We'll see who's able to get their hands on that. Legend being the last one to control it. But it looks as though both these teams trading blow for blow within 3 kills, as well as we're seeing Snipe Drone just clamber towards top middle and over towards that closed side. Like I said, puts shots straight into SLG, puts him away. Chick as well would have lined up the double kill, but Legend on hand to get that. Now we're seeing Fragger actually has gotten away, scampered with the camouflage, and how can he put it to use?
Okay, so this is better from OEX. The camouflage is going to be really important, and now a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Fragger. He's going to have to look to see if he can flank around, but just as I say that, the camo is gone, just like that. We mentioned it earlier, 30 seconds is all you get for the camouflage. You've got 1 or 2 kills in you before it disappears, and it becomes irrelevant. And even though OEX are keeping this one close, they are still behind, which means they are on the back foot. They are going to be struggling to find the kills, but look how these players are all looking to pick up that thrust. They're all looking to find that equipment that can really give them the advantage as Shady takes down SLG.
What I'm really impressed there by as well for Shady is he's run completely into front court and not taking any damage, such as the confidence and control they have in the map. He knows he's not going to take any damage to go over there and take that fight over by that fridge area, but Sika has lost his life now. It's a 4v4, both teams back to a full strength complement of each other, but 3 members of OEX all hunting in a pack, trying to weed out any of the Cartel members, but unfortunately not able to find too much. Just Chick does get a kill, but they're rotating accordingly, and 2 members go down now. OEX are starting to fight as a team.
Yeah, they've tied this up 26-26, and they've got Cartel scrapping off spawn, and they're not really been able to get any shape. Instead, everyone seems to be running around the map as pairs at the moment. It is another way you see a lot of pros attempt to play, a lot of Slayers, just to make sure you can bait and switch. But Fragger gets another 2, and the lead has finally been gained by OEX. And now it's what they do with this lead. The camo is going to be coming up. They can grab that one, and they can try and take real advantage of the map control they've been able to gain here.
Camo up, and they do grab it indeed. Dan, as Nurex puts it to work immediately, taking down Snipe Drone. Should be a double kill, is a double kill. 3 dead now momentarily as Legend, the last man alive. They need to try and find him as quickly as he possibly can to try and dictate where the spawns are going to be. It looks as though he has been able to play his life long enough for his team to spawn back up, and now they're starting to collapse now on this yellow base. They're all set up over there And we're seeing the camo player in Uric starting to make moves. Takes down Legend once more. That's 2 members down as well. I see the claps coming through very quickly.
Yeah, it's also good sometimes just to keep them in that base, try and force the spawn so that you know where they're coming from, and you can just watch those angles, you can watch those doorways, you can pre-nade, and you can make it very difficult to push out. But now a 4-kill advantage here for OEX. This is what they needed. This is the momentum shift that they so desperately required in what is only a best of 3. A winners bracket final, only best of 3, so there's no room for error. But here's the boy, here's the baby, here's the heat wave I was talking about. Vertical does hit a couple of shots here or there, but there's going to be the bank shot to get the final kill onto Snipe Drone, and now it's still going to be a 4-kill lead.
Yeah, the heat wave definitely working like a bit of a chilly heat wave Dorito. As we've seen him, it's getting very spicy, puts those shots down and evaporates players into dust like it does end up on your fingers at the end of a packet of Doritos. But either way, Snipe Drone through the eyes, putting down some shots onto 2 members top middle. Wisely decides he's going to back down and live to fight another day. All members of Cartel step up over towards this grass area. Over on plants, or open as it's being called. It will no doubt evolve and shift as we do carry on, but they're the callouts that they've been given loosely. As Legend gets himself into a bit of a tussle and comes out on top, and that nade cooks them all the way through, does that disruptor nade.
Well, this is where Cartel really need to kind of slow this one down. Yeah, the Dynamo Grenade doing its damage, but it's a 7-kill advantage for OEX. And Cartel want to slow it down. They need to minimize their deaths, but by slowing it down, they will naturally give a little bit more map control to OEX, who already have top middle, and they are searching. They are hunting for Cartel members. They're not allowing this one to slow down. They say, we want to take this to a game 3. We got absolutely smacked in game 1, but we're here to make a statement in game 2.
Make a statement they are. You just need 2 more kills to close this out, and they will push us to a game 3 of Live Fire Oddball. They've gotten 1 secured in the bag, just need 1 more, and they know exactly where Cartel are positioned, and they're starting to collapse on that now if they can. Chick puts a couple of shots down, as does Snipe Drone, as they trade damage back and forth. Legends isolated all alone. He is taken down. That will be game, set, and match there. 1-1 in the series. We're going to Live Fire Oddball.
We are going to a game 3, and I'm impressed from OEX, because after that start, they went down by about 4 or 5, and I was starting to thinking, okay, this is going to be more of the same. But they started to demonstrate their raw talent and their raw aim. It wasn't the most strategic Slayer. There wasn't those times where both teams were having a standoff and they were trying to get map control. Instead, it was both teams kind of circulating the map, running as 2s, and it was all about who could hit their shots. And in that particular game, it was OEX hitting their shots just far better than the side of Cartel. You can see the stats there on your screen. Not the game to remember for some of the Cartel boys, but on the side of OEX, all pretty consistent. I think it was Fragger who was the one who was step up when it came to flanks. You can see he only had 3 assists, so he really was finishing those kills, demonstrating what I was speaking of earlier, being that one player who just hunts and listens to call-outs to get those players who are already weak.
Yep, Fragger coming out on top in terms of MVP of that game, but no doubt complimented by his teammates. He did manage to get himself 15 kills, only having 10 deaths as well, 56% accuracy as you can see there, but also shooting quite a lot, making sure his damage was there. As you can see, like Dan said, Chick and SLG actually doing more damage than them, but he was going around finding those players, getting those flank routes, and doing exactly what we said. Flanking around bottom middle, just being a little bit unpredictable, a little bit unorthodox, finding those angles and ultimately getting those kills. But now we do head over to Live Fire Oddball. Dan, you spoke about in scrim results. It was 2-0, 200-71 was the score, so they managed to beat them rather convincingly, did Cartel on OEX next time. So, or last time. So let's talk about what can OEX do to turn their fortunes around here.
Yeah, they did it last time, so let's talk about the next time, which is right now. This is where, you know, it goes 2 ways when you look at scrim results. We can look at it and say, hey, they got battered 2-0, Snipe Drone went +10. This is going to be an easy game for Cartel. But OEX would have learned a lot from that. They would have learned how Cartel are going to approach this game. They could have analyzed it, watched it back, which I really hope they did. I watched it this morning because I knew that this was a potential game. I knew that this could have come up today when I looked at what was going to be happening between these 2 teams. And as we just look back at the highlights from the previous game, Live Fire Oddball, it was just one of those where Cartel were in control from the get-go. And I think that was down to the starting strategy for OEX. Too many of them were looking at the ball from the start. They went bottom middle, they were throwing their nades, whereas Cartel, they were focusing on grabbing power-ups. They were grabbing power weapons, and they were putting themselves in the power positions so that when the power-up did come up, they were there to grab it. And they were rotating the ball so effectively as well, were Cartel. I think that's going to be one of the extreme things we're going to be seeing throughout Halo Infinite, throughout Oddball in general. who can rotate it better, who can recognize when a team is spawning somewhat near them and when they're going to be a threat. If they are, you rotate towards your teammates. And Livefire is a great map to actually demonstrate oddball rotations, because there's several different ways you can hold it. There is several different routes you can take to rotate it. It all comes down to the ball carrier being confident to listen to the IGL and rotate it at the right times.
And Livefire as well, it's particularly oddball and strongholds that it can play, like, you don't really want to play your position to try and get kills most of the time. You're playing for information. When you see an enemy player, you want to call them out for your teammates and try and stay alive as long as you can until the cavalry arrives ultimately, because you don't want to be going down, because you give the enemy team the free reins on that side of the map. So what you want to be doing is playing for information, backing down and hoping your teammates come and help you out.
Or if you're playing with you watch you die.
Oh, yeah.
You run over, you try and like rescue the team, and you pick up the ball and you say, oh, that Scherzy's died again. It keeps happening. But, you know, eventually I'll get a teammate who stays alive. And I joke because I'm usually the one dying with the ball. But you are right. Those are the ways you have to play this game. And you need to make sure you've got someone who will be confident to call those rotations as well. The IGL has to have some sort of domination around the rest of the team. He says, look, this is how we're going to do it. And the rest of the team says, okay, boss, yeah, no, we'll do it like this. Because if there's any second guessing, if someone tries to play it their own way, it just doesn't work out. You need to have someone in charge and someone that the rest of the team is going to listen to.
Well, speaking of IGLs, your in-game leaders for OEX, that's going to be SLG. He's going to be the man that dictates where his team's set up, and they do listen and respect his decisions when it comes that way. We're seeing Sniper Rifle there on the pad. We don't see it utilized too much on oddball. It's very hard to get set up and really for a Sniper Rifle to find those angles as well. So we're seeing them do a similar start and start again, nading bottom middle, but Heatwave ultimately in the hands now of the boys on OEX as Chick picks that up, secures it, and 2 kills going in their favor as well. So that should be oddball on the move and in their possession.
See, the main difference I'm already seeing from the scrim to now this actual live game is they spawn on different sides. And maybe this side is a little bit more beneficial when it comes to OEX. They were more comfortable with their starting strategy. SLG picked up a kill, but unfortunately Chick will go down, and that will be the Heatwave going perhaps into the hands of one of the members of Cartel. Looks like one of the players may have disconnected from Cartel, so we'll see what happens on that side. But certainly to start, OEX looked a lot more comfortable here than they did in the scrim.
Yeah, I think ultimately we will see a reset of all things there, but it's an interesting point you raised about positions in which they spawned, and we've seen Chick go bottom middle to secure that Heatwave, and he did die this time, and that could be a very good little bit of information that he has next time to know, okay, well, they're not going to push me bottom middle. I can get that Heatwave and start to move somewhere else. Yeah,
I think the Heatwave is something you have to have in your back pocket. Someone needs to be ready to pick that weapon up and go to town, because it's all well and good being confident in your BR, all well and good having someone who knows how to hit shots with a sniper, but the Heatwave can literally 1v3 another team if you use it correctly. And even with the best BR in the world, you're not really going to see someone achieve that with just BR shots alone. Sure, with maybe grenades alongside it, you might get someone really clutching up, but the Heatwave really can provide that extra little bit of a clutch factor that your team might need. And that could be, you know, a 1v3 that allows you to pick up that 1 extra second of ball time that allows you to actually win the round. So there is all these different things you have to take into consideration when it comes to the guns and the weapons that you're using. I saw someone in Twitch chat earlier saying, oh, you know, Halo only has 2 weapons that you actually use. And I think in previous Halos, I might agree, but in Halo Infinite, there are so many weapons at your disposal that do a job, and a serious job at that.
Yeah, in particular, we were talking about the Heatwave, giving it all the props as well, but on Livefire, let's talk about where to hold the ball. Where's the most place I can set up to I'm going to get the most time? We're seeing people rotated towards base. We're seeing people rotated towards tower. Where is the optimal place that you would find to pick up that ball, bring it there, and it's going to be as safe as possible?
Optimal place, without a doubt, is going to be back tower. A tower in general, you can set up a lot better. You can spawn everyone towards base. You can spawn everyone towards the power-up side, towards the dummies, and you just get so much vision. You almost get free shots sometimes when people are spawning towards those the power-up side. So if you can hold the ball there, it's great. Yes, you're going to be a little bit vulnerable to some of the best grenaders in the world, but if you position yourself correctly and if you're quick, hot thinking, you can get out of the way, and you've got the option to throw the ball off the map if things go south. However, we do see a lot of ball work happening in the base, and that's mainly because it gets scrappy. And when you are panicking, you grab that ball from bottom mid, it's easier to get the ball into the house, the base, the garage, whatever you want to call it, than it is to actually get it up to the tower when you can sometimes get shot in the back. So it ends up being just a real scrap and a back and forth of teams holding the ball in the garage, dying, then the other team picks it up, dying, and it's about which team can quickly rotate it from garage to tower when the other team is spawning over towards the kind of green area. When you do manage to achieve that, you could spawn trap them, you can get them caught bottom middle, and then you can start to rack up some serious oddball time.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you do say that about the oddball, but also we've gotten an update on the floor. Navi have won their game and they will be progressing as well. So It's good to see them. They did take down TBD 2-0, so they will be in the lower finals while we wait. Not team TBD this time. It's going to be actually to be determined. As
This
we wait
actually
for one of
is
these
a
teams.
TBD.
This actually is a TBD.
So
We're waiting for.
As an update for you guys who don't know who Team TBD are, that is Ramirez, it's Flux, it's Riot, it's some real powerhouse hitters of European Halo who have teamed with the likes of Navi, the likes of Foxy, the likes of Jimbo. But in this occasion, it looks like Navi were able to get the better of Team TBD and they won't progress any further. But Navi will be waiting in that top 3 position for the loser of whoever comes out of this winners bracket final. At the moment, I don't know which way it's going to go. I was fairly confident it was going to be Cartel, Richie, because Cartel were looking on top of the world and Bizarre CTF, but then OEX looked like a different team as we went into Game 2. We need to see that OEX in Game 3. Otherwise, if we see the OEX from Game 1, they'll definitely be dropping into losers bracket.
And something that OEX can maybe stand in some sort of confidence is that they know if we do win this game, we've beaten Navi before, we beat them 2-0 earlier in the tournament, so there's no reason why we can't do it again and have another crack at Cartel. The other side of that thing is Cartel haven't played Navi yet, so it really is going to be a mixed bag, and we're getting confirmation there. You can see Bizarre CTF with a commanding, demanding lead 4-0 for Cartel. Aquarius Slayer played a little bit differently. OEX recovered very, very well, 50-42. So we do head into Oddball Live Fire. It's going to be a little bit of a mixed bag to see who can get set up nice and early. That heat wave is going to be used, and we are going to jump straight into that game as well. But also something we haven't spoke about is the power up as well, Dan. That's going to be there. That's going to play a part.
Yeah, it really does, and you have to focus it, you have to be ready for it. However, if you can kind of set up in a position where you can watch it, you can almost bait it, and you can encourage the other team to push up on it, and as soon as they do go for it, they are going to be vulnerable when they start trying to slap it into their chest. I think that rotations are everything here with the ball. I think that also split spawns are very common. This was something we were speaking to the likes of Onset, the likes of Clutch, who we'll see later on the North American show. When you do get split spawns, you need to be prepared as a team to push up on the weaker side of that split spawn. But from the get-go, Nurix getting a double, Legend also picking up one. It's a back and forth here between Cartel and OEX.
We're seeing he did manage to secure that heat wave once again, and that starting strat worked out a peach for them once again. So heat wave in their control. Ball could be in their control if they want to, but unfortunately Legend overextends just a little bit and he will lose his life as a result of that. Camouflage now has popped up. It looks as though Shady is going to secure it, but can he pop it into his chest? Yes, he can. He has free reign to do that whenever he wants. Ball in control of Cartel, and they're rotating it back towards base, not out of choice, but necessity.
And then when you do have the camo, it's your responsibility to kind of flank around, be a nuisance, give information to your team so that they don't get freely pushed up on. Speaking of freely pushed up on, it does look like from behind, Snipe Drone's in a little bit of a predicament here, but does have the heat wave. And now the sniper also in the hands, and that's what you want the sniper. Jersey, you were saying we don't see it utilized too often because it's not for long range on this map. It's for short range, it's for no scopes, it's for beating down afterwards, it's for hitting those flick shots and really providing that extra firepower to your team.
Well, I'm going to apologize now because sniper rifle does not work like that for me. I think you have to actually land those body shots. The one man that can do that is Norwin, the man SLG, hitting the boomsticks, finding those body shots, putting those players down to no shields. And because of that, they've got some early control. But Ball did go over towards Cartel, and they've got the early score in 20-10. They're picking up some more points all the while. SLG and Fragger, the last 2 men alive, up against 3 members of Cartel. So they're going to have to wait for their teammates before they make a coordinated push.
A lot of people will want that sniper rifle on a tower, looking across top middle, but you just leave yourself too vulnerable to BR shots from across the map. I much preferred it used as a kind of close range weapon, and it really can hit hard and change things in your favor. But a nice bit of ball control here for Cartel at the moment, holding it in this garage area. It's not the kind of ultimate setup that I would go for, but certainly if you play it correctly, you can pick up a lot of ball time. But it looks like they tried to rotate it around towards tower, but were cut off before they got there.
Now they are out towards this power-up side, over towards Dummies, one of the least advantageous places to be. You see Snipe Drone trying to get up towards that camouflage again. Ball out in no man's land as well. Look, this is exactly what Dan spoke about. When you try and rotate it over towards tower, you get back down immediately, but they're already up by 45 seconds or so now, Dan. So they're playing it quite well, and Shady hitting those shots on the fragger, and SLG wants a piece as well, but unfortunately Nurix gets the finish there, and Shady's not going to have what he wants.
Yeah, and just another reminder that in Halo Infinite, it's now round-based oddball, so it's first to 100, but it's also a best of 3 when it comes to those rounds. So even if we see one team dominating, they get to 100, it all resets, you spawn again, and it's almost like a refresh beginning. And it just means there isn't too much snowball games. No one just can kind of shut another team out of control. But saying that, there's some good nades that are coming in from both teams, but it looks like Cartel again still come out on top here in Garage.
Yeah, not playing for information, the ball carrier there. Unfortunately, he overextended just a touch and lost his life through Shady, it would seem. And then also SLG, as a result of that, tried to play a little bit defense, tried to pick up the slack, but his shields just hadn't regenerated from the fight beforehand. And he goes down as well, and goes down with the camouflage. How costly could that be for OEX, as Legend has the ball in his hand, back base, 9 kills and 4 deaths for Legend. He's playing quite well as well. Heatwave now in possession of the player. Sika, he gets taken down. 3 members now up for OEX, and they're making that push up against 2 members of Cartel.
Nice shots from Snipe Drone. Just needs to survive here. It's a 2 versus 2. He needs to be a nuisance, and that's perfect. Bait and switch. Just shows his back, gets away, using the sprint, which gives you a little bit of a speed advantage over just moving, and allowed the rest of his team to get some shots on for free. But OEX did secure the garage. They did secure the ball. They started to get a little bit of ball time, but is it too late? 91 seconds on the clock already for Cartel. They could get scrappy here, and they just have to kind of desperate the ball, and eventually they'll probably be rewarded for it.
Yeah, you think the call out here has got to be focused on Slays, and Sika's done just that. He's got the ball in his hands, and that will take us all the way home to a 1-0 lead for Cartel. They're going in first leg, first foot in the door of the grand finals. They're right on the edge here now, so you just need to secure one more round and they will be in grand finals. But OEX have it all to do to claw this one back.
Playing quite similarly to what happened in the scrims. OEX just not able to get enough ball control, and Cartel perfectly avoiding the spawns of OEX, recognizing where they're going to be pushing from and being ready at every single moment. Sniper once again in the hands of one of the members of Cartel, but gets taken down. And now it's a little bit scrappy here. SLG moving towards the camo, which spawns in 5 seconds. But I think this is probably going to go to Cartel as Legend pushes up and ahead of it.
Yeah, Fragger goes down. That will put his team down a man as they try and make this push. And that man again, Sika, has his hands on the ball, scoring points for his team while the rest of them scrap and hurry around the place. But Heatwave and Camo in the hands of Snipe Drone. And he's going face first into 3, and that might have been a little bit of a misplay on his part, but he didn't have the information, perhaps, that he would have needed to make that push. Mangler, though, 2 headshots. Player down to no shield, and a clean up as well. Great plays there out of SLG. So he's going to try and play defense with that Mangler, faced with Snipe Drone as well. Shots go down, wins that battle as well, and SLG is cooking.
This is what you need from SLG. If he can start doing this, winning all these individual fights, he'll give so much confidence to the rest of the OEX squad. He's utilizing the Mangler to full effect, getting those 2 shots, and then he's more confident in his BR shot, so he whips that out for the final headshot. Great stuff from SLG, but meanwhile, the rest of the team did go down. The ball, though, is still in the hands of Nurix. Eventually will fall, but he does play it. That's one of the other areas on the map you can hold the ball. You can hold it towards green because you can play it, but you do leave yourself very vulnerable to grenades.
Fragger in that last life just got his first kill of the game as well, so we will not see any gooses. There was a loose goose watch, but unfortunately, or fortunately if you are going to be Fragger, you got that kill when you needed it most. The ball now in the hands of OEX, and they desperately do need to get time and do need to win this round, or they will be heading down to face Navi once more. So 45 seconds. They've got a little bit of a poor setup here, and they are trying to rotate that ball towards tower. Nobody's been successful thus far.
Yeah, they don't really know how to get to tower. You saw that he was trying to move that way, but then there was a couple of spawners from Cartel, so he had to just double back on himself, and now he's stuck in between a rock and a hard place down bottom middle.
Yeah.
Not really a solid setup, but all the meanwhile, at least they were gathering time there. 54 seconds is still nothing to shake a stick at.
Camouflage again, and Heatwave in the hands of Snipe Drone. Can he do a better job of it this time? That's a great start. 1 kill in the bag already. Throws that ball out, recognizing Sniper Rifle also in his hand. What can Snipe Drone do with it? Opts not to fire this time. I'm not upset with that one bit. And when he does decide to fire, he finds the face of Nurix and makes sure he can't get anywhere near that ball. He's playing defense and fires a shot towards Stark as well. This time it's not going to connect, but it did connect with the body, it seems, as he also gets that nade kill. So Heatwave in his hands, all out of camouflage, but Snipe Drone starting to heat as well.
Yeah, see, this is Snipe Drone. He knows that the heat wave is so powerful. He's also been focusing the camo, really playing what is available in the sandbox of Halo Infinite. But he does get taken down eventually. So does Seeker. So even though Cartel, they dominated round number 1, OEX have seemed to have found a little bit of form coming into round number 2 here. They're getting ball control. It's not been the cleanest of setups, but they've been moving as a team, and that's what's important. They've been slaying as they go, as continuously SLG is racking up time here.
You're seeing the call-outs come through as well. They're in a great spot here, and we're out set up towards green, can play this ball whenever he needs to. I love this as well, just delaying his life for as long as possible, giving his teammate just that extra second to get back on the map and contest for that ball reset. Camouflage again, going to be another 20 seconds. Some heads-up play by OEX, and that's exactly what you're going to need if you're going to take down Cartel.
And now Cartel are going to get a little bit antsy. They're going to try and get some ball time. They will pick up the ball from the spawn, but are they able to actually get any control? They do have the sniper rifle again. They may be able to get the camouflage as it's popping soon. And it's whether they can actually just hold off OEX, who might get desperate to try and finish this game, knowing they are so close to actually getting around on the board. But neither team has been able to get that perfect tower set up yet.
Yep, I think if you're OEX, if you're SLG, this is the time where your in-game leader needs to step up and say, listen, let's play for Slays. Don't worry about the ball just yet, because if we start desperating things, trying to get those 20 seconds, we might end up going 2 down and getting eliminated. So we're seeing Slays come through as Legend and Shady have fallen down. SLG, the only member of OEX who's hitting the ground. So 3 members up against 3 for the moment. But as I say that, Urix also falls. That's going to stop that push and add to the frustrations as Cartel keep mounting more points.
It's an awkward situation when you're the last remaining player and you want to push in, you want to stop the ball time, but you have to be patient. You have to wait for the rest of the team as SLG gets taken down once more. And this time is starting to tick over now for Cartel. And what was once a very significant gap is now a very minimal one. And Cartel with a chance here to push towards the grand finals with this ball hold if they can continue to slay out.
Splash damage, that nade is going to connect onto Snipe Drone as he tries to stay alive in this window area, putting shots down on Chick, who was unaware he was there. That information has to come through. That cannot happen to Chick if they're going to get control of this ball. As he drops down towards these tunnels area, just trying to clear it and making sure, but they 4 dead once more, Dan, and that push that they needed to get, it's not happening, it's not coming through, and now we're seeing Cartel within 9 seconds.
Yeah, and Seeker's just hovering from left to right here. He knows he might need to move one way or the other, might need to go towards green depending on where the push comes through, but the push seems to be top middle. Fragger is taken down, so now OEX are just a 3, and all the meanwhile, this time is still being gathered up by Cartel. They're only 12 points away from being in the grand final.
They're trying to push together our OEX, but the issue is they're funneling into one area where one grenade takes both players down to no shields. It's food and drink for Cartel. They're going to keep on scoring points, but finally, OEX have gotten their hands on that ball. They're rotating over towards green. 2 members down for Cartel. Still 2 members as Legend trades up for Shady as one comes onto the map and one leaves. So as that green setup just needs 5 seconds, but unfortunately a clutch kill comes through as Snipe Drone takes down that ball carrier, and Urix also falls as well. It's a 2v2 and ball has reset. We're seeing desperation plays as they try and descend on that ball to get those last 4 seconds of ball time. Patience being used here and utilized. Ball goes down. Camouflage as well has gone down. Camouflage in the hands of one of the OEX players, but unfortunately unable to use it. 2 members go down and tried to desperate for that ball. And now Cartel just needs 6 to 7 seconds.
Cartel getting control. They need 6 more, as you say, and now they're slaying out. 2 players dead on OEX. They're still holding the ball. 3 more seconds. It should be enough, but here comes the glory play. Can they actually get the time after it, though? They get the kill. The ball flies up into the air, but it does tick over to 100. Cartel will be progressing to the grand final. The ball went higher than my voice, and that's quite surprising because, boy, does my voice change when plays like that happen.
Yeah, he dropped down and it looked as though he was out to get himself a sure you can as he was set into the clouds, and if that could have been the moment to win the game, but unfortunately there was another player on hand just holding that other side of the door for a free kill and get those points. But OEX, it was right there, it was in their hands, quite literally in their hands, but unfortunately they got taken down by Cartel, just desperating it a little bit. And when they look back at that, how differently they could have played those last few seconds.
Yeah, I think they thought they had the ball off the spawn. Yeah. They weren't sure where Snipe Drone was, but he was waiting above them, just watching down that hole, saying, yeah, if you grab this ball, you're going to be in serious trouble. But it was Snipe Drone who managed to get that kill on the ball carrier at the end as well. A massive play from him. I saw him spawn up, and I was wondering how he was going to approach it, because if he had been if he had been caught out, he would not have got anywhere near that ball, and the round would have definitely gone to OEX. But OEX dropped to the lower bracket. It is Cartel who carry on and march through to the grand final. and they will await the winner of OEX and Na'Vi, which is going to be our next lower bracket matchup. But looking at those stats, I mean, it was a pretty even game. There were certainly stronger holds from the side of Cartel. I think on the side of OEX, they got ball time, but it wasn't necessarily the perfect setup ever for them.
Yeah, I think Chick had one of those games, didn't he, where he was... It can be so hard when you're playing a game. You have something like 8 kills, you have so little kills. Every life that you spawn up, you want to make amends for the deaths that you've put in. You want to do more and more. And ultimately what happens is you make even worse decisions. Your misery is compounded. And unfortunately, he had one of those games to forget. And he was one ultimately who played the ball at the end, which might have been the right decision at the time, but the way it all shook out, it meant that Cartel secured the victory.
Yeah, it was a weird one, really, because if you look at where Snipedrone was the only player who was close to the ball as far as I could tell. So if he didn't play it, yeah, Snipedrone might have picked it up, but the rest of the team might have been able to take down Snipedrone and then pick up the rest of the ball time. But, you know, in a split-second decision like that, someone's made the call or he's made the call, and you can understand the reasoning because it resets and the rest of the team should be there to watch it. I think the mistake that OEX made is after they played it, they got a little bit too desperate to grab that ball bottom middle rather than baiting it out and, you know, likely just grenading. I thought we were going to have a standoff. I thought we were going to have teams on either side just throwing grenades at one another.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, that's not the way it panned out. It was Legend and Co. who got their hands on the ball to secure those points. But we're going to bring back in Shyway. Shyway, what a series it was, and ultimately 2-1 to Cartel.
Oh my God, what a series. How are you guys not freaking out at the end of that game 3, though? I was confused as to what was happening, right? You had Snipedrone up on top mid. He's looking down at the ball. Like you said, OEX, they were scrambling, right? They were getting desperate at the very end. They wanted to get on that ball. Snipedrone, he drops on from above, gets a backsmack. They're sitting in the doorway, and you've got Snipedrone on one side. You got that other player, not sure who it was. He's sitting on the structure, whatever it is, the control panel on the wall. I think he saved the game, right? Because last second, you had a blue player drop from above, get the craziest ragdoll I've ever seen, right? It sends the dude to the moon. That other player on the control panel, I think he came in, got the kill, saved the game last second. Either way, it was hard to tell, but it was wild. That's the kind of Halo that I think we came here to see, and I'm still just reeling from the experience. Tony, I got to hear your thoughts too.
It was literally insane. I mean, at one point, OEX were up 79-14. They were up 79-14, and I'm over here in the chat. I'm like, oh my gosh, are Cartel gonna end up losing this? Are they getting knocked down into the finals? I'm changing my notes. Like, I don't know what to do here. I was scrambling, and then the comeback was absolutely incredible. Wow, the fact that Cartel were able to have the mental fortitude to bounce back and obviously the firepower to win those slays, get their setup, and to hold it out until the very end. You know, at one point I picked up my phone and called the authorities because OEX were literally robbed of that win. They were legitimately robbed.
Unbelievable. What a series. You know what? All 4 of us in our predictions, we thought this would go the distance, and boy, did it ever, right? 4-0 in that bizarre CTF. We definitely got to talk about that, which was pretty wild. 50-42, Aquarius Slayer. We hadn't seen any Aquarius yet today, so a treat to get to watch it. And then 2-1 oddball. Actually, pretty sure it was a 2-0, to be honest. It was almost even closer considering the play that OEX was making to flip things around last second there, but either way, the series did come to a close. Cartel, they reign supreme. They are sitting in Winterside Grand Finals. That shakes up the bracket quite a bit. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how everything's changed at this point. Cartel, they have been a force the entire tournament on the winner's side, and rightfully so. They have earned their spot, Winterside Grand Finals. OEX, going down in that series 2-1, they will drop into the lower bracket. As far as I'm aware, let's take a peek in that lower bracket, because I think we might only have one other team. No, wait. We do only have one. So it was Team TBD faced off against Na'Vi in the background as that series was taking place. Team TBD, unfortunately, their tournament life is over. Na'Vi are looking good as hell, though. 2-0 in every single lower bracket series that we can see on screen. They have yet to face OEX, and they have to face OEX again, right? Previously, Na'Vi OEX played off winners round 3. And how did that one go? Gaskin, I think you might have been in the chat watching it.
Oh, I was watching with eager eyes because it was a 2-0 victory in favor of OEX, and it was Live Charge Oddball that they were able to win in the first one, and then Aquarius Slayer as game number 2. And even though the games were close, it wasn't exactly a blowout. I think Na'Vi were pretty disappointed to go down to OEX. There was a lot of individual ability shown by SLG, as we just saw in that game as well. And I'm not saying the rest of the team don't match SLG's ability, but certainly SLG seems to have that little extra bit of a level compared to the rest of his team. If they can reach that level as well, this OEX team could be unstoppable, because SLG, I think, is one of the best players in Europe right now, but he needs to do the same thing here against Na'Vi to ensure they get another crack against Cartel.
I'm definitely seeing... Sorry, go ahead, Jersey.
No, I think it's fair to say that SLG has the capability to take over a game and take over a series. And we've seen him play in moments there as well and almost be able to come out on clutch. And it's no disrespect to the rest of his teammates. They will get there. They haven't had the game time. Some of them have been working. The game only dropped last week, let's face it. So Chick is going to put in the time. He's been working pretty hard. So I think that team is going to be there or thereabouts come finals or worlds.
Jersey, I know you said the game only dropped last week, but I would love to just ask all these players what type of game time they already get. Like, are they sleeping? Is anyone sleeping playing this day? Because they're so good already, right? We've got so much talent, especially on the NA side. And we'll see that later today. But my God, it's just, throughout the Halo community, the amount of time and effort that's already going into this game is paying off in spades. And we get to watch it, experience it as a treat. So speaking of which, we've got more Halo action coming up after our short break. It's going to be OEX up against Na'Vi. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Our Halo Esports action continues with our European Open qualifier, and what a tournament we've had so far. Let me just get you caught up on storylines in case you're not aware. Apparently, France is dominating in Europe in Halo right now. We got two French rosters, one of them sitting in the Winterside Grand Finals, that's Cartel, and then we got OEX, who have been knocked down to lower bracket. They are about to face off with a European juggernaut and veteran in the community, the Na'Vi roster. It's about to be a hell of a matchup. I can't wait to break it down. Of course, I'm Shyway. In case you don't know me just yet, I would like to welcome, our three casters joining me as well. I've got Shurzy, Gaskin, and Tony on the mic. Guys, what a pleasure it has been today to cast with you, to watch these Halo games. Let's just reminisce a little bit, if you don't mind. Let's go through some of our favorite moments so far. Gaskin, what are you thinking?
I think just watching that winners bracket final unfold and seeing two of the most powerful teams in Europe from the start of Halo Infinite go toe-to-toe in what was a different game every time. We saw Bizarre capture the flag, which was bizarre. It was an absolute domination by Cartel. Yeah. OEX didn't even come close, but then it just seemed like OEX came to life after this game. But they definitely need to work on their Bizarre capture the flag.
Yeah, can we just talk about that for one sec? 4-0 in Bizarre CTF. I've watched a few scrims in Bizarre CTF, and I've seen plenty of them stick at 0-0. Maybe you get like a 1-0, and then they played a time. How the heck do you get a 4-0 in a Bizarre CTF? You got to be dominating.
What we've seen was Cartel really take over, but they made OEX at times look so average on that Bizarre game. But then, like Dan said, OEX just roared back to life. Maybe the game type suited them a little bit more. Maybe Bizarre CTF just isn't one of them. And maybe that's something we can keep an eye on as these cups progress. Yeah. Whether they improve or whether that is, in fact, one of the chinks in the armor.
Now, we jumped into game two here, of course, Aquarius Slayer. First time we got to see it today. And the biggest thing I think I noticed with OEX was the control of the weapons. You got those dynamo nades, you got the sidekick, you got the heat wave. Tony, the heat wave has been the star of the show.
Yeah, I talked about it earlier, controlling those resources. There is a place for every weapon in the sandbox, that if you can master that, you can have a really good time at Halo Infinite. And what really impressed me about OEX was also, I can tell their communication's on point. And I was watching their games. I don't speak French, obviously. I was watching their games last night, and I could just tell that they were making those call-outs. They were responding to them. They were always on point, always within arm's length of each other, really playing for each other. And it really kind of shined in that Slayer as well, and obviously that oddball. That oddball.
I mean, that oddball was what? If you missed that oddball, you got to go back in the past broadcast and just watch the end of that game, because that's one of the craziest finishes I've seen. Of course, we haven't seen too many matches in Infinite just yet, but guarantee that one sets a hell of a precedent. Gaskin, just before we left for break, you were talking about OEX and a potential weakness you thought might be in that roster. The fact that SLG is one hell of a talent, even an IGL, I'd say, in his own right. But you're not sure if the full team at the moment has that same kind of chemistry.
I don't want to say that they don't have the same chemistry. No, I think it's the SLG is just a level above them. It's not that it's not that they're bad players. They're all amazing players, right? And they will dominate throughout Europe. But this is a roster who I think SLG has joined knowing that they are going to improve over time. I think Shurzy hit the nail on the head that we're only a week into Infinite, if even that. And some of these players haven't got the same game time as SLG. SLG, I don't think he has been sleeping. I think he's been kind of eating Halo. He's been dreaming Halo. He's just been playing with, as he sleeps, he's just had his controller in his hands, because the man looks at a different level. But it just, when it came to some of the games, they didn't quite click. And even though SLG was popping off, they just weren't quite there when it came to objective. As soon as they find that little bit of a recipe, I think it will blend together, and they are going to be a very terrifying team indeed.
For sure. And, no shots to SLG, but I did watch his stream as well. As amazing as his gameplay looked, he did look very tired. The man, I don't know if he's sleeping. He's been grinding like crazy, but it's paying off. It's showing for sure. And he's going to have to show it. So will his team in this upcoming series. Of course, we have losers finals coming up next. We got 3 teams left in this tournament at this point. The juggernaut to go up against for OEX is Na'Vi, but they've kind of been there, done that earlier in the tournament so far. In day one, OEX has already beaten them. Shurzy, tell me a bit about how that's gone and whether or not you think Na'Vi are in a better position now than they were before.
Well, I think it's going to be a little bit of a redemption story for them here. They're going to want that payback for sure. Jimbo, 2 Foxy, Respectful, and Kimbo, they won't be happy with the way that one went, and they might just put it down to some bad game types, or maybe they haven't been so well practiced on the ones that happen to pop up. But they have got it all to do now. up against OEX. And let's face it, SLG and the boys, they've been cooking on gas, those 4 boys. So it's going to take quite a performance to stop them. But Na'Vi, they're well capable.
I mean, yeah, in the meantime, Na'Vi has just been kind of leveling up through that lower bracket. You know, maybe you could say fighting lesser teams to some degree, but they have been dominating, looking good together. And that's quite a momentum string to kind of build up getting into this. I do want to talk predictions. I also do want to take a look at the series layout. If we got that one ready, we can take a look and find out what exactly is coming up. There we go. We got Strongholds on Streets. We got Slayer on Recharge. And if we get there, of course, CTF Bazaar still running best of 3 in our losers final. So you still got to bring your A game early on in this series. 2 games will close this. And just based off of what we see here with Strongholds on Streets, Slayer, Recharge, Tony, is anything coming to mind in the realm of predictions? This one, I imagine, will be a close series.
Yeah, to be honest with you, before I saw the map layout, I kind of wanted to go OEX 2-1 because I feel like they've already beaten Na'Vi before, and I feel like Na'Vi have obviously grown within the elimination bracket, and we might see them different than compared to winners bracket round 3 yesterday. But then I saw that game number 3 would end on Bazaar CTF. And obviously, Cartel got a big win on them. So maybe Bazaar isn't their map and game type combination. Obviously, 2 different teams, but I'm kind of swayed. And I'm actually going to say that Na'Vi going to come back. And I'll even say 2-1. And I'm changing my prediction that I was thinking in my head. And I'm going to say Na'Vi take this 2-1 based on Bazaar CTF being that final game type and map combination.
Okay. 2-1, says Tony. You said, sorry, Na'Vi? Going with Na'Vi. Okay, I want a quick fire round predictions. Gaskin, what are you thinking?
I think 2Foxy is one of the best IGLs in Europe, and I think Na'Vi are going to make the comeback, and they're going to win this one 2-1 as well.
Na'Vi 2-1, Jersey?
Last time I predicted OEX to go 2-1 against Cartel. I feel like they might not want to go to Bazaar CTF, and they're well capable of getting a 2-0, but so I think it might just be a 2-0 for OEX.
2-0 OEX. Okay, Jersey taking the other side. I am going to go with Na'Vi once again. All against Jersey. I like the pattern that's developing here, but let's see the game. Let's see how it all plays out. Of course, in the series, our game is ready to go. Tony, join me on the mic, my dude. We got another series to cast.
Sounds good. I'm excited about this one. And you know what? And if OEX are going to win it, if you're going to give them any chance to win it, I think they have to go 2-0, which they're no stranger to doing so. They did it all day yesterday, including in the winners bracket round 3 against this very team. So even though all 3 of us went one way, I think no matter what, we're going to have such an amazing series ahead of us. There are clearly 3 of the top team. We're kind of top heavy in the EU, and there's 3 of the top teams, and we have them right here, right now. Na'Vi going up against OEX. Let's get it.
Tony, you said it, man. No doubt this is going to be some good Halo action. We're going to kick things off with Chick SD, who is looking in the air and shooting the building. I am confused by that opening strat. Tony, is that something that I'm not aware of?
Well, you know, he obviously doesn't like the look of this map. I think the map looks great. I mean, but he's clearly not a fan of it, so he decides he wants to get rid of the environment here.
Become one with the environment. You know what? Maybe we could talk a bit about the environment. So it does look like 2 player, or at least 1 player, has lagged out of that game or disconnected from that game. So we will be restarting that one very shortly. Until we do that, we could talk a little bit about Streets, about Strongholds. Tony, you said, I mean, of course, aesthetically, this is a beautiful map, right? You've got that street on the left-hand side, that purple hue, the purple street with the hollow puppy sign. You've got the red glow. I'm just stealing this right from my YouTube video, Tony, if you watch my Streets breakdown. But the red glow from what I assume is a Chinese restaurant. They got the lanterns out front there. They got the blue from the police station, the arcade. There's a Halo Infinite arcade game on the machine. I don't know if you saw that.
I did. I remember during the IGN overview of it. I thought that was the coolest thing in the world. And like you said, that purple street is beautiful. And I think it plays really well for Strongholds. You know, obviously you have the seaside where the stalker rifle is, and if you want to plant somebody over towards top balcony, I think that could be really good. But I think the ultimate setup where you really want to go to is A and B. Just sitting on top of the map and looking down on every alleyway where opposite team has to go and look up towards you. It seems like to me, if you're going to lock in a setup, it's going to be A and it's going to be B. And if you can lock that in, it's going to be deadly.
Definitely, as far as the map is concerned, that's high ground. That's the ideal position to be in. I mean, even better, if you can take the Stalker, rotate it up the top map, and hold down sight lines from A, let's say, I mean, you're cooking, right? Take the Bulldog, take the resources, put them in a good spot in the map. I'm wondering, though, will we see a hold throughout the game. Do you think we'll see that in this Strongholds? Because the rules are different, right? The rules have changed a little bit from Halo 5. The Stronghold points cap and stop a lot more quickly. You can cap them quickly. You can completely stop the timer just by stepping in one of them. So I find teams tend to rotate. You think that's going to shake things up?
Well, when I think of a team like Na'Vi, I feel like they're a really big setup-heavy team, so I think they might want to try to slow things down.
Okay.
But you know what, OEX, they feel like, I feel like that's a team that really wants to get into the face of their opponent and put them on their back foot. So I would not be surprised if SLG and friends really want to play that rotation game and just kind of keep Na'Vi off balance. I think this is going to be an interesting game and kind of tell us and really kind of set the flow for the rest of the series, because this is going to be that setup heavy team like Na'Vi, or will SLG and friends get the best of them by just out rotating and keeping that aggression on?
It's about to set the pace for sure, Tony, and good to finally have us back in the match. Hopefully all players are here to stay this time, because we got a team cross coming out right from the head glitch to start, and I believe 3 dead already. To kick things off with this game, a B and an A Stronghold setup. And Tony, this is exactly what we talked about. Let's see if they can make a play off it.
On board with Kimbo right now is going to try to make his way over towards the B side, holding down B stairs. Excellent shots, force that player to back down, but the rockets coming out of nowhere are going to put him down. And here come OEX.
OEX right up in the B Stronghold. Going to be a nice quick capture to flip things around here. He's got Fragger out front to help with the rotation, but you can see he's lost him at this point. So Nervik's just going to hold things down, play it slow for now, hold on to his life. You can see all while that happens. Nice little perch up here on the ledge on PD. Great way to control the position and also to just lock down the sight lines. Look at the nades and melees coming in, almost managing to land the trade on the second player, but great efficiency out of the damage there.
2 Foxy now watching the cutoff from A to B, and there is going to be a player going towards him. He might get first shot, and B going to heavily go in favor of Team Na'Vi. And now they have a momentary trip cap. Meanwhile, OEX going to try to make their way over towards A. A player trying to sneak over towards the B house, but he's going to be shut down immediately. And Slays once again going in favor of OEX. Can they take advantage?
Na'Vi very quick to take control. In the meantime, Jimbo does have the Stalker. He's got the Thrust in the back pocket as well. So a lot to work with and to get out of dicey situations if he needs to. Of course, even with a Thrust, if you've got 3 reticles trained on you, very difficult to live. So Jimbo out of the picture for now. You got Chick and team going to hold things down. Actually dive right up into C. They want to get into the fray here. Fragger going to be the first one to do so. But he's playing his life carefully, backing up if he needs to, hopefully staying alive with the escape as well.
Really interesting play by Fragger right there. You know, he tries to make his way over towards bottom C, and there was 3 players in that C base, gets the kill, then sneaks right out, comes right back in and gets the double kill. I'm loving the way he's playing. I was worried he's gonna push into multiple players, but he gets his kill, gets out, and keeps on fragging.
Man was moving and grooving for sure. That rocket, though, does sit down center map. You can see the blue players. They're going to dive and try to pick it up, use it to mount the challenge. In the meantime, the rotation out of Na'Vi, straight up to B to avoid that potential challenge on C side. So great move and great rotations out of these boys. They're moving together. All while that happens, Chick is trying to get in from below here. Does open up fire onto Respectful, so they do have info. That call, they're likely coming through. Kimbo looking for him, too. He's in a rough spot here. Got a double dilemma. Not sure where to attack, but as long as he can draw attention, he can help his teammates push up and hopefully take advantage of the A Stronghold here. But look at how Kimbo is playing this so carefully on the ledge. Doesn't get the trade, though.
We did just see a lead change go in favor of Team Na'Vi, and now the question is, will they hold on to it as Chick trying to make his way over towards A, ends up getting that cap, but the double cap still in favor of Na'Vi. They got to make their way over towards B, and he's going to be taking some heavy damage. Meanwhile, Jimbo is absolutely slaying out, making it as hard as possible for them to rotate over from A to B. You notice the moment they had the trip cap, you notice that OEX steal away A, but they already knew what angle they wanted to take to go towards B, and they shut him down immediately. But here come OEX once again.
Navi's so quick to react, like you said. Fragger, he's been tagged up just a little bit, gonna make the rotation kind of rough here. Does have a teammate already in B to get that started. 2 players in red in C, though, and you can see Fragger, he wants a piece of it. Challenges up on Kimbo, does get the kill. Getting tagged up from behind, though. Can he stay alive? Bait out for his teammates to join him. He's got one right up the driveway. All while that happens, Jimbo is actually 2 Foxy. Has been making work to defend the C side. This is a perfect opportunity, too. He can get right up in behind. Doesn't quite get the kill in time. That C is still partway captured, and that might be an opportunity for the blue team.
both of these teams are so evenly matched as we're seeing a big kills go in favor of OEX, and that's going to allow them to steal away B, but the out-rotate from Na'Vi all the way, making their way towards A, but the shutdown comes in, and now we're seeing the double cap staying towards OEX. No team wanted to give an inch, let alone a mile.
Yeah, those rockets came in the feed, though, right? Chick got a double with the rockets. That set the spawns back to C, so the entirety of Na'Vi, they're stuck in the back of the map here, and the pressure is on. That's a double out of Fragger, looking for a little more. The man getting greedy with it, but he does put that damage in, gets the info, hopefully, on a flanker coming up from above here in C. Massive play, honestly, out of Na'Vi. Tell me he turns it into a double here. Oh, still looking for it. He'll chase this man down. Respectful wants all of this. Can he get the kill? He does. And honestly, that's enough for the defense on the C, and the fact that he lived is wild.
And the first team to pass the 100-point threshold is actually going to be OEX, but Respectful and Friends trying to get a little disrespectful here as Frank goes in for the challenge over towards Kimbo, but he's going to shut him down immediately. 11 kills coming out of Respectful. The man is going off. We have to hop on board with him.
You got to love how close this is, Tony. 107, 101 here, just neck and neck. Red side control on top map. Once again, temporary trip cap, but a little bit of presence on C just to slow down the point total. Oh, well, I say that. I mean, look at Jimbo just making plays. Another double for him. He'll reset C. That's going to double up the time on the score here. All well, the blue players spawn up on top map to try to slow things down here. Jimbo, he's got a bead on the spawners. Just going to hold the angle. Teammate holding off in arcade as well. So great little setup. What can they do to lock things down, especially with the rockets about to be in play?
It looks like Jimbo was in perfect position to try to make a play for those rockets, and he has the thrust. Meanwhile, Nurex is actually taking heavy damage over towards B, still able to steal it away, and now going to try to get this place onto A. There's going to be a little bit of a weak side flank, but if he can get behind enemy lines, it can pay dividends. It's SLG dropping the hammer in the form of the rockets, looking for that second player, though.
SLG with a big play, right? Jimbo was set up for those rockets, but now SLG, he somehow pulled away with both the rockets and the shoddy. Difficult combo. A risky combo, but powerful in the right circumstances. We'll see if he can get something started with the Rockets. Play it patient on C to start. They do have control in A and B, so that'll take the attention of the red team as they try to do something. Looks like B will be the first point of control here. Rocket in. Can't do a little bit more, though, right? He'll drop that shotgun down. That might be potential for Na'Vi to pick it up.
Yeah, you have to take care of those resources, and luckily he was able to waste the rockets, but the Bulldog is most likely going to change hands to somebody on the Na'Vi roster, and there it is. Kimbo now going to just watch B. The setup is here. Its setup is locked, and if Na'Vi can get another round of slays, we might see them push over towards the trip cap or simply work the spawns. Is Jimbo going to lose that individual gunfight? SLG now has an opening to work his way over towards A, and we've seen how good SLG is with the Stalker rifle. He has one in his back pocket.
That Na'Vi have an answer, but OEX, they just answer right back. SLG, like you said, he's got the Stalker rifle in hand. Still learning the weapon names here. All I know is this thing is deadly, Tony. 3 shots, it'll rip a face off. He'll hold down the line of sight for now. Shoddy's still in play, though. Still in the hands of Jimbo. Jimbo's got a thrust as well, so perfect for the movement here. Not ready for the player behind him, though. That Shoddy will transfer hands. All the members of Blue, they're going to push up into B while this happens. And a great opportunity for Nervix and team to clean up a couple kills and get the stronghold back.
Slays heavily going in favor of OEX, but here comes the out-rotation coming out of Kimbo, and Jimbo having his back over towards the B hut. I'm liking this position out of him, but somebody actually might have slipped right past him. Jimbo ends up getting the melee, but not able to get away with his life. 3-on-3 situation, and Kimbo's trying to hunt down that one-shot player.
Kimbo tries to get into Blue. Can't turn in time to stop that, though. SLG. Now he's got the angle onto PD. Teammate with him. Look at the 3-man push up to A. Great vantage point here to help out as well. Shots into Jimbo. Player flanking through to clean up that kill. It's the perfect little pinch on this player. Not much Jimbo can do in a situation like that. Nice little reset on the A cap. And control of top ground. The timing of this is crucial too. Look at Rockets up. They've got perfect position to lock things down. Can they make a play off this? Kimbo, in the meantime, is trying to hold things down with a shotgun.
That it is, but his information has been given, so he's going to try to relocate himself now, working his way back towards the right back to where the B Street goes in with the Bulldog, but not able to stay alive. Rockets just too strong, and I mean, in the fight with Rockets versus Bulldog, you already know who's going to win. SLG now making his way over towards Bulldog Street.
You gotta love the patience, though, with the Rockets, right? In a situation close quarters like that, you can't just spam the rocket out. You gotta wait for your opportunity. Last thing you want is to go down with them. So thankfully he played that correctly, and because of that, he can now rotate to B. Great opportunity here as well. Still a rocket in the chamber. Plants one in, doesn't get the kill. He's going to get his feet right up into Cap B, but not enough to stop the boys on Na'Vi completely. Do they have teammates for it? Instead, you got Jimbo just locking it down.
And that's what Jimbo does best. He just understands the flow of Halo. You notice how there was two Na'Vi players working their way over towards the A side of the base, and Jimbo was well aware that both of those players have now changed direction. So he gets in, gets aggressive, puts the pressure on, and a beautiful collapse coming out of Na'Vi. But I'm telling you, Jimbo's awareness is on another level, and it was largely the reason why they were able to pull off that collapse. But OEX, once again, trying to make a way.
Tony, could we have a closer game of Strongholds? My dude, we're 203 to 197. Every single play leads to a lead change on either side here, and you love to see it. Who is going to pull away, though, in these points, these last 50 points? Respectful just trying to hold things down on top A. Does get that kill assist for the player over in C. Met one in the alley, one shot trying to get out of fray here. Players just dropping left and right. It's getting scrappy as we get down to the wire here, Tony.
Let me tell you something, Alex. North America better watch out. There are some serious contenders coming out of all of these regions. Not, EU, out of Latin America as well, even out of ANZ. I'm telling you, everybody has seemingly leveled up. And now that and Bachelor said it best, now that they've had the infrastructure that they have in right now, EU is just going to keep getting better and better. Watch out, North America.
I mean, for me and you, Tony, it's just a treat, right? We get a higher level Halo to cast, so I can't complain, especially when we're on board with two Foxy. Stalker in hand. Unfortunately for him, he's got a flanker behind him, tries to do something, can't do it. Reset coming in. Big plays coming out of SLG to stop the Cap, and can he get more? The man is bobbing and weaving. Look at this man just jiggle peek his way. He is dancing out here, Tony. They can't get a piece of him. Oh, he's clean.
SLG getting the big kill on Respectful, now going to take over B, and now the setup is locked in at the moment. A and B heavily in favor of OEX, and once again, just looking for another round of slays where they can push him for the trip cap. To Foxy taking heavy damage over towards bottom C, and they're looking for any kind of way to make it out so they can push together and maybe overrun this OEX setup here. But he was in the corner. Big kill once again by SLG and OEX.
My God, last second there, they lock it down. They cut down the rotation and give these boys no chance, no opportunity to rotate through and make a play. Tony, how you doing, my man? Welcome back to the broadcast. What a series, though. What a game to start the series, right? That was down to the wire the whole way through. I think I didn't get to see the final tally there, but it had to have been at least 225 coming out of Na'Vi to defend that. OEX, though, they fight through. They had the end game locked down.
My gosh, both of these teams so evenly matched. And I need to go back and watch the winners bracket round 3 because I need to watch it again because I want to see exactly how OEX were able to dominate in that 2-0. Because in my opinion,
look at the board.
There's no way this is going to be a 2-0. This is 100% going to a game 3. I don't care who you're rooting for. This is going to a game 3.
It's looking like it, but if you look at that scoreboard, I mean, the slay is definitely overwhelming in the favor of Na'Vi? No. So I guess so did Na'Vi? I see the colors are mixed up here, Tony, and I'm getting confused. Either way, we do, of course, have SLG in team with their win, and a big part of that being because of the advantage in slays. You got 24, 19, 20, and I believe 15 at a Chick. So Fragger and Chick popping off in the slays category, and the damage, I assume, as well. And of course, that's going to be so important in your potential in these games. We saw so many resources in play as well, right? The Bulldog Shoddy, the Rockets, the Stalker Rifle, the Thrust, that controlling them, of course, really kind of sets the momentum and allows you to hold on to that control once you've got it.
Yeah, I believe it was Gaskin that's kind of pointed out before, previously Halo's kind of been like, a 2-weapon or 1-equipment kind of game, but
sure.
in Halo Infinite Sandbox, you can really take advantage of some of these items that are given to you, and if you can control that thrust, if you can control that Stalker Rifle, dare I say the Bulldog for those close quarter engagements, you will be successful, and my gosh. And it was kind of easy to get lost in the game. I mean, Na'Vi had a bit of control, but man, OEX, just every time Na'Vi created some distance in the scoreboard, OEX just kept bouncing back, and eventually they were just too much for Na'Vi to overtake.
I think even a perfect example was Respectful just chasing that kill right there. They're so difficult to kill, right? They survive much longer than you'd ever want them to. I think it was also SLG, right? Just bobbing and weaving in that red room. right? He was hitting him with the jiggle peek where he just kind of bounced out with the strafe, which is so powerful in Infinite, by the way. Because of that strafe speed, you can peek around ledges and kind of tease that gunfight a little bit more effectively. And it's very difficult to fire back if players are efficient with it. And man, did we get to see that in game 1, Tony. But of course, only the start of our series, a best of 3 overall. But like you said, I would not be surprised if this one goes the distance.
Well, we're going into Slayer, and let me tell you, I mean, OEX, I think they look good in Slayer. I was worried that if it goes to game 3, I felt like Na'Vi had a bit of an advantage based on OEX kind of getting dominated over towards the winners finals, but I might have to switch sides over towards Jersey because we might see a 2-0 in favor of OEX because I think they're a daggone good Slayer team, but only time will tell, and Na'Vi are no slouches at all.
Tony, what did we just witness when we casted together last? We watched Na'Vi, and what happened when Na'Vi played Slayer Recharge? Jimbo picked up the camo, he picked up the sword and the repulsor, and he popped off. The dude had a killing spree. He was going crazy. So, I mean, if Na'Vi could play the way that they played in that previous series in Recharge Slayer, then I think they've got this. I think they've got the shot. We'll have to see. And, of course, a big part of it comes down to this opening strat that we'll kick off with Chick, who is going to make his way to the camo. As risky as it is, looks like he does get away successfully.
I'm actually really surprised by that. I noticed how he not only was able to get the camouflage, but able to get it uncontested. I'm not sure exactly what the strategy was coming out of Na'Vi, but I'm seeing there's actually 3 players funneling over toward the Hydro side of the map. So clearly that was a strategy. Camouflage gets spotted, and it looks like they might be able to get the slays as Camouflage is in a bit of trouble here.
Man's in trouble for sure, but you got to love the efficient use of that jump up to get that sightline onto C. And when he knows he's too aggressive doing it, he tries to sneak around from underneath, but the melee's just not coming through. The man will get the trade. At the very least, is something. And to keep our score close to start off. We'll stick with Kimbo, though. Kimbo's trying to get out of the fray here. He'll rotate over to A. His teammates have spawned up in elevator, but what an angle on the windowsill we had at a SLG just to lock the man down.
He thought he was home free, but that last bullet going to connect immediately, and we have a 5-2 lead still in favor of the boys in blue at the moment. OEX playing really well, and we are getting a big kill off the screen. Jimbo going to challenge SLG and win that individual gunfight, and now we're switching gears over towards Kimbo, who's trying to open up a lane, trying to get into the base of Whirlpool, but he's going to back down and play his life.
Yeah, Kimbo's been seen not a good position to be in right there. You got a player right on your tail. Going to take him down immediately. Couple trades, your left and right as Chick goes down. Respectful back on screen. Teammates spawning up near him, over on the hallway. Enemy on the opposite side, of course, and as he makes the rotation, about to square off with SLG. You could tell that man had a mangler, but it didn't matter. What a reversal out of Respectful.
I'm not calling him respectful no more. That man's disrespectful.
No
that shot is too good. He has no respect for any regard for human life. He just wins every single individual gunfight. I wouldn't be surprised. I need to get my statistician on this. I don't think Respectful has lost a single individual gunfight.
As you say that, dude. Literally, as you say that, he loses one. Whoops. You had to tell your statistician to update the stat sheet, Tony. I don't know. Either way, he died with the sword and with the repulsor, so a sweet little combo if somebody does go pick that up. In the meantime, Chick does have a mangler. He can put together quite a bit with it. What's even more important, though, is Nervix with the camo and a sneaky play into yellow. Tell me he gets out of dodge, though. The man's in a rough spot. Teammate here to lock down the angle. He's got 2 teammates to hold it. Gotta love the positioning. And no hit markers on those nades to let the enemy team know exactly where he is. The man will live to see another day.
But this is exactly what I was talking about earlier with OEX. I feel like they have this unselfish gameplay. They're always within arm's length of each other. The communication's always on point. When I was watching them last night, it wasn't even just about making call-outs. I can tell that they were small talk. I can tell that they were listening and responding to each other. The communication and the unselfishness out of OEX is really the reason why they're so dominant, as we're seeing a double-digit lead in favor of OEX.
I mean, the efficiency is undeniable, for sure. As we say that, though, we do have a hot flank coming out from Kimbo. Big opportunity here for the boys on Na'Vi. Almost that happens, though. A second flank for a trade out of Nervix. Kimbo going to hold on to his life. Does know spawners. Could be up in elevator. Going to lock things down from yellow. Shock rifle in hand. I have yet to see this thing make plays, Tony, and I'm hoping we see it soon. So close.
But we are seeing the lead start to be eat up over here by Na'Vi. Now it's only a 5-kill game. Meanwhile, Chick going for the challenge on Jimbo. That is not the player that you want to challenge here. And they're just, I'm telling you, OEX are just letting Na'Vi back into the game. 2Foxy going for the challenge of his own, earning himself a killing spree. And Camouflage is coming up, Alex. This is important.
2Foxy's been popping off in the feed. He's about to get a little more if he can stay alive, pick up this camo. But of course, in a risky position, can he escape in time? He's trying. No, he's trying to sit on it still, and that's the thing. Why? Like in my opinion, why would you go out there so early? Right? Wouldn't you want to be in a position where you're hiding, then you slide and pick it up so that they don't see you waiting on it? Bit of a risky play. Instead, the camo is now traded hands to SLG, who is carefully playing his life. Looks like he will get away with it too. So potential for the boys in blue as SLG will mount the challenge on Jimbo, first victim. Kimbo lying in wait, and Kimbo getting eaten up too. He actually wins that fight though. Huge clutch. Is that enough though?
I don't know, man. I need a recount of those shots. Those were looking good coming out of SLG, but good. Kimbo coming in for that reversal here. Meanwhile, Fragger wants to make his way right behind. Respectful ends up getting the shots, but Kimbo coming in for the bait and switch. My gosh, Na'Vi are looking good, and they have made a comeback.
I mean, just like game one, we're looking at a nail-bitingly close game two, Tony, and I can't complain about it. 28-26 here on the board. We're back on board with Respectful. Got a bit of a square off with SLG. SLG opts to back down from that one. Respectful does have a sword in the back pocket. Could put this to use, unless there's two directly in front of him to take him down. Thankfully, the damage leads to a trade. Can they pick up any more? Nervix right now doing what he can to just hold the angle to make sure his teammates don't get collected. But they do by Jimbo, who gets that sneaky pick.
Daddy doesn't. The spawners are coming up over towards control room. So now Jimbo's not going to be by himself here in long haul for much longer. Meanwhile, Kimbo getting a big slay off the screen, not able to get away with his life as OEX going to hunt him down. Kimbo going to come in for the cleanup right back at him. Back and forth action.
I mean, every kill is so impactful at this point when it's just down to the wire. Mangler in hand of SLG. Can he put something together? Center room right now. Teammates opposite side map, so he is actually behind enemy lines. He doesn't connect with the Mangler. I think he missed it, right? That's a one-shot beatdown right there, and a huge opportunity that was denied by 2Foxy. Now 2Foxy has the resources, and he's putting them to work already. Look at this. Shields down. Chasing him for the kill. Tell me he gets it, though. He doesn't, I don't think. You got the team help coming in from the boys on OEX.
I don't know, Alex. This Mangler seems to be cursed. Someone needs to just leave it alone as 3 down go OEX, and we are seeing a lead change go in favor of Na'Vi when it's clutch and when it matters most. Here comes Na'Vi. They were down for over double digits at one point, and they've already come back. Respectful now having camouflage in hands, having two players in front of him.
It's just down to Respectful. Got to live up, right? At the very least, he's got info for his teammate. He gets a big assist on that kill on the player who drops out bottom mid. Still up, rotating through. Big pickup right there from 2Foxy. 39 now on the board, just to extend that lead a little bit. What else can they do with it? Spawner's likely up in the long haul here. You can see they're waiting on it. Pressure already in that yellow hall, though. They're going straight through center map, picking up kills along the way. Just a one-kill game at this point, Tony.
That it is, and we're back on board here with SLG. If there's any chance for them to come back in this game, somebody on the backs of this Mangler here, getting right behind enemy lines. 2 down go Na'Vi, but the nades are starting to come in. The Mangler's coming out, and that's going to be another fresh 2 down going for out of Na'Vi. OEX are looking good, and they have a 2-kill lead with only 7 kills left. They might be able to hold on to it.
Tony, I gotta say, nothing hits headshots harder than the Mangler. That thing looks so sweet when you snap on the head and just clothesline the dude, and I expect to see a little more. 44-41, when the moment is crucial. Shields down, kill in onto Kimbo, make it 45. Man's looking for more. Tell me he's got it. Teammate will pick that up, but he's still bobbing and weaving here. 46-41. Can they make a comeback in the last seconds here? Na'Vi, they're falling apart.
Let me tell you something. OEX may only have 10 kills, but he has 14 assists, and we are seeing the effectiveness that he has on the map. You have to account for SLG at all times, and I'm loving what we're seeing. But Jimbo and Kimbo now going to try to work a little 1-2 combo over towards the A side of the map. Maybe they can pull off a bait and switch and break into the setup. Meanwhile, Respectful and 2Foxy are working in twos on the opposite side, but they're taking some heavy damage here. Respectful trying to get sneaky, but he's going to go down to 1 shot, Alex.
That was a big live, though. He stayed up. His teammates in position to get the cross here, so now 45-47. They can't afford mistakes. One player on bottom mid, too. He got the kill, though. They tied the game off this, Tony. Are you kidding? 2 players out directly above. Can he turn the tides on this one? They got to pinch this man before he gets the kill. He trades it. 48 all. Not in a good position here, Jimbo. He's going to try to rotate out. Sword still up. Doesn't want a piece. He's got to get in these fights, right? They don't have any timing to work with. 2 kills left on each side. Okay, he will go back for the sword now. What kind of resources are we working with here, Tony? We got 3 grapples for Jimbo. We got 2 in the hallway. And all the boys on the opposite side of the map here, they got info.
And maybe Jimbo can combine that grapple with the sword.
Maybe.
He can really hold down
Maybe
to control him side of the map with it. As hold on, Chick trying to get a little bit aggressive with the commando, but he's a smartly gonna back down. Doesn't want to give up his life just yet. And we're switching gears to Respectful, who was the one who went one shot. And Jimbo is going one shot
49.
as well, but he's gonna back down. He's not able to hold on to control. 49 to 48.
They picked up a kill for it. That was absolutely massive. They got 2 opposite side, 2 in control. Big setup right here. Can they take the trade in the hall? They do. Manage to pull it off for a 50 to 48 close. Tony, I'm about my heart's gonna come out my mouth, my dude. I can't handle it. That's 2 games. That's a tied series. We got more coming up.
And I swear, do not watch the rebroadcast. I did not ever doubt Na'Vi. I knew that Na'Vi were going to take game number 2, force game 3, and we're going to come out on top. Don't come on me. I just don't watch
Tony,
the broadcast.
if we rewind that 5 minutes, you said, I'm going to have to change my prediction and side with Jersey.
I said, I think.
I think I'm going to have to side with sure. Yeah. And then I said, what happened last time Na'Vi was on this map? What happened last time? Jimbo picked up this sword. The man dominated. He got 14-11 this game, 16-11 at a Kimbo, who was a sleeper hit, I want to say, because this man was pulling off killing sprees when he was off the feed.
Daddy was, but man, oh my gosh, SLG was just, he was just doing so much on the map, putting down shots on everybody, staying alive as long as possible. Like I said, he may have only had 10 kills or so, I believe it was, but it was those assists that were really efficient and really effective. And if a couple of things go their way, we're looking at a 2-0 in favor of OEX. But now, Na'Vi having the momentum going into game 3, we need to see if OEX can bounce back. It wasn't looking good for them in the winners bracket finals. They actually lost 0-4 the last time we played Bizarre CTF. This is a different team, though.
That is a good point. Bizarre CTF might be a weaker map for OEX, and that could be trouble for them. But even just going back to that game, like that's the type of game that you want to rewatch and take a look at a second time. Just the way that they managed to hold on to their resources and make such smart decisions, working together and not being out of play when they needed to be there, right? At the very end, even just Jimbo, right? He had the sword in front of him, but he knew he needed to have that positioning to help the teammate, so he made sure that the way was clear, and then he went back for the sword later. So they're so efficient. They're so selfless, like we talked about. That was a huge win by Kimbo, by the way. Remember?
Yes. Oh my gosh. And I was thinking to myself, like, yo, this excellent job by SOG playing that box and it was beautiful.
Yeah.
But Kimbo just having that pure shot. I talked about it before, man. His shot is so smooth. You can tell it's very left stick dominant. He barely touches that right stick, and it seems like he never missed, in my opinion. You saw it right there, how deadly his shot can be. This is what I was talking about before with that beautiful assist. It just SOG had a way of staying alive, putting down damage, and they always had to account for him on the map, because if they didn't, SLG would have went off.
You know, it's interesting. Like, we keep talking about aim and how things have changed. Infinite, so left stick dominant. I completely agree with you. It's something that I've had to kind of force myself to learn because of the way that I played Halo 5. Very right stick heavy, right? You're snapping constantly, hitting those single shot kills. I find that the most Halo 5-like experience that you're going to get on Infinite is the Mangler, though, right? Like, when you have the BR, you're very carefully training your aim and kind of locking that fire, holding, not really moving the right stick too much. It's very steady. With the Mangler, you can whip. You can snap with that thing and just take faces. And I like the dynamic between the two. Depending on what you're using in the sandbox, you have to kind of switch up your play style.
Well, while we're still learning the game ourselves, obviously there are 8 players who have been grinding and who have been putting in that work, and we're seeing them right here in Na'Vi and OEX. Because, mind you guys, this game just came out last week. We're talking just last week, and we are seeing it played at the highest level, and I'm loving it, man. I really am.
I just can't wait to see what kind of precedent this sets for the proper LAN tournaments, right? Whoever wins here, they punch their ticket, or at least they're in a great spot to do so. We got a couple more qualifiers coming up, but look at the talent that we're already seeing in Europe. And what will that do when you bring these boys to the LAN, when you bring them to Raleigh? Like, we got Cartel waiting in the wings on Winterside Grand Finals with players that have never played in a LAN environment. They have come up during the Halo 5 era, during the, I want to say, the COVID era, where we just played online tournaments. Legend and Shady, I'm looking at them. Sika as well. He's, I want to call them young goats on the rise that we'll suddenly see in a LAN environment. I can't wait to see what they do. But of course, it all starts with this series, Tony. We still got to cap this one off.
We talked about it before. I mean, that we want to see them on land. Mind you, this is for qualifying points, and 6 teams will have full funding making their way into Raleigh. There's so much implication on the line right here, right now. And we're talking SLG and OEX, Jimbo and Navi, and we're gonna actually get a little bit of a reset here. They weren't ready just yet.
Fun tip opportunity.
We need to get them hyped first.
We do. So you see that the double beatdown coming out here. Tony, did you know? So the BXB, right? We saw the BXB back in the Infinite Flight. That thing was crazy. They patched it immediately, rightfully so. 343 was like, okay, this BXB is too crazy. Everyone's doing it. We got to patch it. But on the low, they didn't fully remove it. Did you know that there's still sort of a BXB and a BYB in Halo Infinite? Fun tip.
No, I didn't. Tell me.
Okay, so BXB and BYB is nowhere near as powerful as it was before, but turns out there's a perfect sweet spot timing, a rhythm, you could say, behind BXB and BYB in this game. If you melee and you switch weapons and you wait till the second half, there's a perfect timing. You got to try it yourself. Wait till the second half of the swap and then hit the melee button again. You can increase that second melee speed by a fraction of a second. It's not much, but that fraction of a second is a big deal in competitive play, and we have yet to see pros utilizing it, right? We've got the updates to BXB that just add to that skill gap just a little bit. Then we have the curb slides. I haven't seen any of the European players pulling out any curb slides. I'll point it out if they do, Tony, because I'm on the lookout. But there's so many little elements. I even learned yesterday on Twitter that if you have a weapon and you drop your weapon, you'll switch to the second one faster and shoot faster than just swapping weapons normally. So if you have a plasma pistol and you're charging the plasma pistol and you fire the shot out and then drop the weapon, you'll snap to the BR instantly for a shot. Technically speaking, in the right conditions, that's a skill gap right there, Tony. That stuff just gets me excited. I don't know about you.
And I mean, that's one of the reasons why I love the fact that we have these open tournaments. Invitational tournaments are nice and you have the best of the best, but we have open tournaments. So if you're I know you come from the Smash community, the fighting game community. If you're a fighting game and you've mastered the mechanics, you can utilize those button combos and utilize those mechanics. Come on by. If you're a Call of Duty player that you have those fast reflexes and you can outgun the best of the best, like we saw COD players do early in the winners bracket finals. Come on by. We welcome all of you to come in and compete, because the barrier, the entry barrier to get into competitive Halo has been as low as it's ever been, and anybody can make a name for themselves, and that's why we love Halo.
Anybody except us, apparently. We're stuck to the caster's desk. We don't got the talent, unfortunately, I guess. Or maybe it's just me. Either way, you're completely right. I want to hammer on that, double down on that. You're right in that it's a free-to-play game. Access has never been more open than it ever has been to get in these tournaments, to get the reps in. And, I mean, how beautiful is it that we're loving the game, too? That people seem to be enjoying the gameplay. It's smooth. It's been going well. I've been seeing... We talked about COD players jumping into this tournament. Yes, they jumped in. They're looking good. But, I mean... the level of talent we have from these Halo players, watch out. If you're a Smash kid, I think I saw Mango playing Halo. I'm seeing people jumping in from other games trying to get a piece of this, but it's a sweaty, competitive game. In the end of the day, you got to be the cream of the crop to really prevail here, Tony. So let's finally see it in BRCTF as we kick off our Game 3.
And here we are. We're going to start on. We're going to switch gears actually over towards Respectful here. And I'm loving the fact that he has the thrust, but I want to see him play aggressive towards that overshield, which I believe just went in the hands of somebody on OEX. Luckily, he has the thrust, he has the assault rifle, ends up utilizing it to get a big kill. Respectful already starting off hot.
I mean, Halo Infinite might be leveraging a lot of the, classic Halo elements of positioning and teamwork, but when you got a thrust in an AR, you just go in, Sometimes you just pull off the high movement place, and you got to love to see it. All while that happens, Chicken to try to hold on to his life, because this is a big push into red base here. Great opportunity to potentially get a pull. By getting these kills, they can force the spawns out front, force the spawns out to alley, which is an opportunity for the rest of the team to collapse and conquer. Look at, oh my God, that was close.
And this is what I was worried about. I mean, Respectful was able to get a lot of resources from his base, but they covered they kind of gave up that overshield, and now we're seeing an OEX almost take advantage of it. Meanwhile, Kimbo actually has a mean flank over here towards palm trees, having a player in front of SLG. Excellent shots, but he's gonna back down and play his life.
It is interesting to see that despite the overwhelming advantage that the blue team had in red just a second ago, they only got the flag out to that little doorway, right, in the BR house. They couldn't get it very far, which just goes to show how difficult it is to lock down spawns multiple times. And, whoa, no way. Can you? I don't think you can reach that jump from there, can you? I'm pretty sure. It was a good attempt, though.
Hey, I mean, the game's still early.
Taking
You
notes.
gotta try everything.
Taking notes.
Jimbo ends up going down, so let's switch gears over towards an OEX member, as Overshield should be coming up really soon. And I think it was actually Gaskin who talked about it before, where if you could plant somebody in the opposing library, opposing bar, you could really kind of assert your dominance, as the Chick is well aware of it. He tries to do the same thing, but he's going to be spotted and shot down. 2 down, go OEX. Fragger going in for a big double kill, able to take down 2 Foxy.
That's huge for Fragger. I'm pretty sure, yeah, his teammate picked up the OS, so great opportunity right here. They can fly in, be aggressive. They're going to come up through the high door. And you can see the rotation already coming out from Na'Vi as they get out of the line of fire here and make it very difficult for the boys in OEX to take full advantage of their resources. Still got a couple players up in the front door here as they try to manage it, but Na'Vi doing a great job of defense. Okay, the body shots already? All right.
I was just making sure he didn't come back as a zombie. That wasn't body disrespect. You know, you got to kick a couple extra shots. You got to be careful nowadays, man. Anything could happen as the nades coming in from Frank. Excellent nades at that. And OEX starting to get some slays here, but 2 Fox going to get a big slay on the opposing end. SLG takes down Respectful. And now Kimbo trying to stay alive, which was the double doors, but he's catching some stray grenades. So he's going to back down and go in for a little bit of a flank.
Yeah, Kimbo rocking a nice little dual wield there, too. The BR, the Commando. What a ragdoll, by the way. Not sure what happened there. I think it was a rocket explosion that sent that man soaring. Still got one more rocket to work with. He's got a grapple in the back pocket, too, so Chick could get something done. All getting started with that opening kill. Hopefully he didn't damage his teammates there, but 2 Foxy down for a count. He's got a teammate in the closet as well, so nice little pinch opportunity set up. We've seen this all game. The dominant pressure out of OEX has been consistent and relentless, but it hasn't been enough to pull a flag.
And again, guys, this is your losers bracket finals. The winner of this is actually going to get into the money here. And again, it's all about the qualifying points, both this weekend and next weekend. There's a lot of implications on the line here. 2 Fox, you're already having 10 kills at the moment, but matching him is Frag, and we're on board now with Kimbo. It looks like he's doing a little bit of baiting here, but nobody home.
Tony, you said it about the tournaments. Like, you want to get into this sooner rather than later, right? Because you can see how quickly these boys are leveling up and just adapting to each other, even in just the first tournament alone. I can only imagine things will be different as we get closer to Raleigh. OS back in play here on the body of SLG. SLG's been making big plays all tournament long. He's got the disruptor nades coming in for a big pickup, flag in hand. So an opportunity for OEX, and he's got an escort as well. I believe he's got a teammate out in front, one in the alley, one directly in his face, though. He does get the double melee.
Wow.
He'll take that flag out through the alley. This is the most progress we've seen at OEX in the flag so far, and I love that. Look at that big brain play. He drops the flag, turns around, and just melts the dude.
We might just see the first cap go in favor of OEX as the flag's already in the base, and I don't think there's anybody left to actually contest it. 1-0 lead in favor of OEX.
You got to take notes if you're watching there. You got to be so intimately aware of that spawn and the players who are chasing you on the collapse and know when to turn around, know when to drop the flag and slay, and make sure that they don't get that easy kill. They don't pick you up and get the return. Because of that play, we're in a totally different scenario here. And speaking of different scenarios, hopefully Jimbo and his scenario is cleaned up very shortly, Tony, because this has been one hell of a game so far, and I want to see it continue.
That it is. I'm still seeing over towards the rocket side corner, so things are not looking good, as Respectful is going to go in for the challenge on Chick and winning that gunfight at that. Okay. And 2 Foxy is going to swap teams, trying to signal the ending of the game here. And wow, that is unfortunate. It was just started to get going here, Alex.
It was. I was getting excited. You can see they're still playing though. There's no remorse on the side of OEX. They're playing. They're taking the. Okay, so I'm gonna assume we're gonna get things dealt with, get to the bottom of this. But one thing is for sure, at least in my opinion, Tony, that was a well-earned first flag by the OEX team.
Yeah, and obviously we saw the tailwind of Jimbo having some issues right there. But I guess the question is, when exactly did those issues start? Did it start, in the beginning of that flag cap? Did it start way after it? To be honest, I'm not exactly sure. But one thing is certain. OEX were looking good. That handoff by SLG, well, first of all, before that, it was a double melee to get when that guy really surprised him over towards top bar. Then he hands off the flag to his teammates, continue running, while he jumps back, goes in there for the challenger of the guy trailing them. It was just so coordinated, so beautiful, and one of the things I really have enjoyed watching OEX.
So much efficiency. We saw that at SLG, like you said, but just throughout the game, they spent majority of the game on their half of the map, right? I very rarely saw Jimbo and team bounce out of their base and get to the opposite side and put down any real form of pressure. So it was looking relentless throughout. And like you said, we don't know when the issues started persisting. So hopefully it wasn't something that was happening the whole game. Hopefully it didn't impact the start of the game, but we'll find out all the details. Of course, I'm going to be keeping a close ear on it. But man, I mean, what a series, what a game 3 and what we've seen so far. Any kind of standout plays that you've seen, Tony? It'd be great to see some highlights also, if possible, but any standouts that you can remember, Tony?
I mean, the play that I mentioned before with the handoff and an SLG going for that challenge is one that pops into my mind right away. Also, I mean, I also disagreed a little bit with Na'Vi not sending more resources to kind of bait that overshield, because they allowed OEX to grab overshield, and then they almost took advantage. We saw immediate plays go in favor of OEX, but they weren't able to get that objective right away. But that could have been really dangerous. We almost saw a 1-0 lead much earlier than what we just saw now.
Getting an update. Okay, so they are going to restart the game. It will say 0-0 on the scoreboard, understandably, but it is a 1-0 for OEX. So that flag is counting. It's safe, Tony.
And rightfully so. I mean, that was a well-earned cap by OEX. I would have been really surprised if we took that cap off the board, but a little bit of a reset situation. Now we're going to start on board with a fresh grapple, a fresh overshield, and fresh rockets as well. So who knows? Maybe Na'Vi can quickly get those resources and turn it into a quick flagpole and maybe a flag cap. Only time will tell.
I mean, it makes you think, having this reset, considering the position that Na'Vi was in pre-reset, it was looking rough for the boys on Na'Vi, not even just in the opening strat, but throughout the entirety of the game. They were having trouble just dealing with the pressure. Do you think this maybe helps them? It gives them a chance to, maybe reset, talk amongst the team, hopefully put together a new game plan in time for us jumping back in here?
Personally, I think it does, because when I think of a team like Na'Vi, I think they're well coordinated. They obviously know exactly what they want to accomplish as a team. So maybe they win that opening strat, and maybe they, like I said before, grab that overshield, grab that rockets, and turn it into a quick cap. I think a reset of the situation can definitely work in favor of Na'Vi, but I think I'd be kind of crazy not to think about the cons as well, because obviously it can go back in favor of OEX, and we can see them do the exact same thing. So I don't know. I'm believing this Na'Vi roster. I believe they're actually going to take it 2-1, but starting to waver a bit. I'm not going to lie, just a little bit.
I mean, based off of what I've seen, I got to change my prediction. So you go ahead, stand strong on Na'Vi, but just based on, unless something dramatic changes when this game restarts, and maybe it will. Not to doubt the boys on Na'Vi, but that looked like all OEX in their favor. The interesting thing about that, though, was OEX, we said pre-series, might be weak on CTF, right? Because OEX got dominated by Cartel. So, I mean, these boys, they both got to pick it up on both sides, because Cartel, they're waiting in the wings, and they are no slouch in this map game type.
Yeah, maybe that 4-0 wasn't indicative of the skill set of OEX on this game type and map, but more of how far ahead that Cartel is on this map and game type combination. OEX gonna immediately start with a 3-0 lead as far as slays, but now need to get the objective as well.
Oh my God, what a hot start at not only Fragger, but the whole team. They got the rockets as well. That's a double kill coming in. But my God, just the use of the thrust and the 2 kills to start right into the OS grab, so clean. And it's put these boys on Na'Vi on the back foot. The flag is already out. The flag's already at the front door. They're moving so quick. The game's not even 1 minute in here, Tony.
That it is not, but we're on board now with 2Fox, who has a great angle. Now going to try to up the tempo here. Fragger off for screen, getting a big kill. Nice. Chick as well. Another 3 down, and we're seeing that final push coming in from 2Foxy. If he can win this individual gunfight, maybe get the return, but he's not able to do so.
That was still a huge kill, though, right? He was one shot. He timed that jump right before death there to avoid the headshot and pick up that clean trade. The flag is still out, still sitting out front base. It's scrappy, but they're doing what they can to get the defense here. Unfortunately, though, spawning in your base, there's no way you'll get there in time. Flag right beside the pedestal. Just an inch left to really put this one in, and they will manage to plant it. So SLG and team with such a coordinated opening and a well-deserved flag off it. I mean, disconnecting from the game, did it help or hurt them, Tony? It's looking like it hurt them.
That it might, but notice how they did end up going 2 down to cap that flag. So we might be seeing we're seeing a counter pull in front of our very eyes right now, making it across a little bit of a fumble rooski by 2Foxy, but looks like that hasn't slowed them out just yet. Meanwhile, OEX are getting a counter pull on the opposite side.
Tony, you talked about fumbles with CTF and Infinite. This is happening much more often because the flag is heavy as hell in this game. It's very hard to juggle. And the biggest tip I guess I could give is you want to juggle it out of a jump in the air. If you try to juggle it from the floor, the throw will not get you very far. So if you're sprint sliding, juggling it on the floor, I don't recommend it. I'd say sprint slide, jump with it, toss it so you get that distance. You can plant that one in and tie the game on the scoreboard, but not overall, right? It's 2-1 currently for OEX.
Definitely a bit of a skill set coming in with running this flag. You definitely have to practice it, and it's not going to be as easy as it was in previous games. Meanwhile, oh my gosh, OEX making it look easy right now, putting the shotty to the body, getting a beautiful double kill, and now he's working the perimeter in the opposing base. He's going to jump up over towards Bar. Things are looking good if you're a fan of OEX.
And Nurix out here barking. Oh, I like the clamber cancel right there, right? If you pull back on the stick before you clamber, or finish the clamber, you can cancel it out, dodge a nade, do something else, get a shoddy kill a little bit later, love it, on the respectful, gonna hold down the BR house here. Try to make the rotation out to flag. Teammate already picking up some good damage here, so a spree coming in as they rotate this flag just a little further here. Nervix making big plays. Flag out, I think, actually no, flag is sitting handily in the pedestal. This one's looking clean, Tony. I think they might have this.
That it is, and we're seeing them actually rotate back towards the flag carrier, and it looks like there are no slays going in favor of Na'Vi at the moment. Actually, the complete opposite. OEX ends up getting a big double kill with the rocket launcher, so we might see a 2-1 lead, and not even a counter cap coming in favor of Na'Vi as they're going to go right back on the offense.
Tony, that was just ruthless. He didn't need to do all that. He didn't need to grapple up in their face to get the, I mean, you know, I liked it. It was pretty, but my God. What a way to decimate the spawners as they just try to get an angle on the flag carrier. That's 3-1 with the flag overall here. We're still just going to keep on board with Na'Vi as they try to do something to manage the situation, but 3 dead immediately. Moving quick on the bottom of the map, we got Chick with the thrust, the dynamo nades. Plenty of resources to work with, and an OS about to pop up out front, so he's trying to live up, but getting tagged up by Na'Vi. Na'Vi with a play for the OS. Can they do a little more off of it?
Despite going 3 down, 2Foxy doing a great job of slaying out, buying enough time for his teammates to push up towards that 50% portion of the map, and then even getting away with overshield as well. But he's being heavily guarded here at the enemy base. OEX able to melt that overshield and get the kill. And here comes once again SLG.
Not winning the trade with the shotgun as well, so a big pickup right there from SLG. We talked about it earlier with the OS, but of course the fact that it's portable means it's less powerful than it's ever been in Halo before. It gets melted immediately. So even if you think you got that extra, shield presence, if you're facing 2 players, you got to be careful. You get melted instantly, and you got to be extra careful if you got a grappler in your face. Thankfully, that's a trade.
And just like that, 3 down go OEX and Jimbo, the only player in double digits on the team over the enemy team base, so he's slaying out, even getting the flag as well. Na'Vi might be able to capitalize on this round of slays.
You see how the jump toss sends that flag out just a little bit further, makes it easier for him to get the juggle. Nice convenient use right there. Let's jump right. Dude, you gotta love the movement, jumping over to the opposite side of the doorway just to make himself a difficult target. Opens up the opportunity for the teammates to continue to pick up damage and get the kills. That's 1 more down. The flag continues to be rallied. Overextension came through, though. We got a blue player who does try to get that flag just a little bit farther. That's a big opportunity for the boys on OEX. You see, they do manage to take out Kimbo. Jimbo did get the flag out to red base, but he doesn't. Okay, well, I take it back. They got that swift 3 and a cap. Big plays out of Na'Vi to bring it to 3-2.
And just like that, we are tied up at 2 apiece right now with 15 seconds left in regulation. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go into an overtime.
Are we, though? It's 3-2, Tony, on the board, right? We had a game that was canceled previously. It was 1-2. So, I mean, when that timer hits 0, that's going to be a GG. They're not going to make it to the flag in time, Tony. So, that's a GG. They're going to cancel and end the game right there, and OEX will walk away with the dub. As heartbreaking and momentum shattering as a moment like that is, that's how the Halo cookie crumble for that series. Tony, I don't know what to say. Congratulations to OEX.
That game was so amazing, so tantalizing. I was all in. I almost forgot that was a reset, that OEX were up 1-0 before the reset goes in. So yes, you were right. That is a 3-2 win for OEX, and they're going to be moving forward into your grand finals to go up against Cartel. Wow.
What a series, Tony. I'm floored. I mean, pleasure casting it with you, by the way, my dude. It was intense the whole way through. Every single game was nail-bitingly close. We couldn't have asked for a better Slayer. Dude, Slayer on Recharge was insane. If you guys missed it, you got to go back and watch it. I would love to watch some of the highlights just to relive some of it. And let's take a look at the scoreboard as well, if we can, just for that past game, because I'm sure that was a big impact in the results of this one. But man, so we don't have the scoreboard, unfortunately. We're just going to tell you how it went down, man. We saw plays left and right at OEX, especially in that first opening game that was reset, but just to hold on to their lead, and the starting strat presence as well. Remember, the starting strat was wild out of OEX.
It really was. I mean, let me tell you, OEX played phenomenal all tournament long. Not even all series long, all tournament long. It's been an absolute pleasure watching them do it. But look at these replays, double kills across the board, and it was just insane. I'm really happy for OEX. I want to see them do some big things, and now they get their rematch against Cartel in the grand finals.
That jump timing, dude. I love the little micro mechanics of how players manage to turn disadvantageous situations into kills, right? Your tools are limited in Halo Infinite, unless, of course, you got a repulsor, you got a grapple, but most of the time, you got no thrust. It's just you, your strafe, your jump, your crouch, right? So in situations where you are one shot, you're at a disadvantage. If you can leverage the few resources that you have to just make that little outplay, to just throw off that opponent's aim just a little bit. Like, look at that tight strafe there at SLG. Unfortunately, not enough to stop the accuracy out of Jimbo, who was on a tear there. But it's just great to see that those little micro mechanics, they come into play in a big way, and really just goes to show it's the time to kill in Halo that allows for those types of opportunities. Not too many arena-based shooters have that kind of setup with the time to kill, with the spawn system that creates these, consistent kind of skill-based outplay opportunities. And I love to see it. I'm sure Gaskin and Jersey love to see it as well. So let's get these boys back to the broadcast and see what they thought about this series. I believe, who voted what? What did we side with? Who was Navi? Who was OEX? Okay, so it was Jersey.
Yeah, I was OEX as well. They definitely went with OEX. I didn't think that. To be fair, it was always going to be a close one, wasn't it? And I think
it was.
The restart changed a few things, but I think you hit the nail on the head, and that Navi were on the backside of it anyway. They were struggling when that reset happened. So close, though, with the grapple at the end to try and get the touch, to try and keep that game alive, but ultimately didn't really work out. But OEX just seemed to have that little bit of extra clutch factor, don't they? The likes of SLG, some of the things he was pulling off in that game was absolutely nuts.
Absolutely nuts.
Sorry, Alex. There was a couple of moments in the series that were huge and telling. Recharge Slayer 36-34 in favor of OEX. It's almost the good, the bad, and the ugly. 3 of them drop bottom middle out from control. 3 of them die. Hand the initiative over to Navi, who take full control and end up on top. Then you've got over towards the flag on Bazaar. SLG, this time with the good, goes towards the flag, pulls it out, gets a kill, turns around, throws the flag to a teammate, gets another kill behind them on Jimbo to secure that flag cap down through sewers. So the first cap was the most important one of Bazaar. You talked about how it can be stalemate 0-0 for a very long time, and SLG made sure his team came out on top in that one.
I thought from the scrims that I had watched that Bazaar would be kind of a slow burner. You would have, 0-0, maybe 1-0 towards the end, but not with these games that we've seen today. We've seen quite a lot of action, a lot of back and forth, flags capped on both sides, and it's led to what we have now in our bracket. Let's take a look at our bracket, see how things have gone down in this tournament, because what a day we've had. We started out with 6 teams. We are down to 2 teams. Here's the upper bracket on screen. Cartel have been just dominating on their side until they faced OEX. They had quite a challenger, but OEX not quite enough to stop the boys on Cartel from sitting in the winner's side grand finals. Now, OEX, they dropped down to lower bracket. We could jump over to lower bracket and just see how that all closed off. Navi had fought their way from winners round 3. They were knocked down early in the tournament day 1, but they plowed through that loser side bracket to get to where they are now. Unfortunately, they might have ran out of steam right towards the end here. OEX, they just had the ice. They had the clutch factor to win that in the lower bracket twice. They beat Navi twice in this tournament. That puts them on the lower side of grand finals, which is a best of 5, and I can't wait to see it. I mean, boys, you got to be excited for this. Gaskin, what are you thinking? I mean, after what we've seen so far, does OEX, are they in a better spot now, or is it just Cartel are just too good today?
Well, it seemed like they did a little bit better at Bizarre CTF, right? So maybe they've got a chance if that pops up in the grand finals. I'm delighted we're going to get a best of 5 because there are so many of these series which I was just hoping it was going to go a little bit further. I was like, oh, please let this be a best of 5. Alas, it's best of 3. You understand it. It's an open series. But now we got a best of 5. So this is going to be a true test here for Cartel and OEX. And of course, OEX, they have to win 2 best of 5s if they're going to win this tournament. It would be a reset if they win the best of 5 initially, send us to another set. Maps are going to play into it. I do think that both these teams have their strengths. We didn't see OEX play a Strongholds game against Cartel. However, in scrims, OEX looks really good in Strongholds. So going into the grand finals, we're definitely going to see some Strongholds come into the equation. I think that's really going to help them.
We're going to have to talk about it more after the break, Gaskin. We've got a hell of a series coming up. I like that you said, finally we get some best of 5. Not only that, best of 5 with the potential for a reset. In my opinion, the more Halo, the merrier. And hopefully, if you're in the chat, you stick with us to watch the grand finals in today's EU Open Series. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more HCS. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the last time to our EU HCS Open Qualifier. What a day we've had. Just in case you're not aware, France has been dominating today in the EU Open Qualifier. On the winner's side, in our final series, we have Cartel. On the lower side, we have OEX. And man, we got to talk about it. I'm Shyway. I'd like to welcome our casters back to the broadcast once again. We got Gaskin, we got Sherzy, and Tony joining me. Let's relive some highlights once again in this tournament, boys. We've got our grand finals coming up. That's it to close the day. What a road we've had to get here. We got some highlights on screen currently. Any standouts for you, Gaskin, as we get to the final match?
I think we just had some huge matches today. We've really had a great demonstration of where Europe Halo is currently in. Because we've got a lot of teams that have been practicing a lot, that are trying to figure out the game. There's a few teams who have figured out a little bit quicker than others, but there's been so much promise when it comes to this region. Individual plays that I've seen across the board have really impressed me, and I think even though we're likely to see team changes coming through back and forth between some of the lower squads, a lot of these teams we're seeing in the latter stages of the tournament should be solid rosters that we see for quite some time, or I hope we see for quite some time in Halo Infinite. But in this particular series that we're looking at highlights between OEX and Na'Vi, they gave it a great go, did Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Considering OEX knocked them down from the winner's bracket into the lower bracket, they were always going to have that looming above their heads. We've already lost to them once. They gave it their best. It went to a best of 3. But in the end, I just think it was some of the individual ability that we see on OEX that took them over the finish line.
And Na'Vi had one hell of a tournament. Like you said, rough spot for them to be in, to go up against OEX kind of twice in a row, once to knock them in the lower bracket, again to knock them out of the tournament. But it just goes to show the talent that we have here, and the fact that Na'Vi, they're a partnered team coming into our tournaments for HCS. But we've got two other dominant rosters in this tournament that are not partnered, that are setting a hell of a precedent, that are letting the world know that they deserve to be partnered. I mean, Sherzy, tell me a bit about this French Halo talent. And now that we've seen it, I'm wondering, can these boys, can they hang in the NA too?
Yeah, I think definitely you'd have to say they can. I think for the likes of Cartel, they've been dominating all throughout Europe. Even they played in some of those esports arena tournaments as well, playing in the fours. And on NA host, it has to be said, they were taking down some of the top American players as well. So you've got to think, you've got to fancy when they get themselves onto land, they can give a good account of themselves. And perhaps they could be the flagship team going forward. But on the other side of things, I think Na'Vi being one of the partner teams, I think they'll look at this with level heads and think we've got a lot of work to do. The game's only just come out. It's going to be a lot of grinding to do. And like I said, Jim only got off a plane on Thursday from America to fly back when we found out the game was released early. So I think a lot of work to do for them. They'll go to the drawing boards. They'll make no rash decisions, and they'll look at this pretty objectively and say, listen, we'll go again.
It's a good point. Week one, everything's in flux. People are scrambling to play the game. For a lot of us, it was a surprise. Like you said, with Jimbo, I think he was hanging out with the girlfriend, different part of the world, had to fly home immediately. So things like that, your life all of a sudden completely changes up, and you might not be ready for, what just hit us all of a sudden. It's exciting times, but you got to start grinding. You got to start leveling up and, catching up with the competition. Of course, like we had said previously, the top 6 teams do get to make it over to Raleigh out of the 3 qualifiers. So you don't necessarily have to be first place. Of course, that's the objective coming in. But if you can land in the top 6, you get your room and board paid for, you get flown out, you get to be a big part of that Raleigh tournament. Tony, I know you got to be excited coming into Raleigh with that land. Just tell me a bit about that and just what's coming up.
I mean, yeah, Raleigh's going to be absolutely insane. We are going to see the best of the best, and HCS has made sure of that because, like you said, the top 6 teams with the most points are going to be funded to come over to NA and play at Raleigh. So I believe Sherzy mentioned it before. We've never had that kind of infrastructure where, like, hey, look, if you could prove that you're the best in your region, hey, we're gonna fly you out to this land. You're gonna compete against the best of the best and show us how good EU really is. Show us how good Latin America really is. Even ANZ as well. We're gonna have. It's almost gonna feel like a little mini worlds every single event.
Yeah, so great to see these players have a shot. But of course, that shot all starts with today. All starts with the grand finals and finding out who is the best today, who's been grinding, who deserves that W. Of course, we've got Cartel, winner side. We've got OEX on the loser side. Let's take a look at that series layout and start making predictions because these boys are almost ready to go. We are just about ready to jump into our Grand Final Series. Best of 5. Nice to see 5 maps on screen. We got a long one ahead of us. CTF Aquarius to start, Slayer on Bazaar, Oddball Recharge, and if we get there, we got Strongholds on Streets and Slayer on Live Fire. CTF Aquarius. I'm a big Aquarius fan. I haven't seen any CTF on this map just yet. Shurzy, coming into this one, what are you thinking based off of what you see here?
Well, from what I've seen of Cartel versus OEX in scrims, they've played each other a couple of times on Aquarius. Both times gone towards Cartel, particularly the most recent one being 5-1 in their favor. So that can be quite telling. And on Bazaar Slayer, they've had a couple of games as well. So 50-41 for Cartel, 50-49 for Cartel. So again, the first 2 maps, not looking good if you're an OEX fan. Oddball Recharge could throw a spanner into the works. We don't know what way that could shake out. But the first 2, definitely they've lost some. So OEX have some work to do.
Yeah, so OEX, not only do they have to come back and reset the bracket, they got to level up from their scrims performance and do it with the pressure on the line. Can't be easy to do. Gaskin, does that, give you any hope for these boys up against Cartel in the final series?
I think my worry looking at that is the fact they don't play Strongholds into Game 4. Shurzy's mentioned it, I've mentioned it a few times. Strongholds is their kind of strongest game type. That's when they're at their best. If they're not getting there till Game 4, they could already be 3-0 down and the Grand Finals is already lost. But if they do get there, that could be a huge momentum swing to potentially tie up a series or maybe even win the series, depending on how the series is looking. And then go into that last Slayer, which is a live fire, is another Slayer that they have lost to Cartel in scrims. So it's going to be a difficult one, but you know what we've always said, like scrims, that's practice. But when it comes to actual game day, it's about who's on fire. Unfortunately, I think Cartel are the team that's on fire right now. So it's going to be a tough one for OEX.
Yeah, things are different with pressure on the line, but once again, the team that has showcased that they can win time and time again so far is Cartel. So understandably, Gaskin, I'm going to say Cartel is prediction for you.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Cartel, and I think they'll get it done in this first best of 5. I don't think we'll be going to a reset, but I'd love to go to a reset.
I'm going to agree with you. Quick, just fire round. Tony, what are you thinking? Prediction.
I have a legend tattoo on my lower back. I'm going to go Cartel 3-2.
Okay, Cartel 3-2. Okay, close series. Shurzy?
I think this time Cartel will probably have a little bit too much considering the form they're in, and OEX just looked a little bit off the pace against them. So although they were only separated by a couple of seconds, I think Cartel take the win here.
All 4 of us are locked in for Cartel against OEX. Pressure is on for OEX. I'd love to see him step up to the plate. But it's time to jump into the series. So Gaskin, Shurzy, take it away. It's going to be a fun one.
Can't wait to get right into it, Dan. It's Grand Finals time. We've seen them play before. It's time for revenge now. Of course, we spoke about how SLG, former member of Cartel, he was replaced eventually. He now has a chance to have a crack at them at the Grand Finals. Listen, if he wins here, it doesn't matter about the game earlier in the tournament. It doesn't matter about the series before. It's what matters now. And if he does it here, a double bracket reset, get himself fit and firing, get the team going, we can see an upset.
This has a little bit of everything, doesn't it? We've got Grand Finals, the first Halo Infinite Grand Finals here in Europe. We've got 2 French rosters, one featuring Snipe Drone, who is the honorary British member of that team, which we do not forget. And we've also got seeding points on the line. We've got prize money on the line. We've got rivalries. We've got revenge stories. We've got a team that's already beaten one of the other teams in the winners bracket. Everything you could ever want is here in our first ever Grand Finals for Europe in Halo Infinite. And what a way to kick it off with 2 of our favorite game type. It's Aquarius CTF here, Shurzy.
I'm ready to jump straight into it. Of course, Camouflage will be spawning top middle. We've got those thruster packs that can change the outcome of any fight if used correctly. Spawning in the front courtyard. We're already up. We're underway. We're getting cooking, and they're going straight for that Camouflage.
It's Grand Final time, baby. Everyone get the tweets out. Let people know that Europe is here because we've got the best on display, and I'm sure that they're going to put on a show for us right here, right now. Now, when these two did scrim against each other, it was a very dominant performance by Cartel on this game type. They won 5-1. Shurzy mentioned it earlier, and already we're seeing them go to work here. They are slaying out right now.
SLG and co starting to scramble. Flag already out on the move, made its way over towards bottom grass area as well, over towards that plant side, and they're not messing around our Cartel. Flag almost all the way home. That's going to be 1-0 barring a miracle.
A miracle is what you need. You can shoot from across the base. It's something we do see in Aquarius, but OEX aren't even alive to shoot across base. Off the spawn, they try and overextend. They do get a couple of kills. They are going to force Cartel ever so slightly off of control here. And actually, Urix is going to be pulling a flag. But look at the position. We see Snipe Drone in. He jumps down, and he can just destroy his prey.
Jumps down and does just that. Destroys the prey. Evaporates any chance they have of that flag cap getting put in. Snipe drone position, top middle. Like I said, he likes to sit there, just beam down, put down damage, some serious numbers. The man doesn't miss. And look, there's another kill in the bank from him as well as he takes down Urix. Chick finally puts an end to his life, sending him to the respawn screen. But they have got the flag on the move again. They're scrambling.
Yeah, managing to get the flag, and I think it's all 4 down for Cartel. So great decision making by OEX not to overextend for the flag when it was kind of in no man's land. They slayed out, they got the kills, and then they jumped down and pushed, managed to get the touch, and it is a comfortable cap in the end. So quite a quick fire start here to Aquarius, all tied up 1-1. Neither team able to really control the map entirely. Instead, it's just been a kind of slay off. We slay, we grab a flag, you slay, you grab a flag.
Yeah, it's very much been tit for tat at the moment. Now we're seeing it just like that. Both flags out and on the move. They're trading bases, it would seem. And you had to say the criticisms coming from that first flag cap of Snipe Drone. Should he have just dropped down and tried to get the reset? Of course, if you have your hindsight glasses on, it's easy to say that. Maybe he just wanted to put the numbers down. But shots going down. Chick comes out on top this time around. And 2 members up a piece. Legend and Shady up against Stark and Urix. What can he do? What can Fragger do to make sure his team don't concede another cap here? Camouflage, though, massively ends up in Shady's chest. What can he do with it?
And maybe some communication issues there, but it doesn't matter. Fragger's still able to get the kill. I don't think he knew that the camo player was still at top middle, but that flag was captured. Cartel do put 1 more on the board, so for all it we were focusing on the camouflage, it was all about that flag run. Cartel come out on top once more, and OEX, they're going to have to answer back here. There's been a lot of scraps going on bottom middle. There's been a lot of scraps happening to either side, but neither team really been able to hold top middle just yet. But Legend at the moment, at least he's got behind enemy lines, but for how long?
If Cartel were to lose this grand finals, and indeed the next best of 5 to go on with it, it will be the first tournament they have lost in over 2 years, such as their dominance being on this continent. And OEX are going to give it a damn good try. But 2-1 down at the moment on flag. Aquarius, what can SLG do? Not a lot when Snipe Drone puts that pre-nade down, anticipating that slide into the base, puts you into the dirt, and he has your flag on the move.
And for all of you that you can say Snipe Drone's kind of a stat player, he's been the one getting in. He's been pulling those flags. He's been getting them on the move. 2 players down now for OEX. They managed to get 1. Shady will fall, but Snipe Drone is still on his merry old way, and that's going to be another cap. 3-1. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Cartel. They're slaying out. They're pushing correctly into that flag, but they're not overextending. They're making sure they hold people at either side of the base and also controlling a bit of top mid where they can.
We talked about miscommunication. We spoke about how Snipe Drone doesn't speak French. Does like anything get lost in translation? Well, I'll tell you something now. It's not being shown on our screens. 14 kills and only 4 deaths. Snipe Drone is having a series.
Yeah, Snipe Drone is popping off right now. Another camouflage goes into the hand of Shady. Just trying to dipsy doodle his way around, like Strongside used to say back in the day. And he doesn't unfortunately come away with a kill. He does get spotted out. So a flag can be run here. All 4 up for OEX, but Cartel down to just 2. And this is where you really need your players to step up. When you're in like a 2 versus 4, you got to hit your shots or you have to stay alive. You can't give away any easy deaths.
That's a couple of camouflages we've already seen, not been able to utilize to the best of anybody's ability, really, both in the hands of Cartel. This flag is going to make it all the way back, though, and it should get punched in to bring us back within 1 flag cap. 3-2, there it is. This game is tit for tat, back and forth, as we're seeing them trying to mount another attack now through the Urix.
Urix just laying down some shots here. After capturing that flag, he wasn't actually caught out when he was on the other side of the base, so he's just trying to gain some information for his team, allow them to push up, allow them to regain some control, and I think OEX will be happy with how this one has gone. Even though they're still 3-2 down, they're within a shot of this game. It's not a blowout, it's not the bizarre CTF we saw in the previous series between these two, where it was just a complete one-sided affair. This very much is going to go down to the wire.
It's been so fast-paced, barely enough time to catch your breath. Legend takes down Chick inside enemy base, behind enemy lines as well. Nope, matter of fact, he's just playing defense. Don't mind me, I've gone a little bit cross-eyed in my old age, but now we're seeing the rest of the team position top middle. Snipe Drone in that position, likes to be around top middle, but Chick make sure to put him down before he can start getting himself ahead of steam. Flag out on the move again. This time, Legend is thrown out to the front court.
Well, Legend was their last remaining player, and he's going to throw in the flag out just to try and lure the rest of OEX back, but I guess OEX weren't really in a position where they were pushing up on the enemy flag anyway, so it wasn't necessary, and I think he probably could have tried to be a little bit more sneaky in that base, but it doesn't really matter too much now, as still, Slays coming through. OEX on top when it comes to those Slays right now. 2 members still down.
Flag still out as well, trying to return it now, our Cartel, and they have successfully sent that flag all the way home. Don't have to worry about it getting relayed any longer. 4 members up to OEX's 3. Make that 2 as SLG finally comes back up. But they're going to have to wait. They're losing members the worst possible time. Nurex in this 1v1. That is huge win for him. He's going to lose his life, but to make sure he cuts their numbers down just a little bit might make it easier to stop this flag.
There was 4 down temporarily, but Chick has spawned in a position where he can contest this flag and make it a difficult flag run. He's stalled successfully, so now the rest of the team can all jump through and try and get a re here. But with an assist there, the re's not going to happen just yet, but look at them all diving in on it. If there's a touch, this could be so detrimental to OEX, but it looks like they may have done enough for now. Yes, they have. They get the re.
They got the return, but at what cost it would seem, as they were putting every single man on that flag return, it seemed, and forfeiting any sort of map control over to Cartel. And if you do that, they will punish you. And we're seeing now Heat Wave in the hand of the boys. And you see Stark, Fragger, making sure you can put that down, switching into the horizontal, doing as much damage as he possibly can, making sure he doesn't miss those shots, but is nuked in the end and loses his life.
I was going to say, we haven't seen much of the Heatwave in this game. It doesn't seem like either team has been able to prioritize it. Thrust is going to be there available for them if they really want, but it's just going to be an easy re at this point, as Snipe Drone and Legend, the last 2 up. And for OEX and Cartel, I think at this point, you've got to look at this game and assess it. You've got 4 minutes left. That's loads of time. It's got very scrappy. Neither team has really tried to slow it down. It's just been, let's just slay and see if we can pull a flag. Take a breather, push together, get some top mid control, outslay your opponents, and then start to bring that flag.
Yeah, I think this is definitely where you need to screw your head on and say, listen, if you're OEX, you're still in the game, you're only down by 1 after that fast start. We're seeing camouflage again. This time, Nurex, OEX have gotten their hands on the camouflage, but what can he do with a Snipe Drone in his favorite position? Sitting top middle, gets back whack, doesn't see the camo player. To be seen. Chick is down. 3 members still up for OEX, but the flag has been stopped momentarily. And we're seeing Shady trying to overextend, but lovely play out of Nurex to make sure he can't, and is stopped in his tracks. 2 members positioned over towards this needle side. I don't like the fact that Nurex has had to get a touch in this flag, but needs must, and he's getting shot in the back.
Yeah, it's giving away the camo, but his camo was going away eventually. I think he felt he had to go for the flag because the rest of the team were on spawn, but it looks like the re may just come through anyway. 3 members down for OEX. And there is a lot of desperate plays that we've been seeing from both sides. You can understand it, I guess, from OEX because they have to get this next flag. They can't afford to allow this time to just run down. But even Cartel, they could really just be sitting on this lead. And even though Snipe Drone's 26-11 right now, they're pushing for this flag. They don't want to just sit on a 1 flag advantage. They want to win this 5-2.
3 members apiece make that 2. Flag out on the move. Cartel looking to put a little bit of breathing room between the 2 teams, a little bit of distance, make light work of OEX here, trying to put cushion between them. Flag has been stopped in this track, in this closet area, in the engine. Snipe Drone gets the kill onto Nurex, who's desperately trying to stop him. Snipe Drone's played his life perfectly here, and he has got Fragger to contend with as well, but somehow, some way, Fragger sent that flag home.
Yeah, Snipe Drone just not able to keep that flag alive, but he's not allowing many people to live. 28 kills and 11. If you questioned whether Snipe Drone was going to work on this team, well, if you let Snipe Drone do Snipe Drone things and the rest of the team just mold around him, it just seems to work. He is a very special talent, and it gets me very excited to see what the possibilities are for this Cartel squad. But for now, Nurex, he's deciding he's going to pull this flag, and at a good time. 3 or 4 members down of Cartel. This could be a cap if they play this right.
They could have gone within, making this a 4-2 game, Cartel, and now they're very close to making it level even. Stevens 3 apiece. Flag is up, but the carrier is down to no shields. Nobody in position to stop it just yet. We're seeing and hearing shots fire across the arena to try and make the stop. Grenade does land at his feet, but it's not going to be enough to get the kill, and he needs to stay alive here, prioritize, just milking long enough for his teammates to get back within distance of him.
And this is one of the things, even though Snipe Drone, you know, he's going nuts, he's dropping an absolute stat bomb right now. It's 3-3, 1 minute 30 to play, could be overtime if no one's able to grab a flag. Great work at the back of the base by Nurex there, dodging and staying alive, giving his teammate enough time to join him. But Cartel, again, have lost a couple of players. OEX are going to push up, they're going to take control from this, but a big double from Snipe Drone. Just when you think that Cartel might be down and out, Snipe Drone responds.
Yeah, responds, I kill things. I'm pretty sure if we went to an Astro listenings, that's all you would hear from Snipe Drone, excuse me. I kill things over and over again. He doesn't tell you where players are positioned. All he says is, I'm putting them to the death screen. And we're seeing flag out on the move again. Can they escort it all the way home? A couple of members have gone down. 3 dead now momentarily for OEX. This could be a flag.
Could be. Shady moving his way around, needs to assist to try and stop as well the Re, but there's the heat wave in all of its shining beauty. It just does so much damage. Fragger now trying to gain some sort of advantage with the height that he's got control of, but will be the first point of contact. Manages to catch one, but Snipe Drone is on the prowl once more.
First pick then in favor of OEX, but answers back, does seek and puts Fragger into a similar position. Chick also falls, so they can start to build on this now. Heat wave not used in the vertical way, though horizontal instead. 2 members soaring out of them from front base. What can Urix do to stay alive? He's managed to just about get away. Play his life, legend position front court, gets a couple of shots for his troubles, takes him down to no shields. We've seen 2 players in the player outlines positioned over towards this fridge area, but now Snipe Jones decided he's going to back up just a little bit as we're going to go game, set, match, round tie. We're going to need to go into overtime.
Yeah, that one just time run out. No player, no team able to pick up the flag, and we'll see what happens when we get back into that one as the observers need to get back into the game. But so tight, 3-3. Neither team just able to really push themselves that little bit further, Shurzy. But I'd say that Cartel should have taken advantage of the slays they were being able to get. I mean, Snipe Drone was dropping a 30 bomb, for goodness sake, but they just didn't seem to be able to get those flags across the map in enough of a way to actually take down their opposition.
Yeah, well, they were seeing success very early, weren't they? I mean, they went 3-1 up at one stage, but somehow OEX hung in there, hung about, and it looked as though they brought it back. They brought it back to 3-2, but then Cartel had that massive chance. Snipe Drone brought the flag all the way back to Engine, but unfortunately, he allowed Fragger to slide in, and how important would that play have been? He was able to send that flag home and keep them in the game for game 1. So we're going to see some overtime. It's next cap wins.
Next cap wins indeed. Overtime, our first overtime of the day as well, as these 2 teams seem very evenly matched indeed. SLG challenges, and I don't think Snipe Drone fancied that one just yet, so he backs off but runs into yet another player.
3 dead.
That's going to be 3 dead for Cartel.
3 dead for Cartel, and we're seeing the boys on OEX descend on the base. Chick, what can he do? His team is not quite positioned in the right spots. That bait and switch didn't come through quick enough, but Camo in the chest of Nurix, but he does lose SLG. I'd like to see him try to stay alive with just milk, but unfortunately too much pressure put on him, and Snipe Drone clears house.
Yeah, so OEX, despite having 3 or 4 down there for Cartel, it's actually difficult to tell when there's 4 down because of the white highlight onto Legend, but there was definitely 3 down at one point. They weren't able to take advantage of it though. That just shows that sometimes even after a full slay, you have to take the control. You have to actually prioritize positioning rather than pushing sometimes so that you can go for the second round of slays. How many times did we used to see it on Onslaught CTF where you'd kill several members but then one would get away and he would then be able to stop the flag? You need to be working as a unit. You need to get sometimes just a double set of slays to pull a flag here.
Yeah, you really have to have tabs on every single player that's alive. When you press the back button and you don't see SLG has died, you need to say, where is SLG? We need to find him before we get this flag home, because it is not safe. And any one of these players on OEX or Cartel have the ability to stop a flag in an instant. They can change the game with a click of a fingers. A click of a fingers, a bang of an elbow. There goes one player set to the respawn screen by Chick. He says no, but ultimately he is taken down. So 3 apiece now, but flag out on the move.
And if that one player is SLG, you definitely have to stop him, because SLG has been the difference maker in this OEX squad all day. But I will say, the rest of the team have stepped things up. We're not seeing SLG kind of dominating the statistics here. It's being shared out pretty evenly between OEX. I know that the stats on your screen right now are only from the overtime, but previously, the rest of the team, they were all doing their job. However, on Cartel, it's been the Snipe Drone show. He's been the one putting all the stats, but someone needs to get the flags to put this one on board and try and go 1-up in this series.
I've played against Snipe Drone in matchmaking, and I'll tell you, the world is his oyster on this map. He's an absolute force to be reckoned with, and you can see that in the stats as 3 members do go down here for OEX. Fragger, the last man alive, and all hopes rest on him whether he can keep this alive, but unfortunately 3 members of Cartel already positioned there, 1 on the base. This is going to be very difficult for him to stop.
Yeah, he just had to stay alive there at that point. Even though he could have gone for the push, he could have tried to get the pull. It was important that he just played his life, allowed the rest of the team to spawn, and look at that. Cartel, they've lost members again. OEX have been able to stabilize ever so slightly, but neither team have been able to get that flag out in a safe situation. It's been desperation pulls. This is what happens when you get into overtime. This is uncharted territory for a lot of these teams. They've not been in a competitive environment where they then go into overtime in Halo Infinite. This is certainly something they won't be used to.
The game has just been so fast-paced. It's been frantic. It's almost been headless chicken at times. You don't know what's going on. Flags are being pulled. People are dying left, right, and center. But Nobody's really been able to impose themselves. It's really been back and forward, back and forth, trading all the while. And that's what we're seeing in the scoreline. 3 flags apiece, still 0-0 here. After that fast start we had in game 1, it didn't come to fruition in game 2.
Just a period of silence across Aquarius, but now the bullets start to drill in the side of these players. Fragger went for a pull, but is going to have to back off. And I appreciate that he's been able to throw it out of the base, but he needs someone there to help him out. Does get his shields back, and now this is where you go to work as OEX. But Cartel with some massive nades, just not allowing OEX to have any sort of freedom whatsoever in their base.
It's the most unfortunate frag grenade he could have ever walked into. It was meant for his teammate. What it meant was it takes him down to no shields. Fight goes down here though. Shady in a 1v1. He comes out on top, puts Fragger away. That's not the right word. Either way, Flag is out and on the move. Down towards this engine area. We're seeing Shady making sure it's all clear. And it can be sent home as well. Top middle player gets dispatched. Nurix also taken down on the courtyard area. Fragger top middle. He's going to town now. Is Shady. Flag will get sent home. Wonderful play from him.
And it looks like that's going to be a tie. It's not going to be any victory in overtime here just yet. So I presume we start yet another overtime at this point. But that was just... It was chaotic, I think would be the easiest way to put that game. There was a very little amount of structure going into the last 5 minutes of that overtime. And you can understand why. A, new game. B, you start to panic when it's overtime. C, it's grand finals. So things aren't going to be up all there. No one's been able to screw their head on just yet. We need both of these teams to calm down ever so slightly, recognize the situation they're in, recognize the players that they are, and then they might be able to find some more structure and get some better flag balls on the go.
Yeah, we've seen both of them looking very good in patches. Snipe Drone, we spoke about how good of a game he was having, but in that reset, SLG wasn't quite on form, and you spoke about it a little bit as well, so perhaps he needs to grow into this game and be the difference maker for his team.
Yeah, I think that SLG, even though he hasn't been the standout player, it goes two ways. It's the rest of the team are stepping up, they're matching his level, but he also hasn't been able to have maybe the free run of the mill, probably because of Snipe Drone, because Snipe Drone has been his arch enemy on the other side of the map, freely running around the map and dominating everything in his sightlines. He has been playing like a robot. I know you've made a few jokes already on this broadcast about Snipe Drone plugging himself in and he sees things in zeros and ones, but if you watch his gameplay, he did look like a robot because he was making very few mistakes. There was a couple of times there maybe, he could have been able to touch a flag when he decided to stay alive, but he was the one running the flag. That's what surprised me. The man's dropping 30 kills and he's still doing the objective. He's like the matchmaking teammate that everyone desires.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say when you're putting down 30 bomb, I think you hand the initiative and the responsibility of running that flag over to somebody else. You say, lads, this night, press the back button. I'm on 30 kills. Somebody run this flag. I'm killing everything that moves.
I think if you are in a position where your teammate who's 30 kills plus and he's running the flag, a question has to be asked by someone in the team. A, should he be running the flag? Probably not. B, why aren't I, the teammate who's not getting those kills, running the flag instead? But it was mainly because Snipe Drone, with those kills, was able to get into those advantageous positions. He was the one who was always like, well, I'm in their base now. Why don't I just run it? And the rest of the team were picking up kills every time he got a run. But I think that Cartel went from dominating at the start of the game, getting a couple of flags, to then slowing down because OEX realized the routes that Snipe Drone was starting to take with those flags. And they always had that one member that just ran in, cut things off, and didn't allow for there to be any sort of flag capture. But still no victor between these two teams. The fact that this tide went out is crazy because Aquarius CTF, how many times have you seen it, end up like 2-1, 3-2, sometimes just 1-0. But the fact we haven't found a victor yet is not something I'm used to seeing. Even my matchmaking games, even in overtime, usually there's one team who goes out on top.
And it's a good point you mentioned about OEX. When they went 3-1 down, they recognized, okay, Snipe Drone's the one doing the damage, and we know exactly where these flags are being ran. And they've adapted and pivoted right on the move. They've evolved and put a player over there. They've tried and shifted over and cancelled that out. So it's great heads-up play from them, recognizing where their weakness is and almost changing it on the fly.
So just to keep everyone up to speed as to what's happening after an overtime, the game basically starts again, but it's essentially golden goal if you know your football. If you don't know your football, if you're from America, first flag wins. Easy as that. We'll start it. It's going to have the full timer, but it will be whoever puts that first flag in. So once we get that one ready, we'll jump right back into it. But maybe we need another 12 minutes. Maybe we need another 24 minutes. Maybe we'll be here all night, Jersey, because we couldn't separate them in the first one, but I'm sure someone will be able to clutch up and get a flag in here.
Yeah, and with the way Snipe Drone is playing, maybe he'd be the one to lead the lads in favor of their team. I think OEX, they have a bit of work to do. They did look a bit sluggish at the start of the first game, and perhaps if they have a better start this time, they could be the one to push on and win.
Yeah, I think if you are looking at what happened at the start of the last game and how quick Cartel were to be out of the blocks, they got that flag very quickly, they got the first set of slays. OEX need to counter that and be equally as fast, and they need to make sure their nade placement is good to stop any sort of easy camo pickup. They also need to focus who was pushing on that right-hand side, the kind of more open side, depending on which way you were looking at it. But it does seem like teams are going for the open and closed callouts because one side is a little bit more open than the other. Some people might calling it needles and plants, but this grand final has already kicked off with some explosive gameplay, hectic gameplay, chaotic at times. Lack of structure also has to be said in this first game, and I don't think that's going to change when we go into a sudden death tie, basically, because now we're going to see both of these teams get very nervous as they know just losing one cap will have them 1-0 down in this series.
And is that something that we can talk about? You know, we watched them in scrims before, 4-1, 5-1. There was Cartel were always dominant, but now we're looking at them playing in grand finals. Everybody's watching now. Are they crumbling under the pressure a little bit? Is that unfair to say?
I don't know if it's necessarily the pressure, but more so OEX learning and adjusting to how Cartel approach this game. And it is just about slowing down Snipe Drone, whether it be slowing his kills down or just slowing the flag down that's in his hands. But here we are, we're back in the game. It is going to be a reset, as it were, 12 minutes on the clock, but it's first to one. That's the important thing to remember here.
Golden cap is right, and 3 members up for OEX and only 2 on the side of Cartel. So they start to collapse on this base now, put Cartel into a little bit of an emotional mangle. Snipe Drone again doing what Snipe Drone does, kills somebody, clears base, flag out in the move, but they have to get through him first. And is he going to be like Gandalf and say, "You shall not pass"? Yes, he is. Flag will stay exactly where it is.
Full beard and everything from Snipe Drone there, not allowing the players to get out of the base whatsoever, but the rest of the squad are trying to push up after he was that distraction technique. But it seems like Cartel on a little bit of a spawn cycle right now. 2 players up, 2 players down, then 2 players up, then 2 players down. And that's not going to change with Legend and Seeker also getting wiped out.
What do you do to change this? How do you adjust it? Do you wait for your teammates to be fully up and almost encourage them not to take fights until we're at a full complement of players? Cartel, though, they are at just that 4 members now, and they can do it in reverse. They are putting pressure on the enemy base. As we see OEX trying to drop back and just stay alive. SLG is going to be the first one to lose his life, though, but Chick answers back on the Legend. We're going to see Camouflage in another 25 seconds or so, and we're seeing Snipe Drone just play a little bit slower up top middle, and he spots out Nurex, puts a couple of shots into him to make him weak, and he won't be trying to fight him just yet, and that might make Camo a little bit easier to grab, but Snipe Drone's just slipped off the ledge.
This is one of the beauties of the static spawns of the power-ups, is that we know every single 2 minutes we're going to have teams fighting for the camouflage, and you're going to probably need a camouflage to try and give you the edge to capture a flag here in a sudden death format in this replay. So that's why we're seeing the teams try and focus it. That's why Snipe Drone was so keen to get that advantage in top middle, but still, no one has been able to pick it up yet. It's very much a scrap. A couple of players down for Cartel. Maybe this camo could go into the hands of OEX.
Couple of members down, but perhaps OEX don't even need it if they can just push this down. There it is. Camouflage is in the chest of Chickens, excuse me, and he gets that kill. That first pick will go in favor of OEX, and they can play this a little bit slower. Snipe Drone exposes himself front base. They have that information. Unfortunately, Camo does fall. 2 members down for OEX. Looks as though Cartel will survive.
And you might be watching this and you're thinking, well, why aren't they running the flag a more safe route? Why aren't they going towards needles? Why aren't they going down towards the plant side? Well, bottom middle just seems to be the fastest route to run that flag. It also gives you the most coverage and visibility to help your teammates when you're running it that way as well. But if you can't get it past that kind of halfway point out of their courtyard, it's very difficult. And that's why we're seeing teams just kind of throw it out, try and slay. If they get those kills, then they dive on the flag. But neither team has been able to get those kind of 3 or 4 kills that they need to get the flag moving.
Yeah, I feel like in the first 5 minutes of game 1, we've seen 5 flag caps, and ever since then, it's been a standstill, a stalemate, both teams cancelling one another out. When it looks as though one has an advantage over the other, it's very quickly equalized and cancelled. But there we see 2 members, make that 3 members of OEX going down, with Nurex finding his way and finding his feet back into the fight now. A couple of nades take Fragger down to no shields, and he is ultimately taken down as well. But it's so evenly matched right now. It's showing in the scores.
Well, Snipe Drone does have a little bit of a way and a route towards this flag. Does have support as well. They're going to try and slay as they move, and maybe this could be the flag run they need. But with Legend there as well, this could be it.
And we spoke about Snipe Drone. He said, right, I've had enough of waiting for you guys to run the flag. I'm going to do it myself. He's almost like Thanos. Fine, I'll do it myself. Flag out on the move. He should get it home. He's got some people in the windows. It's not going to matter. Flag is secured. Game 1 of our grand finals goes over towards Cartel.
It really did feel like Snipe Drone just went, for goodness sake, I'll run the flag then. I guess I'll do it. I'll do everything, guys. But it was made very difficult by OEX. They really had a response to every push that Cartel tried to go through, even when there was camouflage there. For either team, there was always someone at the back of the base just to make it a nuisance. And I think that happens a lot in overtime and in sudden death. You get someone who just plays very defensive because you kind of have to. Someone's got to resort to doing so.
Yeah, well, you realise just how... Bless you.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Cheers.
But you realise just how important it is. You know the next flag wins, so we have to almost commit a full player to your base to make sure that you make it as difficult as humanly possible to get that flag out and on the move. And that's what we've seen from both teams at times.
You know when you like look into the sun and it makes you sneeze? These lights are that bright. I think I looked into the sun and I was just like, don't sneeze. But alas, it has happened. But what a game 1. What a way to start our grand finals here. We had a overtime and then an actual reset with sudden death. If that doesn't tell you that we've got 2 very closely competitive teams here, then I don't know what will. But ultimately, it does mean Cartel come out on top. They're going to be 1-0 in the series after eventually getting that 4th flag on Aquarius. And it moves us over to Bazaar. Richard Sheridan. 0-0 at the moment, of course, because they haven't been able to touch each other. But I think this could go either way. Again, it's going to be about that mid control. It's going to be about who can consistently pick up those rockets, pick up that overshield. And if you are the team that's on the receiving end, that you have had 4 down or 3 down, you've really got to wait and push together and not allow yourselves to be consistently killed off spawn.
Yeah, I think the issue is, like I spoke about, they've played these in scrims and both games have gone towards Cartel. There's been a 50-41, a 50-49. The issue I have for OEX, it seems as though there's not a lot between these two teams. They're very evenly matched. It's almost like a coin flip at times, but time after time, that coin is landing on Cartel.
And these are just some of the highlights then from that first game, which went on quite some time. Neither team could get an edge. It looked like it was going to go in favor of Cartel after they got the opening few flags, but OEX, they answered back. They made it 3-3. They took us to overtime, then they took us to sudden death. But I think the key player has to be Snipe Drone. I don't think we can avoid talking about that. I know it's very easy for me as an Englishman to watch the only English player in a full French 8s here say that he's the best player. He was the best player in that game. I think that is said without a doubt there. The ability for him to maneuver his way around the map, pick up kills, and still do the objective was a beauty to watch indeed.
Yeah, I'm just getting word as well. Snipe Drone has actually sorted out his French papers. He is now going to be a French national as well.
Nope,
so it's going to be a full French roster.
Not allowed. He is the only British player that we can hope for in this grand final. Not that I'm biased, by the way. I would never be biased towards any of the players. Anyway, Bazaar, game 2. So if Cartel have consistently won this in scrims, and we have seen that, I say consistently, they've only won it twice, but out of 2. Yeah. On the other side for OEX, they should have studied that. They should have looked at that. If it's a 50-49, they know full well they can win this game type. It's not unwinnable. They just need to get that, like, kind of rub of the green. They need to have that one kill that goes their way. And that could be a rocket. That could be down to an overshield. That could be down to a dynamo grenade. That could be down to the bulldog, right? There's all these different things that can make it very much easier for you to pick up kills out of the blue, maybe surprise the other team a little bit. So I want to see them both, make these a priority. It's where coaches are going to come in handy. I know when we looked at Halo Infinite and how you can see the static spawns, you can see the time of when overshield's coming up, when rocket's coming up, but you can't see everything. You can't see the dynamo nades, you can't see the thrust, you can't see the grapple. There are things that if you can just have that knowledge, if you can have that time in your head, it does become very important and they can make a difference.
And I wonder as well, are we going to get to the point where grapple and the likes of thruster pack, are they going to be timed by teams? And you actually begin calling them out to your player, because such as how big and how massive they can be. And we're talking about, games being decided by a single kill, and a thruster pack can definitely turn the tide of any single gunfight.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, when you don't have coaches and when you're in online tournaments like this, all you have to do is look down at that weapon pad and you can see when it's going to be spawning. There's a little blue circle that starts to go around, and that will give you an indication of how long that time's going to be. It's 1 minute, roughly, I think, maybe exactly. And if you do see that circle is kind of 3/4 of the way, you know it's roughly 15 seconds left until it spawns. And yeah, I think the thruster is a massive tool to help you win 1v1s, and it could be the difference, especially in a Slayer where it's all about kills. But also there's plenty of other weapons you can pick up that can really make a difference. So we'll see how this one plays out, if it's going to play out.
I don't think this one's playing out. I don't think Nurix is loving what he's seen, so we're going to see a quick restart, but that's absolutely fine because it gives us time to also talk about the other utility in the game, like the rockets and the grapple shot. But how important do you actually think the start is going to be for these two teams, Dan? But can we see it maybe snowball out of control, or do you think OEX, if they get a couple of kills under their belt, they might grow in confidence?
I think it's one of the most important starts that we actually see in any of these game types because it can snowball out of control. You can't allow yourself to overcommit for the rockets and overshield at the beginning, because if you do, the other team can set up balcony, nade you for free, bang, Bob's your uncle, and they're going to have weapons, they can have everything, they have map control, they can have the overshield, and then suddenly you're off spawn and you're already struggling. So it does become a little bit of a standoff at the start of the game. Sure, you can try and be brave and you can try and catch the other team off guard with a quick dash towards the overshield, maybe slam it into your chest. But if you're doing it over and over again, teams will start to learn that, because teams do study. Teams start to play each other more often, especially within the region, within Europe. These two teams, I mean, let's look, I don't know, 3 months down the line, Jersey. These two teams are going to know each other like the back of their hand.
And here we have it. This one looks like it's for real. Game 2 of your grand finals. Bizarre Slayer is already off and running. We're seeing 2 members of Cartel trapped on the middle. Nurix hasn't seen that player with his overshield, though. He almost got outshot, but that little sliver, that extra bit of overshield's done the job for him. That's 3-1 in favor of OEX. They got overshield, and they also got some kills to boot.
Yeah, this is a good position for OEX. They were actually able to assert a little bit of dominance in middle, but they have spotted Legend has just creeped his way out into the lockers area to see, or the hut area, depending on what your callouts are nowadays. But 6-2 lead. As long as OEX can keep control of middle here, and they can keep utilizing the likes of the Dynamo grenades, pick up that Bulldog when it comes into the equation, there is no reason why they couldn't actually get in a position where they have a significant lead here.
2 members of OEX trapped down bottom sewers. You won't find Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles down there, but you will find a Bulldog, and that bites pretty hard. So be sure to go down there and pick that up if you're in a matchmaking game. But back over here, we've got Shady positioned the top rockets. What a position that can be as well. And you can get some fights and free shots in the back of Chicken. That should be a free kill, and it is. He secures that one for his team. 5 kills to 9. Cartel down by 4, and we're seeing OEX do something a little bit unconventional, something we haven't seen from them before. They're playing in bar, they're playing defensive.
Yeah, sometimes you do just have to back out into bar, though, because you can retreat, you can hide away from nades unless you've got someone with god nades on the other side, and then you re-engage. But it's about where you re-engage from. If you're re-engaging from this bar window, you do leave yourself a little bit vulnerable, so you have to time it correctly. But it looks like they've managed to get a few kills here. They're 13-6 up, and they're pushing in to try and secure another one, but Shady gets a very important kill onto Nurix, but at least SLG's there to clean things up with the Bulldog.
Nurix stepped into that room, seen the player in front of him, almost contemplated, backed out, and then the inner Frenchman came out and said, I'm challenging this, and ultimately he did die and pay the price. But 4 members still up for Cartel, and 2 members go down for OEX, and we're seeing now Snipe Drone position down this bottom sewers, and in this trench area as he tries to position himself over towards this rockets. We haven't seen them being utilized just yet, not to any real effect anyway. And we're seeing Snipe Drone back down, play his life, and just try and take the fight down here bottom sewer. 1v1 against Fragger, and Snipe Drone hasn't been missing, and Fragger realizes that. We're going to see a bait and switch as this other player drops down. They know exactly where he is and where he's positioned. Some nades being sent over, but Snipe Drone has still managed to get the kill on Nurix.
Well, how the tides can turn. Snipe Drone goes from dropping a 30 bomb to only having 2 kills so far. OEX have managed to contain him. They've got a straight jacket around him, and they don't want to let him loose. They need to keep this mid control. If at one point OEX go all 4 down and Cartel regain control of mid, this can very easily just flip and turn into Cartel's favor, because they'll have all those goodies. Rockets just about to spawn, so we need to keep an eye on them. Who's going to go for them? Are we going to see Legend just watch from afar, try and give his teammates the information here?
Positionally, it looks as though Cartel have the best chance of getting these rockets as Fragger is back down to a few shots. Snipe Drone has helped secure those rockets, just going a little bit past them as well to put some early entry damage down. Shady will come and clean it up, but unfortunately trades that one out. That's not exactly what he would have wanted to see. SLG, last man alive, no doubt. Snipedrome will communicate that as well. He won't be long to this world. Somehow SLG does exactly what Dipsy doodles his way and stays alive, evades the attentions for a moment, and somehow plays his life. Miracle work from him.
He did the Dipsy doodle. We got him. You always used to make fun of me for saying Dipsy Doodle, and now we've made it part of your vocabulary. You are welcome. Look at this game. It's starting to even out, isn't it? 26-21. Overshield spawning in a second as well here. So even though there was a lot of early control for OEX, Cartel, just with a snap of the fingers, they've got back into this one, and they've got the next Overshield. This game is far from over.
Yeah, there's going to be some twists in the tail here for sure, as we're seeing Shady push into Baron. Urix caught, not for the first time, unawares of where he was positioned. 3 shots there. This should be a second kill as well, and that's 2 kills on the board, chalked up, and another one falls onto his lap. Killing spree as well. SLG sent to the death screen. Snipedrome putting some pressure on Urix as well in the tree. Gets that kill as well. They're starting to grow in confidence now with Cartel. They're cooking.
Snipedrone starting to break out of that straitjacket now, and if he is released, this is going to be terrifying for OEX. Hiding away, does get the beat down, but Fragger at least is able to finish that kill off to ensure that Snipedrone doesn't begin his rampage just yet. 29-28, and this one has suddenly become an absolute nail-biter between the two teams. A little bit of structure from both sides. They're reluctant to push out and give away too many kills right now. This one is definitely going to slow down if it stays this close.
Game 2, though. I feel it's more important for OEX to get this win than it is for Cartel, just in terms of confidence and getting some rhythm and some momentum on your side. Stark, Fragger gets that kill. Legend goes down. There's players positioned over towards the treehouse. Isn't aware of Sika on truck with a bulldog as well. Sitting in the back of that truck, gun out the window, fires a couple of shots, puts him down. I see him playing bottom middle sneaky as well. On that jump up, he's going to start getting himself involved in some action and throw some headbutts.
Nice kills. 35-33. Again, it's hard to separate these two teams, but Cartel just have the edge at the moment. These next 20 seconds are going to be very important because both the Rockets and the Overshield are coming up, as you can see on your screen. So it's about which you prioritize here. Do you prioritize the Overshield and then look towards the Rockets? Do you try and split yourself for both? I personally would like to get the Overshield, look towards Rockets, because the Rockets, even though they're strong, there's only 2 Rockets in it. It's not like the olden days of Halo. You don't have to worry about them too much, but the OS, it's very important.
OS, and it's going to be burned. He didn't manage to pop it into his chest, and Chick has turned the tide on that. Uno reversal card played by Chick, and immediately Legend recognizes he's in big trouble, trying to back down to safety, but runs straight into another Frenchman in Urix.
And they just wasn't able to pop it, was he? So it wasn't quite burned, and Chick was like, thank you very much, I'll take that every day of the week. And now OEX pushing in. The Bulldog in the back pocket is doing everything for Chick. At least we've seen 1 kill from Legend to try and bring this one back, but it's a 4-kill gap. And if OEX can carry on just trading 1 for 1, they can tie up this series, but you know, everything can turn. If they wait, if they try and be patient here, Cartel, wait for another Overshield, slow this game down, you can find your way back into the game.
Do Cartel do just that and slow it down? It's not really ever been in their nature, but now maybe now is the time. Double doors though, shots go down. As you've seen that member of OEX trying to get away, but there's those dynamo nades being used, tethering to that player, taking him down to no shields, and an easy cleanup kill for SLG, as well as him and OEX starting to just sing from the same hymn sheet, it would seem. SLG playing his life perfectly here and keeping Legend so frustrated. He has his teammate on hand as well to get that kill onto Legend. But a reload animation comes through, and how important could that be? Not so. 49-44, Cartel are almost out of this game.
Yeah, you really got to be careful if you're Cartel here. Have to play perfect Halo, can't push in. But Shady goes bottom middle. What are you doing,
no.
Shady? Why are you just pushing out like that? Oh, that was a mistake. I've got to say, you've got to play slower. But they just give that one freely away. Maybe they just thought it was over. But we're all tied up 1-1 here in the grand final. What a response that was. It was such a difficult game to try and see what was going to happen back and forth. But it was all about those overshields, about that mid control. And in the end, we just saw, some clutch moments break it out.
And what's important now is OEX are on the board. Let's take a look at the stats. They're talking about clutch moments. Who was the man of the hour? Legend got 16 kills, but it wasn't enough to claw his team to victory. SLG and the boys, 15 kills and only 8 deaths as well. A KDA of 10.3. He's had a game to remember, not for the first time.
Yeah, I think what impressed me was the fact that the likes of SLG were prioritizing dynamo grenades. They were prioritizing the Bulldog, and even though Yes, the BR is powerful. You've got to make sure you pick up those weapons because they can surprise your opponent. If you get shot in the back by a Bulldog from a close distance, there is very little chance you're going to turn around and be able to react and get a kill. If you get shot in the back by a BR, you have a small chance, but still a chance of actually turning around and managing to secure a kill and get that reversal. But a big play was when the overshield came up. Yes. They tried to put it into their chest. They didn't even burn it. Chick was able to actually grab hold of it, take it himself, and that was maybe just that final swing that went in favor of OEX.
Yeah, that has to be the turning point of the whole game. It was so close to both teams were set up for that overshield, and maybe we'll get a look at it here as it was ever so close to popping into a cartel member's chest, but Chick said no. He got the kill and he popped it into his, and that led to 3-4 kills in their favor. And what a swing it was.
Yeah, it was a massive swing. It was just, if you consider, though, that OEX were up by about 10 plus kills at one point, it was a great effort from Cartel to try and get themselves back into the game. But the final kill was a strange one for me. I mean, I was just about to like kind of slow it down and say, right, okay, now Cartel, they're going to play this one really slowly. They're going to try and make sure they survive. They're going to watch all the angles. And then Shady just comes out of nowhere and decides, Leroy! And it just didn't really work out too well for him. But it does mean we tie up the series 1-1. So I guess thank you for that one as we move over to Oddball Recharge here.
Yeah, and they're on the board now. Maybe the confidence can start to flow. It's like, okay, we have a foothold in the game. We're not down by 2. We head over to Oddball Recharge. We can get the setup. If we can start off just right, maybe we can turn the tide of this series, and maybe we can force a bracket reset.
Yeah, I think a bracket reset is what all the people would want. I think that's what the first European Halo Infinite event would love to see, a bracket reset. But we won't get too ahead of ourselves. When you look at the game types, it does heavily suggest that this is going to be a cartel series, but it does mean we're definitely going to get a strongholds at one point, Richie. We've already seen in scrims what we can see from OEX. They are a team who are very good at strongholds, so they'll be happy. At least they can guarantee they get to that game 4. But first, they have to focus here on Oddball Recharge. And we've seen it a couple of times already today. You've asked me about kind of priority positions and where to hold the ball. And it does seem to be Yellow and Pipes, best place to hold it. It just allows you to have so much freedom to block off the other team from being able to push you because you bottleneck them from both angles. And if you've got the likes of a sword, you can really make it a nuisance for anyone to push you and that ball. The only thing that's going to be able to stop you most likely is a well-timed push, most likely with some grenades.
Yeah, and here we go, underway as well. This game's for keeps. A couple of kills going down. Legends is the first man to draw first blood. Shady also gets a kill as well. That's going to be 3 dead for OEX, and that is not the kind of start you want to be having with Chick position bottom middle. Camouflage also going in control of Cartel, and they're starting this game. They mean business.
Yeah, they mean business indeed. Maybe this is going to light the fire under their belly, and they're not going to allow OEX to gain any confidence from this whatsoever. They've brought that ball straight to Yellow and Pipes that we were talking about, so they've already got the ideal setup area, but as they've had one player off spawn consistently, they've not really been able to get into the place to properly set up. But it looks like now, with time actually going in their favor, now they've got that setup secure, but you've got to win this 1v1. Actually, neither player dies. Somehow, they stay alive.
Looked as though that final shot just didn't connect with the face, and Snipe Jones going to fight him once more, but this time there is an outcome, and it's Cartel who are smiling after that particular engagement. But here we're seeing another one in Pipes. Snipe Jones, he's almost a perfect player to hold Pipes because he doesn't miss, but unfortunately a combination of 2 members of OEX make sure they get the job done, and they are going to turn the tide here. They've got ball in their hands, and another place that you can bring the ball is Sword, but it's just so difficult to rotate over there. You do it, then have the option to play it, but they have it up and towards Pipes. But we're seeing now SLG recognizing that he was going to get collapsed on, throws the ball bottom middle.
That's another one of the benefits of holding the ball in that area, as there's a little sneaky jump. If you don't know that one, that's one you definitely have to add to your repertoire. If you hold the ball in Yellow and then you die and lose the ball, when the other teams actually push, they've probably lost a player or two actually managing to achieve the ball. So you off spawn can probably get some grenades in there and get that ball straight back, or in this case, force the play out of it.
Forced to play indeed. We're seeing Legend though trying to force a few plays of his own. He goes down though, loses that out on Catwalk 2. C2 no good for him. That position will not be a position of power, but we're seeing Snipe Jones and Co positioned over towards this Pipes area. All they need now is the ball, but unfortunately it's positioned over towards Sword, and they're being pegged back just a little bit over towards this turbine area. They are going to start to rotate now, but there is that ball. being played, recognizing he's in danger, gets the kill on the Shady as well. That's going to do his team the world of good.
That looked familiar. Shady jumping out, having no clue where he was. Cartel have got to keep a leash on that boy. Don't allow him to just jump out mindlessly. He needs a little bit of strategy there. He was desperately looking for that ball, but the ball was played. 37-27. Camo in the hands now of SLG. And if SLG can go to work, he is one of the best players in Europe. I will say it time and time again. He's fantastic to watch, and I love it when we're on his POV. Tried to do a little bit too much there. Put himself in no man's land. Does get taken down.
SLG has been doing just that, going to work. He clocked in a few hours ago, and he's been putting in a monstrous, monumental shift. But is it going to be enough to drag his team over the finish line? Ball, though, in control of Cartel, but it's not going to come without a price. It looks as though we might see Shady lose his life, and he does. And that's 2 members that go down for Cartel, which can only amount to ball time for OEX.
It happens so often when you're at batteries. You're just delaying the inevitable. You know that grenade's going to be sitting at your feet at any moment. And it did just that. Chick, though, with the big double taking on Shady. And it will allow just a little bit of more ball time to be guaranteed by Nurix here. OEX getting into that ideal setup spot. Cartel off spawn. They've got to find a way to break this one.
Not to forget, if you're watching at home, it's your first time tuning into competitive Halo, we have made the change. It's going to be round based for oddball. First one to 100 will win round 1, and then we'll go again to 100. So we're almost at the halfway point for OEX. They're 7 seconds shy. They need a little bit more time. But both teams, again, proving just there's nothing in it between them.
The sword was there, and it will be grabbed as well. We saw how influential the sword can be, and that's how influential it is. It's so influential, you have to throw it off the map, not to give to your opponent. So, a nice play, but it is a disappointing one for the viewers, because it means you're not going to see any sword action. Not just yet, sorry about that one. But great shots coming out across the control room here, and just forcing Legend to back up. But look at the confidence of the man! He re-challenged SLG there.
Yeah, it's the French. You can't ignore the French. It's in his blood. There's nothing he can do about it. He doesn't want to challenge, but his blood actually takes over. It's almost like venom. He has no say in the matter. Out he soars and soars to his death. Sika, an unfortunate place to land though. He soars down onto a frag grenade. That's going to be a double kill for Nurix as well. 51 seconds now. We're not seeing anybody have the ball, but they're positioned pretty well over towards Turbine. He's trying to get the spawns for his team, which he does.
So both teams have really been trying to get that perfect setup. We've not really seen the scrappy game where we sometimes see the ball being held in elevator. One team will grab it, they'll kill. The other team then marches on in, wipes the team, holds the ball in elevator. They get hit by grenades. Instead, it's been both teams playing kind of pure Halo, saying, no, we need the perfect setup. There's some nice shots coming out of Snipe Drone here. He's in a bit of a sticky situation right now, though. He should be okay if his shields recharge.
Shields have recharged. Why is he deciding to check bottom elevator? And he does see Chick there as well, and he has the height advantage. This should mean a kill. It does mean a kill, but the cavalry does arrive. It's going to be Nurix, and Snipe Drone almost bagged 2 for 1 there. What a performance that would have been from him, but a melee off down. It's just carnage down bottom batteries. Ball, though, in the hands of Cartel, and that's no easy feat. All thanks to Snipe Drone picking up that big double kill.
Like a boxing ring down there, everyone just throwing fists or using the ball to get some melees, but it turns out that Cartel come out on top after that little boxing matchup, and they are putting scores on the board here. But this is where you've got to be careful when you're in Attic. You're so vulnerable to grenades if they're timed correctly, if they're positioned correctly. Nice little sneaky play though. This is huge.
No. Lack of awareness there, huge is right, and Shady is going to get taken down as well as Nurix turns 2, but unfortunately a well-placed plasma grenade puts an end to his run. But he's done enough to break the setup, and ball's out and being moved and rotated away. 70 seconds now to 80, just 10 between these two teams. Camouflage also in the hands again. The Chick, that's a couple of back-to-back camouflages have gone in favor of OEX, but all importantly, Cartel are the team that hold the ball.
Can't allow that to happen. When you've got to set up like that, someone's got to be watching the pipes area from Turbine. He was able to freely walk up, and he was probably thinking, hey, this is great. No one's even looking at me. But 85-82, this one is very close. It's going to be play ball, as one of the teams did rotate it all the way to blue. But we reset, and we'll see who's the next to get it, as it does seem like Cartel starting to turn it on a little bit, and that's because Snipe Drone's popping off right now.
You only need 5 seconds, and looks as though it's going to be here. And now round 1 goes in favor of Cartel in your game 3. Round 2, though, I've seen enough signs of life in OEX to show me that they are capable of getting the job done. But unfortunately, Cartel for OEX have been the one to go 1-0 up here, and great display out of Snipe Drone and co.
I mean, I think the ball guy was caught off more off guard than I was there by the cameraman. Just suddenly, I was there. Wow. But I think they tried to play it, did OEX, and Cartel,
Yes.
they caught it. They didn't allow them to play it. And they said, thank you very much. We'll get the last 6 seconds here. And they now go 1-0 up here in this ball game in game number 3. And already, we're seeing some time picked up from OEX. A lot of this scrappy time is very important, Jersey. You've got to have players on your team prepared to get scrappy time like this.
Well, if you look at it, just a pure maths side of it, 10% of the time that they need in this round has already gone to them, and they haven't had a setup. It's all been through the scrappy time. So if you can keep doing that, just amassing points, why not?
Why not, indeed? But Cartel, however, they seem to be more pure with their setups. Oh, this is difficult when there's so many players looking at you. Turbine is a very difficult place to play as well. There's so many different angles you can be shot from. There's so many things you can hide behind as well. When you get into a 1v1, that 1v1 often gets elongated to the point where it becomes a 1v2 because someone usually comes and joins the action. But now they are going to rotate this ball round into yellow, and they're starting to pick up some serious time here.
It's important to note as well, if Cartel are to win this round, they will be on series and match point in our grand finals. They would need just one more game to be the champions. But OEX still have a big part to play and a big thing to say in what way this is going to shake out. The Shady desperately tries to stay alive, play his life, and he's done so successfully for now, almost, and does get the kill. Huge from Chick. Chick really should have got that kill, but Shady somehow turns the tides there, and he comes out on top.
But I tell you what, I mean, I've criticised a lot of Shady's plays where he's been jumping out, but if he can do stuff like that, then I'm all for it. Manages to get another kill with the back of his battle rifle. The melee comes through to take down SLG. And Cartel starting to put some more time on the board, still holding this ball. I really like the ability that Snipe Drone's been not only focusing on slays in other games, but he's more than happy to do the objective. This is what I always asked of Snipe Drone. Back in the day, watching him play, I said he was one of those players who likes to play stats, but doesn't focus objective. He seems to have evolved, he's grown up, he's become so much of a better Halo player as he's got older.
Yeah, the maturity definitely coming to fruition for him and for indeed Cartel, as he's willing now to do the dirty work as well. We see him pulling flags, we're seeing him holding the ball. He's not above it. He's making sure that his team do exactly what is required to get the victory here. And they're 45 seconds to the good here. They just need 55 to close out this game and put themselves on match point. But Snipe Drone is finally taken down by SLG. And he will pick the point up and start to get what we said, that scrappy time. Will he look to rotate it here as he gets the information from his team out towards Sword? You want to think they have to get the first pick, which they have. Seeka is down. But SLG is quite comfortable where he is. He's setting up marshmallows.
I think when you look at this Cartel roster and you look at Snipe Drone and what he used to do and how he used to play so statistic-based and he was that kind of main slayer, you've got Legend, you've got Shady, you've got Seeka, you've got 3 players who can all pop off as main slayers, so Snipe Drone doesn't feel the need to be that main slayer. Instead, he's happy to play any role. Of course, if he's slaying mad, he could focus that for sure, but in this current game, he's picked up plenty of ball time and it's been very important indeed, as more is being picked up here by Cartel. OEX down to just 3 members, and again, they've moved it to yellow because Snipe Drone has been able to secure it here.
He's positioned over towards those pipes as he gets now, trying to survey the land, trying to get as much information, downloading all the while is Shady, who's having a really good game here as well. It must be said, 8 kills in this particular round. Has dropped the ball though, slipped out of his hands. We have to maybe look at getting some gloves. But unfortunately, he's dropped that ball straight down the batteries, and that's going to be a misplay. How important can that be?
I think it's actually worked out all right because the rest of the team has gone down. Maybe it was just a preemptive drop. He saw it happening, he saw 1 kill and thought, you know what, let's just get rid of this ball and let's not worry about it. But it doesn't matter because OEX have been able to grab it and now they can set up towards yellow. Legend is in a good place to try and break this setup though over towards Attic. If he can worm his way in, which he has, he can be a real nuisance and work with the rest of the team.
Yeah, Legend got himself behind enemy lines, and just like Chick did before, there was no information to say that he was there. Try as they might, OEX got the ball out, but not out far enough, and that's going to be enough for Cartel now to break that setup. Still ahead by 20 seconds of some change. So not a bad display from them, it must be said. Seen trades come through, but Fragger again finds the respawn screen, as does SLG, soaring out 1 shot. And we're seeing Legend trying to scamper away with his life, trying to evade the attentions. Unfortunately, not able to do so.
Whew.
Lovely kill, lovely shots as well from Chick in that 1v2. Picks up a double kill, and that might equalize the game just a little bit, stabilize them. Can he pick up the ball? Yes, he can. trying to throw the ball towards Turbine, gets to stay alive as well. That could be big for OEX here if they can set up. They've got a lot of people positioned towards Turbine.
Hey, it's not going to be the ideal setup, but it can work out here towards Elevator. You've just got a lot of angles to watch. You leave yourself so vulnerable to grenades banking off of those stairs, though, towards you. So you have to really position yourself correctly. But here comes the first point of contact, and it is Snipe Drone. Give that man a contract, because 69 to 62, you've got to stop that ball time. They have stopped that ball time. Now Snipe Drone in a 1v1.
Snipe Drone with a lovely prediction there to take that player out. And wise to know that he's not going to win that engagement. It doesn't even have to win the engagement. He lived to fight another day. And look at that. Nurix gave him the respect. Stopped, back down. Snipe Drone gets the kill in the end. That's exactly what you love to see. Beautiful Halo IQ coming out of him. I'll live and fight. And we're seeing Snipe Drone starting to get a couple of kills, starting to string together a little bit of form in this round. It's been a little bit slow from him by his standards, it must be said. But there we have 81 seconds, 62. Ball, camo, sword, all on the map, all to be used. But we're seeing OEX getting some time, but importantly, Snipe Drone has the camouflage.
Yeah, this camouflage could really make the difference here for Snipe Drone, but he's given his position away with this fight. His teammate is there to get the assist. So now he can maneuver his way through Turbine and try and get behind this ball. He's actually managed to cut off the ball, so this is a bigger kill onto SLG. Can he manage to land the shot? SLG is a tricky one to go up against. Yeah,
tricky indeed. 2 members down, though, for OEX, and importantly, Snipe Drone's been able to stay alive. You're gonna have that fight with SLG once more. They're gonna duke it out round for round, punch for punch, but this time, OEX, SLG has the backup. Fragger gets a couple of kills. That's gonna be 2. Shady answers back though to kill of his own. Chick down bottom middle, make that 2. Can he turn it to 3? No, he can't. Ball in the hands of the boys. Fragger, what can he do? It's so scrappy down bottom middle. Kills going left and right. They're separated by just 5 seconds, but Cartel, importantly, just like the last time they played off ball, they're starting to get points at the most important time. They only need 2. Nobody in position to stop it. And there it is. That's going to be oddball on recharge going in favor of Cartel. They're up 2-1 in the series.
Up 2-1 onto series point, onto championship point here in the EU Open #1. Plenty of seeding points to be playing for, qualification points, however you want to look at it, and a little bit of prize money to go alongside. But still going to get the job done. And the next game is going to be a Strongholds one. But when we look back at Recharge Oddball, I mean, it was a very successful game from Cartel. They knew how they wanted to play it. They approached it very well. Got that ball into pipes. They were holding all the angles. Sure, there was a few kind of chinks in the armor. There was sometimes they allowed enemies to slip through those little nooks and crannies, but always they were able to push back, break the opposition setup, and regain even more ball time. What I'm most impressed by is the ability of every member of Cartel to be prepared to pick up the ball time and do objective in general as we go across Halo Infinite game types. That is a sign of a solid team of 4. No one thinking that they are above the objective, no one feeling like they have to slay. Instead, you've got 4 players who all seem very much in sync when it comes to Halo Infinite.
Yeah, and we're seeing again, OEX just come up a little bit short. Again, the coin has flipped down onto Cartel's side. The rub of the green has gone towards Cartel once more, and some work to do going into game 4. Of course, we're going to now head over to Street Strongholds. This is one of their stronger game types, though, in particular.
Yeah, I think Strongholds is so much better for OEX. It just, the pace of it really works out for them. They can all run around as a unit, almost like a Slayer, but they just pick up the Strongholds as they go. And it's very impressive when you do watch them on Strongholds. And even though at times, when they go for that triple cap, it's not always going to work out, when it does work out, they pick up some serious time and make it very awkward for their opposition to try and get back into the game. But as we look back at the replays from this last one, this was very much a scrappy affair from the side of OEX. They were always just jumping on that ball, trying to get it wherever they could, try and pick up time here or there, but never really got that solid setup. It was always off the back of a setup from Cartel. They would have the ball in pipes, and they just weren't able to hold it there long enough.
Yeah, I have to say, it's been a couple of games now that have been quite scrappy. Neither team really able to get comfortable and really plant their feet and start to dictate the play. It's been very scrappy throughout this series. Back and forth they've gone, whether it be Flag, Slayer, Oddball, and now we're heading into Stronghold. I expect to see a very similar story, but with the way it's shaken out, Dan, I mean, we're in for a good game 4.
Oh, we're definitely in for a good game 4. Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, this grand final has been everything we could have asked for. When we looked at the original bracket of all these teams, we were like, I see Cartel, and I see OEX. Wait a minute, if I do my math correctly, they could match up in the winners bracket finals. They did. It was only a best of 3, so we didn't get to see necessarily everything that both of these teams had to offer. And this is the reason why, right? We've got a 2-1 scoreline here, but now we can go further and see what would have happened in a best of 5. And we're going to see whether maybe OEX can make up for the fact they lost that best of 3 earlier as we go into Stronghold Streets. Remember, OEX didn't get the chance to play Strongholds against Cartel today in that winners bracket final, but now finally we'll get to see them on Streets. Now, I love Streets Strongholds, and I know you do it as well, Jersey. We've played it a lot together. It's not the easiest game type to play, but if you can play it successfully, you can rack up some serious time. You can control, you can go for the triple cap, and you can control, or you can play the higher side of the map. You can play the tower side, the PD side, and then you can also get B. And if you control those two and you force them to the station spawns, it's really difficult to push out if you're stuck in tram or station, whatever you want to call it, especially if you're caught in a cycle of spawns. You're trying to push out as a 2, as a 4. You need to make sure you're all pushing together.
Yeah, there's 3 major spawn positions on Streets that you need to be aware of if you're at home or even if you're competing. PD, you've got Cafe, and you've got Station. So if you can block 2 of them and make sure they spawn most of the time down in Station, well, you're going to be in for some success. And that's what these teams have to be aiming to do. It's all well and good having the ball down scrappy in Station, and if it's a necessity and you have to try and get some sort of per man setup, but what you ideally want to do is have your ball carrier positioned over towards PD and the back tower street to be able to download as much information as they can, as we're going to see another restart. But that just lets us talk a little bit more about utility and stuff like that. SLG has been using that drop shield bottom tower very, very successfully to drop down and play those lines of sight as well down over by Cafe, and he's been a bit of a turret on that side of the map.
Yeah, there's lots to play for here when it comes to Strongholds. I mean, when you drop down and you get those rockets, they can really be an influence. Only 2 rockets, I will say that again, they're not as big as they used to be, but those 2 kills could be enough to break a Stronghold setup. They can allow you to actually pick up some serious time. Also, something that's very different from Strongholds previously in Halo 5 now into Infinite is that if you contest those Strongholds when each team is holding 1, you are going to stop that scoring. So just by putting your foot in, you stop that scoring straight away. It's very important you get in the face of your opponents, actually try and contest those Strongholds, because you can stop them gaining an amount of time that they would probably gain, I don't know, 5 to 10 seconds, which could really be the difference maker. But we know where we want to hold. We know where the players should be holding. It's not always as simple as that, especially if you get caught in a bad spawn cycle. The police department, or PD as we're calling it, certainly ends up being one of the areas you really want to hold down with tower. If you can control that area of the map and B, you should be in a comfortable spot, because then you can watch the ramp from A. You can make sure no one can comfortably push up on you, and it just means it's such a nice place to hold those 2 strongholds.
Yeah, and something we can speak of as well, both these teams like to push for those triple caps. It's high risk, it's high reward, but it is something they'd like to do. They like to play A, B, and C and keep pushing the fresh spawners. So if we see that here, they might play a little bit differently. You know, with scrims, again, we're talking about under the lights now, everybody watching at home. It brings different pressures. But if they're going to stick to the game plan, both of them like to push those triple caps, and it could be the reason, and it could be a downfall for one of them.
This is where I'd love to have like a telestrator or something, so I could get an overhead and I could actually show you guys what I mean and which areas they should be holding. It's all well and good me saying the names of it, but if you're not familiar with the maps, you're not going to be necessarily sure where they're holding. So when we get into game and the teams start holding those areas, then I'll try and point them out and I'll try and focus on which I think are the priority areas. But I think you'll get the hang of it, because these players know how to play this game type, and they certainly will try and prioritize those 2 strongholds I'm talking about. But Jersey makes a valid point. We see 2 teams who like to be aggressive, they like to push for a triple cap, they like to dominate their opponents. But if you do that, you can leave yourself vulnerable to kind of split spawns. You can leave it to someone spawning at the other side of the map and then taking the priority stronghold away from you. So it's all about risk and reward, as you say. You've got to be careful how you play it. You need to have confident shooters on your team. You need to have someone who can hold their own against 2 people, also not scared to back down. Apply some shots, back down, call for help, get some assisting, and it's just a nice little bait and switch on either side of Streets.
And again, information if you need it. If anything you've seen here today has given you the competitive itch, head over to faceit.com, sign up a team, get you and a couple of friends in, get involved. That's how we all started. We played with a couple of friends, and then we grew and grew and got better and started to network in the community. And again, keep a follow over on Twitter, @HCS is where you want to be. But Dan, we're only a week deep. And the level of play already has surpassed any of my expectations.
It has. I mean, I've not really slept very much, and I'm just a commentator, right? You imagine what some of these pro players are able to achieve with the amount of hours they've been putting in, and for good reason. Europe have been told 6 teams are going to get funding towards Raleigh. That's going to be 2 teams from the kickoff qualifier in 2 weeks' time, as well as 4 teams that accumulate enough points from these 2 open series, as well as the kickoff qualifier. The top 4 are going to get a pool play placement within that championship bracket, and then 5th and 6th would have to play through the open bracket. But I mean, even when I saw 6 teams were going to get funding from Europe, I was like, maybe I should be playing, because maybe I could achieve top 6. But actually, after seeing the quality of teams today, Europe's back, right? We had 92 teams sign up for this qualifier, and this is week 1. How many teams, how many players weren't able to play this weekend because of the surprise release? They weren't expecting to have to play Halo until December the 8th. Let's look towards week 2 for the next open series. Let's up that team limit even more. Let's get even further as we get to the kickoff. This could be, the highest point EU Halo's ever been when it comes to Halo, and it should be. With a roadmap like this, with the ability to compete against the very best, the incentives are all there, and I can't wait.
Well, incentives, let's speak about that. Well, for these 2 teams, it's the win the grand finals, and if Cartel managed to get the victory here, that will be GG's. No re Rockets, though, almost shot at the ground. I felt like I heard the audio, but unfortunately the rocket didn't fire in the end. SLG, though, using that rifle once more. That gun is hit so hard, and he's a master with it.
Yeah, the Stalker rifle is just such a powerful weapon in the right hands. 3 shots to the head reminds me of the light rifle of old, and I love that it's on this map. You can just stare from a distance and really be a nuisance to everyone. But 2 caps are going to be in favor of OEX. They're the ones who are putting on the score here, and they went for the triple cap. This is what we expected, but look, that's gone against them now, because Cartel will keep A and they'll take C, and now they'll look to try and take B as well. So this is going to be a very messy game of strongholds, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's something that I believe it's a little bit of a flaw in their game when it comes to strongholds. They're so good when it works, but if you're a victim of timing just a little bit, you're out of sync with the rest of your teammates, it does mean you forfeit the map. They have gotten it back quite quickly, but sometimes they have to recognize when maybe the triple cap isn't quite on, hold and defend, and then maybe push for it when the timing is right.
Yeah, I think the last thing you want to do is spawn your teammates down towards C, down towards Station and Tram that I was talking about. A and B are your priority positions because you get so much visuals throughout the map. You get so much coverage of the map and so many sight lines that you can work with, and you can trap your opponents in C. And if they don't push out correctly, if they don't push out the right way as a 4, you can really punish them. You could just spot off one player trying to make a play through middle or trying to make a play up ramp. But at the moment, with both teams going for triple caps, we're not really seeing any sort of structure. Instead, it's just a slay off, and that does happen sometimes in strongholds.
It was 4 dead for a moment, but somehow, some way, OEX have managed to get 2 more strongholds under their control. Don't ask me how, don't ask me why, I just know they have got strongholds. Rocket launcher, though, will transition, will it? No, it won't. They're going to go down again. Shots in the back will take down that player. Seeka also taking down Urix in the kill feed, getting that information that the Rockets are positioned down bottom middle. He goes looking for them, hovers over a trash bag, but unfortunately, there's actually a pair of rockets sitting in that bag, so he picks them up. He's going to go to work with them straight away, gets a kill onto Fragger, but does lose his life in the meantime. That his teammates should be able to pick up that and recycle those. Bulldog in the hand of Chicken. They're making a move on B.
Very back and forth at the moment. Both teams just taking B from one another. The other team then spawning and doing exactly the same. And what I love about this map design is you are so vulnerable when you are in that B stronghold. You're so vulnerable to grenades. You're likely to be taken down even if you try and step further back in the stronghold. So you really need to time that stronghold collection at the right time. Otherwise, you are going to be taken down by a few grenades or a rocket, as we've seen. But now we've seen Legend just holding the top of Station, trying to do what he can with a little bit of damage onto SLG.
Cartel have that per man set up for the moment. C and B in their control, starting to apply some pressure though, starting to crank up the heat. Chick trying to stay alive desperately. He does manage to escape and evade with his life for now. He will be chased down though. Bottom tower. He's managed to just hide in that little cubby behind that box. He's going to catch this player unaware. Legend though, completely unaware of his position. Will he get this clean up? Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have to, but it looks as though the lobby has broken just a little bit. His teammates and teams are starting to change, so we have seen a lag out there, so we will see a stop in play and perhaps a reset there. But enough to talk about, enough to digest, Dan. Very, very close. And again, both teams pushing for those triple caps. And again, high risk, high reward. And it's been more risk this time.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like the fact that they're both pushing for triple caps, but I can understand why. When you look at Cartel and you look at the games that they have lost to OEX throughout scrims, it's been these Strongholds games, and they've not really found the right rhythm. So they're trying to match the same style and pace that OEX is offering, and that's fast-paced, push for triple caps, slay as you go, and move as a unit. But I think if actually Cartel looked at it and said, maybe if we focused on our own game, if we focused on a little bit more structure here by holding 2 strongholds and locking them into C, not allowing them out, we might find more success because we're going to be able to get more time in a bigger chunk by just keeping them on that spawn trap for a longer period. So I don't like the way they're playing it, but I can understand why. And I think that the metas are going to shift and develop as people learn to play it. But for now, one player did crash, unfortunately, so we'll see what happens there, where we restart, whether we come back to the same time, whether we start all over. We'll wait for the admins to make a ruling. But for now, I mean, I'm very impressed with both teams, how quickly they react to how the other one is playing. Because even though it's not a structured game, you've got to always be on your toes. You've always got to match your opponent.
Yeah, they're all. It's really interesting how they're adjusting tactics on the fly almost, and something that we're seeing is rocket launcher down bottom middle, a really hard weapon to get your hands on. But if you do, it does pack a heavy punch. But what we're seeing more often than not, we're seeing rockets being picked up, and either the player with the rockets dies, or when they eventually get to use them, they trade their life anyway. Such as the way they've been used so far. So particularly in that game, we didn't see rockets being used to really control any one point one way or another.
No, and I think when there's only a couple of rockets there, and as you say, you're so vulnerable to go for those rockets, you get hit by the grenades by the most part. So you can maybe fire one. If you do the quick YY trick, you manage to put that gun away and take it back out. It fires a little bit faster than it would if you picked it up normally. But I think this is a chance for both teams now with this reset to take a look at what was just happening in that game and say, do we want to play the game in that way? It's hard to assess a game when you're actually within it, but when you get a chance to pause, breathe, think about it, the IGL can say, well, actually, you know, we were probably not doing this correctly. Maybe we should play with a little bit more structure. Maybe we shouldn't be matching the pace. And even though resets are frustrating, and of course they do happen, especially at the beginning of a game, it will just add that extra dynamic to this one because both of the teams now are going to get a chance to reassess things.
I think also with the way the reset has shaken up, is no one team was really in control and dominating and had this masterful setup that was unbreakable. What happened was both teams were duking it out back and forth, and what we are getting is a ruling that it's going to be a complete and full restart. That seems fair enough. There was only 6-7 seconds between the two teams, so there wasn't a whole lot between the two of them. So we're going to see a full and clean reset and see what way it shakes out. And the early engagements in the first setup, OEX came out on top and were scoring quite early, so we'll see if that's something similar here again.
That's a thumbs up from Dan Gaskin. Love me a full restart. I'm not a fan of the people who play by the rulebook, and I've seen some people, you know, carry on games throughout this tournament as they started and not allowing people to re-invite and stuff like that. I like fair play. I like an even playing ground, so this is a good one for me. It's the grand final as well, right? We don't want anyone to get some sort of poor advantage just because of a lag out, a disconnect, an internet problem. It's online. These things happen in these tournaments, but now we're going to get a fresh restart. These teams will be able to look at it, they'll be able to assess, they'll be able to play it differently. And from the spawn, maybe we'll see a slightly different starting strategy because it's all mind games at the end of the day. You've seen how one team is trying to approach the Rockets. Do they do the same thing? Do you try something a little bit different? All comes into the equation.
Yeah, I really like this full reset, in particular from Cartel. They want to win, but they want to win it right, and they want to win it with some honor as well. So a great display from them. Going to get a full reset. They were only ahead by 7 or 8 seconds. And that could be, you know, if they lose the game by 5, 6, 7 seconds, like we've seen before, then maybe you can look at that. But I think from the standpoint of just wanting to win with honor and wanting to win the right way, it's a great display from Cartel. And listen, most of these players are all friends with one another, and you want to make sure if they're going to get the bragging right, it's done right.
Yeah, I mean, they are friends, even though we talk out like a rivalry because SLG used to be on this team. They have made up, you know, they're all from the French community, apart from Snipe Drone, who's from England, but he's the honorary French member. Maybe he's going to apply for French citizenship. Maybe we're going to see him move over there one day. Maybe he'll learn French. But I have a feeling that Snipe Drone's not the type to learn French off the whim. But if he stays with his team, because Richie, when we look at these two lineups, right, and we think about 6 teams getting funding, European Halo, and how we push on, we want to see teams stay together. I want to see teams stay together. I hate roster changes, even though as a player myself back in the day, I used to love a roster change. But I don't want to see it now because I know how much it hurts a team. So Snipe Drone, looking at this, potentially winning the first tournament for the Open Series, he'll want to stay on this roster for as long as possible. As long as there's not any, any problems at home between these 4 players, as long as there's not any arguments, I would like to think we can see this roster stay on for the entirety of the first year of Halo Infinite, throughout the entire roadmap, and see what they can achieve as one of the best teams in Europe right now.
Yeah, it's definitely very easy to say that when they're seeing such immediate success as well. Snipe drones fit in there like a glove, so there's been really no tribulations, there's been no problems that they've had. We'll maybe see that if likes of Navi and if OEX do finally start to get the one up over them, and maybe we see some sort of discontent between the teams. But I think what we can say is for the moment they look a powerhouse, and they're a real contender that they could do really well come Raleigh.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be expecting to see both these teams at Raleigh. The fact that, it's a cumulative points across the 3 qualifiers, as well as the team that wins the kickoff qualifier, you'd imagine these 2 teams are going to be there or thereabouts in all 3 of these tournaments anyway. So if they don't get the top 2 placement when it comes to that kickoff qualifier, probably from the points they're able to achieve here, we're going to see them in Raleigh, and we're probably going to see them in pool play, championship play, which is exciting. I cannot wait to see the best teams go up against each other. Of course, we've got North America after this broadcast. We're going to see the North American Open Series come to that climax as well. But for now, we need to finish this grand final, ladies and gents. We're back underway here in Game 4. If Cartel win this one, they will win the entire thing.
Once more into the fray we go. Bulldog in the hand of Snipe Drone. He takes down SLG. He's going to make sure he can convert this C stronghold into his team's favor. And we're seeing OEX, they have B, but we're going to have to try and give it up here as the pressure starting to surmount on them. Looks as though he's not going to be aware Snipe Drone's behind them. Here is Sika with that Bulldog in his hand, and Snipe Drone's playing it very quiet as well. 2 strongholds though still in their favor. B starting to get changed over now for the moment. We will maybe see Cartel scoring, but looks as though a player has stepped out of that. It's been reset as well, so great play. Not a Snipe Drone, but unfortunately the scoring still in favor of OEX. They've started brightly.
How many people would actually think to shoot the Bulldog from that distance and it's still connected? It still hit pretty hard. Credit to Snipe Drone for actually having the kind of balls to do it. But here we go. We move on and we still see B in favor of OEX. They've got A as well. Cartel not able to stop that, but it looks like Cartel, great listening from Legend to ensure he gets the finish, and now he'll look to take B. You've just got to be aware of grenades that could come hurtling towards you here.
Here comes the triple cap as well, very quickly. Looks as though A is starting to transition though, and already OEX starting to collapse on them spawns. Again, you try to go for that triple cap, and what you've seen is you end up giving up control. 2 members down though, 3 members down for OEX. That push is going to be stopped, and maybe they can start to put the pressure on A now and let them spawn down in C.
Yeah, I think the trouble is that Cartel just keep getting B and C, so they're having to push from a low to high, and always OEX from A can easily get to E from PD, to A from PD, excuse me. They can throw grenades in, and then they can push on those grenades. They really want to get A and B here. You've got to stop focusing on C so much. You want to put the other team, force them to spawn in C, and it will just make your life so much easier.
A and B though in control of Cartel, but again starting to change over this big fight down. But it's going to be Legend who wins the day here, but unfortunately taken down. It's trades left, right, and center again. Nobody really able to dictate the pace of the game. It's so frantic, it's so hectic. It's carnage.
These rockets could be a huge difference from Nurex. He's been able to achieve grabbing from bottom middle, gets the double kill, and will secure the capture. So now we see B and C still in favor of OEX, but they really want A here. They have to push up on PD, which is what they're doing right now.
Yeah, going for A now, but that's exactly where Cartel are spawning. They're going to have to slay and pray and move together as a unit. They have cleared out that for a moment. We're going to see Shady spawning down at C, and he's going to have to take control of that to make sure they don't lose too many points. They now finally have A and B. C will be lost, but now they can begin to defend. And watch, just all you need now is information. Are they going A or are they going B? And then you pivot and adapt accordingly. But again, we're seeing SLG down at bottom C.
Yeah, that was interesting from SLG. Maybe just getting a little bit overzealous. Didn't need to push in. Could have just stayed on the stairs and watched Cartel push out. You take control. You give that information to your team. Instead, it allowed Cartel to actually push out and now take C and B. So Cartel suddenly scoring here. So OEX just not able to get that structure. Always looking for the triple cap. And, you know, it's worked out for them in scrims, so I can't be too against it. But I do feel like they could have got a little bit more time there.
I know what actually happened. I know, I've figured it out. I've cracked the code.
Go on.
French people's control pads are actually broken and have to move forward at all times. I think that's the only explanation for what we're seeing.
Definitely something that could be a factor in this one, but there's the A, the C, and the B, and it's going to be a triple cap for Cartel. So for OEX, for them pushing for that triple cap, for trying to go for that ultimate play, they've actually given away control of the map to Cartel, who have now really punished them, and that time is really starting to tick up here.
Yeah, it's really starting to hurt, and the problem is Cartel know exactly where you're going to spawn it every single time. It's that predictable now. They've managed to get themselves into a groove. A has finally been captured, and if you're going to capture one, that's probably the best one to get. But Nurik's last man alive, it's not going to be long for this world either, as he tries to rotate over towards B. They have that information, and no doubt A should start ticking over in their favor eventually as well. Fragger, Chicken SLG, alive now, spawning up over towards A, over towards Cafe. But Cartel is still scoring all the while.
Yeah, Cartel are still scoring, but it seems like Cartel are happy with B and C, and I have to disagree. I think A and B is just far better, but they're making it work. They're still making it awkward for OEX to push out, but this is what can happen. Legend is able to get behind, he's able to stop it, or he should be able to stop it, but there is B now secured. So A and B in favor of OEX, but at least Cartel are making this scrappy here in B.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's almost like a Royal Rumble. Slap taste out of people's mouths, people getting thrown over the top rope. B is going to transition over again. Neither one of them really able to make it at home. They're getting evicted every single time they try and move in, but A will go over towards Cartel. B and C, the map has been completely flipped. It's in control of OEX now.
Yeah, there's just such a lack of control for either team. I mean, the most structure we've seen has been from Cartel holding B and C, but now this should be a chance for OEX on A and B to keep Cartel in C. If you're SLG, you don't want to go hurtling towards them here. You want to watch this ramp, you also want to watch the entrance to the station and watch the other side, but it looks like Legend was able to escape and he's able to get a double with the killjoy, make it a triple. Legend starting to turn things up for Cartel.
Legend coming up big when he needs to most. Don't forget, folks, they're on match point. They win here, they win grand finals. They will take maximum seeding points and maximum cash monies in their pockets as well. A little bit of cheddar to spread around the place. Legend gets another kill on the SLG. They need to shut him down because he gets up ahead of steam and it might already be too late.
Looks like Cartel are looking to be relentless here as well. They're pushing in, they're pushing for the trip cap. They had A and B. They could have allowed OEX to spawn C, but now instead they're going to take the trip cap. They want to do the damage here and now. They want to put the points on the board, but look, B's being taken. The priority position, you've got to stop that quickly before it's taken, but they're not able to do so. B is secured by OEX, so they can at least limit the damage here, and they can stop the bleeding.
Yeah, they've set up B to try and push out of. They have two options whether they go C or A here, but they push towards A. They are pushing towards that Rockets, and Sika says, thank you very much. I'll take that free kill, and he does just that. B, though, again, it's been the point of contention all game long. It's been changed hands again. They're just passing over pink slips left, right, and center. We're seeing Cartel take control once more and just starting to amass more points as well. 167 and slowly ticking towards that end game.
Right, Cartel, you've got A and B. They're spawning C. You have vision of every way they're going to be pushing, and you're gaining time here. Just slay. You don't need to push into C. You don't need to even give OEX the chance to spawn out of this. You've got a double kill, but Snipe Drone ignores everything I say, and he says, you know what? I want to go in. I want to get the triple kill, and he'll do just that. It looks like Cartel are out for blood. They want to finish this game. They don't care about structure. They just want carnage.
Snipe Drone, I said before, he doesn't do callouts. He just says, I kill things. That's exactly what he's done. Triple kill, forces that spawn up towards Cafe, which means his team have to try and fight and defend A. They're unable to do so. 4 dead. Again, we're seeing when you go for that triple cap. Shady, the last man up off the respawn. First one to try and contest B. Can he do anything about it? He gets behind this player who gets a big melee, but loses that fight to Chick. And all intents and purposes, that should have been Shady's kill.
But that is a massive kill for Chick. That is a chance for OEX to get back into this game. They do have A and B, or they did have A and B. And now we're going to see Snipe Drone over towards C, just to ensure that that one's not taken away. But for OEX, they need to transition from B over to A, grab that tower, and also hold B at the same time. But it looks like it's going to be too awkward for them to do so. Cartel just have too much presence throughout this map. They're going for another triple cap, and we're starting to potentially look at our champions here.
They just need 15 more seconds, and they're not able to get the reset. They're not able to get another hill. These points are ticking up. Double the pain, double the hurt. They just need another tick. They're going to get that tick. Cartel are going to be your EU Open #1 Grand Champions.
And what a way to do so as well, even though it wasn't necessarily the most polished way, and I think they could have maybe even finished a little bit sooner. what do I know, eh? They won 250. It doesn't matter how much it was, because the way they did it was just outslaying their opponents. We saw triple kills, we saw double kills, we saw all of the killing sprees come out from the entire Cartel squad, and they have looked fantastic today. I'm delighted because as a European Halo fan, as someone who always asks the question, where do EU line up to North America? Will we get a squad that can, go over and really challenge the best of the best? I think we're looking at a team that can really make a statement in North America. I'm not going to get ahead of myself. I'm not going to say they're going to go over and win tournaments, but they can certainly get to the latter stages of tournaments. I think these are a squad that North Americans, you need to look out for.
Yeah, definitely has to be some respect on the European region as a whole. And even for OEX, they were able to hang in a couple of games as well, and will be very close to closing that gap on Cartel very quickly, you would feel, with the way the game shifts and evolves. And of course, we've also got Navi then, 3 very strong teams that we can send over towards Raleigh if they do, and they should do, qualify at that. But we're having a look at the stats. We're seeing Snipe Drone had a very good game, accuracy 65.99%. Like we said, he doesn't really miss.
And I mean, outside of the top 3 you just spoke about, 4th, 5th, 6th, I'd say that's up for grabs when it comes to, being able to be sent over to Raleigh, being able to get that funding. If you're a European Halo player, grab a team, because we saw 4 COD players come over to Halo and finish top 6 today. So that shows that, there is a possibility to break into the top of European Halo. It is so close when it comes to kind of 4th downwards, and there really is an opportunity to break yourself into the top scenes of Europe and actually get funding to go to North America and play in Raleigh, the first major that we will see this year. But as we focus on the grand final, it's just unfolded in front of our very eyes. I mean, it was a wonderful one. I know I was being a little bit miserable at times, saying, oh, why are they pushing here? Why are they doing this? But come on, it doesn't matter when they're able to get the triple kills that they were. They were able to just push in, be relentless with their trip caps. And when Cartel lost the strongholds twice in their scrims against this team, you can understand why. They just wanted to finish this game as quick as possible. They didn't want to allow OEX to get any sort of structure whatsoever, maybe just fearing that they'd be able to come back and take the game away from them.
And this is going to be yet another tournament in which Cartel have won. In the last 2 years, they've won every single Halo tournament, and they're starting off in the exact same place again. They win once more. It's another Cartel Cup to add to their collection. Shy Away, talk to me, man.
I'm still taking it all in, okay? What a damn tournament. What a series. Big ups to Cartel for a well-deserved victory. I think it all really showed in that last game, that Strongholds game. You could see the difference in the gameplay styles, and this is something I'll mention now. I'm sure we'll see more of it later on in NA in future tournaments, but as much as Infinite does play like the classic games and teamwork and positioning is vital, absolutely, I find that the best players in the game are the ones who also take advantage of the cracked out movement, because that's what we're seeing out of Shady, out of Legend. They're hitting all the slides. I've been waiting all tournament to see somebody using all the mechanics, but Shady, Legend, they're using it, and they're using it properly too. They're using it to be aggressive, to stay ahead of spawns, to stay ahead of engagements, and pick up double, triple kills, and more. I think the best players in this game are the players that can leverage the movement aspect of Halo 5 and then the teamwork and positioning aspect of classic Halo, and put those together to dominate. That's the beauty of Halo Infinite, is it's got a little bit of both sides. Tony, what are you thinking coming off of this one?
I mean, I'm thinking exactly when I went into this tournament. Cartel are a dominant roster and a force to be reckoned with. I can't believe how aggressive they were round in and round out, and it just seems like Legend and Shady just are, in my opinion, on another level. And even Snipe Drone as well. I mean, there was one game, I think it was game 1, that we saw going back earlier in the tournament, where Snipe Drone dropped with like 40 kills. It was literally ridiculous.
Right.
If this roster doesn't get picked up by a big org, I don't know who deserves it.
That's a great point. Is it a coincidence that 2 members of that roster are rocking the Fnatic jersey? They got the Fnatic armor and the Fnatic.
Trying to make a statement.
I don't know who Fnatic is picking up. Fnatic has not announced their roster, but personally, if you're watching Fnatic, if I'm you, I'm looking at these boys. I'm looking at Cartel.
Hey, Kojo, come here. I know that you make decisions for Fnatic. There you go. You've just seen what's just happened in front of you.
Look at what you're seeing.
Yeah,
there's a clear.
I'm happy to announce with absolutely no controller power whatsoever that Fnatic now have taken over Cartel. That's exactly
right. if I'm Fnatic, I'm looking at it. You got a European-based org, and you got what looks like the best players in Europe, and have been for a while now. They've been dominating, and they're continuing to do it in Infinite, and it's only just the beginning, baby. So I can't wait to see what else we got coming up. Apparently, we might even get a little interview with these boys as well in just a second. Before we do that, let's take a look at the bracket. Let's reminisce a little bit at what we experienced today. Of course, we had 6 teams that we witnessed in the tournament today. And very quickly, that turned down to just 2 in our grand finals. But here's the winners side of the bracket. Cartel have just been, walking through the competition. I know they obviously didn't lose a series, but I'd be surprised if they lost more than 3 games in that whole tournament. I'd have to go back and see it. But Cartel, I'm seeing 3 losses, I guess, just off of this one here. But I wonder if they just 2-0'd clean throughout. Of course, we saw great plays out of OEX as well. They'll take second place. We also saw plenty of Na'Vi. Na'Vi lost earlier on in the tournament. So if we drop down to the lower bracket, we'll get to see Na'Vi. And just the route that they had to take to get to lower finals, they had to fight from winners round 3 and win. Look at you can see all the 2-0s. Dude, just to give you an understanding of the fight that they had to get through to get to lower finals before eventually being knocked down by OEX. But OEX is the only team so far that we know has their number. We didn't get to see Na'Vi play against Cartel. There's a couple question marks here. I think if Na'Vi, depending on the matchup, Na'Vi might play better. Maybe OEX just kind of has their number.
Yeah, it definitely seems that, at least for the time being, OEX, there's some sort of kryptonite for Team Na'Vi, but I think our attentions definitely have to be, the spotlight has to be on Cartel and the achievement that they've managed to do today. Unbelievable performance from them. And there was question marks. Everybody called them, they're just going to be Halo 5 kids, they're online kids. But listen, they've come into the new game and they've learned quicker than anybody else. And that's a testament to them and their dedication.
I can't wait to see where they go, right? I think the sky's the limit. I think for once, the EU community has a shot at greatness here. Just looking at the gameplay of those boys on Cartel, I see a ton of potential. And just off of this one tournament, Gaskin, if you can just remind us, what are these players gaining? They get a little bit of the prize money. They get some points as well towards the qualifiers coming up, correct?
Yes, they get seeding points, not only for obviously seeding them for that kickoff qualifier, but also those points accumulate. And the top 2 players from the kickoff qualifier, they will qualify for Raleigh. They will get a place in the pool play. They will get funding. They will get flights, hotel, travel, all the good stuff. The next 2 teams with the most points from these 3 tournaments will then get a spot in those pool play positions as well as funding. And then 5th and 6th will just get the funding. They'll have to play through open bracket, but plenty to play for European Halo. And that's what I think has got everyone buzzing in this community. I think that's why we're seeing so many teams sign up, because this is the most support we've seen for European Halo in quite some time.
Most support we've seen, and we're only just getting started. So, Gaskin, thank you for that. This is free to join. Anybody can jump in and sign up for these tournaments. I think I was looking at Moses on Twitter. We had a record 406 teams, I think, in total. That was just the NA side, I think, for the open tournament. So we're only just getting started. I can't wait to see, who signs up and joins the fold. But speaking of the competition that we had today, we've got Snipe Drone waiting on call to join us. We've been talking about Cartel. We've been praising them. And here's Snipe Drone in the flesh. Snipe Drone, how are you, man? I mean, just coming off of that win, you got to be feeling pretty good after that.
Pumped as ever, Shaway. Really happy we could take the tournament. Still a lot to improve on. Some of the call-outs we're doing is like here and there, so still a lot to improve on. But yeah, good victory.
You guys are still figuring out all the call-outs, I imagine, right? Is there anything that's kind of set in stone, or is it all just you just changing it up every time?
Well, on day 1 we sort of came up with our own call-outs, but then we was watching a lot of the NA scrims, and they'll come up with call-outs and we're like, Jesus, that makes more sense to call it that. So we're sort of changing it all the time, but yeah, still getting used to the call-outs.
My favorite one right now is the Brutes on Livefire. Is Optics calling them dummies, and they call it dummy door, the door to the bottom mid where the Brutes are. Anyway, it's just I love to see what kind of call-outs come out. What are you thinking of the new game, by the way, dude? We've been waiting for years. We're finally playing a new Halo. Does it feel good to be playing something new? Are you enjoying it?
I mean, honestly, at the start, I was like, I suck at this game. Honestly, it was quite hard getting used to, but the more I played it, the more I grinded, I was starting to enjoy it more. So yeah, it's a good game.
It's a good game. You're coming off of Halo 5, I assume, right? That was what I want to say. You were playing a little more. So has it been tough to transition? You're saying it was you had no thrust in the back pocket. It's got to be kind of weird.
I mean, again, I was good on H5, but I feel like this game suits my playstyle more. So I think this game is probably right up my street. Yeah,
that's fair enough. I noticed you guys, you seem to have this chemistry with each other, right? You're obviously playing very well together. What do you think it is about this cartel team that just makes them have this edge, allows you guys to continue to kind of hold on to number one?
I mean, these guys, the guys I'm playing with, they're just absolute beasts. I mean, they're all a young talent. I mean, they're only going to get better and better. I mean, you know, props to my teammates. You know, I was basically just sending them places, tagging them on the map, and they were just flying it. So, I mean, these guys are absolute beasts, and they're going to be in the scene for a long time, and they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. So, yeah.
Shyway, if you don't mind me asking a question, if Snipe Drone can hear me. Mike, can you hear me?
Hello,
Just
Gaskin.
checking.
How are you?
Mate. Nice hair, by the way. Looks great right now.
I need a haircut. Don't lie to me, Gaskin.
So,
I need a haircut.
language barrier, right? You've got the French. You've got you. You are very English. They are very French. How does it pan out in game? Are call-outs okay?
This is something I was worried about, to be honest. I was, you know, there's always going to be some sort of language barrier, but I feel like we're on the same page, so that's a good thing to start off with. As I said, call-outs. We just need to go over call-outs on every map, to be honest, again, and we do need to tighten up our communication, 100%.
Yeah, and something I saw in kind of your game in particular, I mean, I always used to say you were kind of a stat player, like one of the main slayers, right? You'd anchor, but wouldn't necessarily do as much objective work. That was certainly different here watching you today, especially on Aquarius CTF. You went like 35 kills and you were still running every flag. Is that something you've changed coming into this game in particular? Have you been focusing on that at all?
Not in particular. I mean, I'll be honest with you, you're normally Legend and Shady running flags, but I just found myself in a lot of positions to run the flag and they were getting kills, so yeah, I mean, everyone on this team can do everything. That's what's good about this team. So, yeah.
All right, sweet. I just wanted to chat to you because you look wonderful. I'll allow Shyway to take back over.
No, I was going to say, let's just throw it around the horn like Tony. I mean, if you want to, you send it to Shurzy or Tony, just, you know, toss it up. I don't care. And then let them go ahead and ask the man a question. I don't know how much time you got here. I know you got to grind, but
yeah. Well, I want to ask a question. You know,
there you go.
I'm nowhere near the level that you, Legend, and Shady are. What are some advice that you have for us that are just picking up the game? Maybe we're not as fast to pick it up as you guys. What should we be working on to kind of up our level? I want to compete too.
Hey, don't be hard on yourself. You're a good player. But yeah, I would say just
we're done.
I would say watch other people and just take little things from their gameplay that you see that you don't do yourself. So watch all sorts of players, you know, NA and EU. Just watch players and take little bits from their gameplay and put it into yours. That's my best advice.
Good advice.
I'll send it to Shurzy.
Yeah, and I guess Snipe John, first off, congratulations, a massive performance out of you and the team as a whole. You were slaying out of your mind, dropping serious numbers, but looking at it, you know, didn't drop many maps. There wasn't many flaws in the game, but if you look back at it now, is there anything that you think that your team need to work on outside of, you know, in particular call-outs, but is there any game types that you're quite rough at?
Well, I'd probably say the Slayers. We weren't doing too well on the Slayers. So we're definitely going to watch that back, see what's going on there. I think I need to step up on the Slayers, to be honest, personally. But yeah, probably the Slayers. Slayers definitely need to tighten up that. I feel like with Slayer, you know, it's a point for every death, every time you die. So it's a bit different than OBJ. I think we just need to tighten up on Slayers.
It's an interesting point as well, because most of the point and the reason that you could be struggling on Slayer is because the call-outs that you have aren't exactly you know, in sync. So you're calling out things and those one shots are getting away. So that could be something you guys look at. And I'm looking forward to seeing you guys next week. You're playing like monsters.
Appreciate it.
I do have one more question for you, Snipe Drone. It's a little cheesy. I wrote it, and I'm going to read it to you if you're okay with that. But historically, Halo has been an NA-dominated esport, as we know. For years, EU have kind of been, you know, playing catch-up a little bit. They've had some success, but they've also never had to kind of access the opportunities that NA have had, you know, kind of until now. Things seem to be changing. It feels like EU, more than ever, they're on the come-up, and they have a shot at getting to the top. So what I'm asking is, what does an opportunity like that mean to you? And do you think you and your team are well positioned to get there?
For sure. I mean, I think these guys are yet to, Legends are yet to attend a bench. I mean, Shady and T could be playing for a while. I think once Legend gets into his groove on land, as I said, this team's going to do damage in the NA. It's going to do damage. So yeah, we just got to take the EU scene, which we've done tonight, and just carry on improving and take it to the Americans.
I mean, hell yeah, dude. I don't doubt it just based off of what I've seen. I'm kind of curious. You guys, you must be playing. Are you sleeping much? Or you got like a schedule set for this?
No, not really. We haven't been scrimming much, to be honest. So we need to start scrimming more. We need to start scrimming. We've had like some of these game types. I was like, we've not even played this game type as a team. And I was like, didn't even know what we wanted to do. We were sort of just running and gunning. But
Wow.
I mean, the game times we won, we played a lot. So we just need to start scrimming more, start going over call outs, and we're only going to get better.
Okay, sounds like you guys know what you want to do. So congratulations, dude. You honestly earned it today.
Appreciate
You guys are looking incredible, and it's only just begun. So I can't wait to see what else you put together. And I know you got some more grinded to do. So good luck out there,
Appreciate
man.
it. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
No problem. Well, I guess that does it, boys. We had a successful, the first ever Halo Infinite Open qualifier. We did EU. Of course, we've had Australia. We've had Mexico. We got NA coming up next. So if you guys are watching this, you're enjoying this, I mean, stay tuned. The show's continuing. We got plenty more content coming up today and onward in the future, in the following weeks. But just to wrap things up today, I think we had a pretty damn good tournament today. Gaskin, I'll start with you. Any final thoughts on our show and the tournament?
I just want to shout out Why Not and Jersey. I think they've had a great show. I know that they're probably a little bit nervous from these two because this is a pretty big tournament for them to be covering, but I thought they did a great job, and it's a pleasure to have them alongside us here. I think that Europe is here to stay, and I think, we are going to show up this year. This season, you're going to see a lot more European teams naturally because of the funding, but you're going to see more well-practiced European teams because that desire, that passion is definitely there for these guys, and I'm really excited to see how it plays out.
I couldn't agree more, Gaskin. Any final words? Jersey, we'll go to you.
Yeah, I'd like to echo Dan's sentiments and the level of the play that we've seen from the Europeans, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how those COD players adapt as well. There's going to be more, no doubt, will transition. We're seeing all the time. They're tweeting out, they're looking to get involved. It's going to be so good. The more the merrier that can start to compete in this game. I'm also just a little bit irritated by what Snipe said. He said that we haven't even played most of the maps. Why do people get to be so gifted? Why are they so talented? That's not fair. That's not fair.
They're
Nerf
still
Cartel.
feeling it out, dude.
Nerf them right off. Nerf
them. We got to nerf something. They're playing too well already, but what that basically tells us is they're going to keep playing better. So that's exciting, at least from my perspective. Tony, any final thoughts? Great to have you, brother.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think about that Cartel isn't even in their final form. After they start scrimming, after they get on the same page, they're going to be even better. I'm literally scared of what the final form of Cartel is going to look like. But yeah, like Dan said, this is the first time I've done anything of this magnitude. So this was absolutely insane, and it truly was an honor to be here. Thank obviously you guys for being terrific hosts. Thank everybody in the background for doing their thing, because obviously without the production team, we couldn't do any of this. And thank you guys in the chat for joining us and just being the best chat possible. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Well said, Tony. Completely agree. Big ups to Esports Engine. Big ups to DreamHack for helping to put this together. But what a show. And only just the beginning. Of course, this is our first EU Open qualifier. We got a second one coming up. We got more tournaments coming up. We got NA coming up in a couple hours. So if you're enjoying this, you better stick around. There's plenty more Halo action. As far as EU, we'll see you again next week, Sunday at 4:45 CST. So don't go anywhere. For me, it's 10:45 a.m. Eastern if you're on my time. But we'll see you there. Only just the beginning. Have a good night.